You speak up for me. No one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtakumwadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down.
Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje ndani.
I see.
Put him down.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What?
Yes. I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for
Oh
it.
no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation.
Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
Good morning. You're tuned to KBC Channel 1. This is Good Morning Kenya. And thank you very much for your time. I'm Regina Nanyara. And as far as the news updates are concerned, is that now Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha wants the cane back in schools. Good morning once again. But we also have updates in regard to where we are. And as far as matters politics, especially the presidential petition is concerned, we'll be sampling what has, or rather what is contained in Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance, the presidential petition that also has cited the fact that the postponement of two elections in two counties must have affected the final tally of the votes in as far as the petition is concerned. Now, before we get to speak of stories that have been making headlines in the last 24 hours, I'd want to include the rest of the team on the other side of studio. Jane, take it away.
Good morning, a ray of sunshine, eh? Welcome once again to the program. As already mentioned, this is Good Morning Kenya. We are glad you have chosen to start your morning with us right here on KBC Channel 1. And you can always let us know where you are watching us from. As we always say here on KBC, Kenya is watching. And you can let us know where you are using the hashtag Good Morning Kenya on Twitter. Or you can also tag our official station handle, whichever remains to be at KBC Channel 1. Individually, you can find us as at Victor Olo, at Ray Manyara, and at Jane Wamboi. Welcome once again to the program. Today being Wednesday, we always have conversations that revolve around women, and today we'll be having one of the youngest candidates that was in this just concluded general elections. She is 25 years old and she was vying for a women rep position. She didn't get the position, but we'll be having a conversation with her to just understand what prompted her to venture into this particular path, given we did see in one of the youngest women reps our country has seen so far being 24 years old. Is it a wave or is it a time for the youth and especially women in this particular political space that we are in? We'll be having a conversation later on our segment, Women in Leadership. Welcome once again. My name is Jane Wamboi Kibera. Victor.
Absolutely. And yes, it's good morning. Welcome to the program. Let's get the show started. But before then, Regina has the order of business to start with the news bulletin. Regina.
Indeed. Now, on an lighter note, I've seen something online, given where we are with matters of IEBC and the presidential petition, and someone has put out a meme on social media asking, would you rather take up a job as the IEBC commissioner, or would you rather hug a lion? And the comments there are quite hilarious. Just to remind you that you can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. My Twitter handle is @RayManyara. Now we start off from the corridors of justice, where the state has been asked to protect a 9-year-old who is the only witness in the murder of her mother, allegedly carried out by her father. Elsewhere, the author of a feasibility study in the 8 million shillings graft case against former Busia Governor Sospita Ojamong has been summoned to clarify the variations in versions of the documents possessed by the prosecution and the defense.
Family members of Susan Waruiru, who was allegedly murdered by her husband in Githiga in Kiambu County, are now calling upon Witness Protection Agency to protect the deceased 9-year-old daughter, who is said to be the only witness in the murder of her mother. Speaking at Kiambu Law Court, the family said Waruiru's husband was arrested as a suspect in the murder, and that after the burial his family took custody of their daughter. They now suspect the accused family could influence the child's testimony.
And the accused person is her father. We feel that the child continues to stay with the parents of the accused person. The witness, she's not guaranteed to give a credible witness, as she will be compromised. They can be placed under Witness Protection Agency, and now we will be seeking that and the government to protect this particular child so that she will not be exposed. She was the only person who was at the scene of crime at the time the murder happened.
Meanwhile, the prosecution in former Busia Governor Sospita Ojamong's 8 million shilling fraud case now wants the anti-corruption court to summon the author of a document from the government printers due to varying information in the document they have from that possessed by the defense team. The document was produced by one of the witnesses from the defense team in the case where Ojamong and 5 others have been charged with the loss of 8 million shillings from the Busia County coffers on a solid waste management feasibility study project.
How is a court supposed to do this? The short answer is by considering the document, the evidence in chief in support of the document, the cross-exam on the document, and the corroborative value or evidences produced in support of that document.
Anti-corruption Magistrate Douglas Ogoti is to give directions on the document in question on Wednesday, on the 24th of August.
Now, from the corridors of justice, we delve into matters education, where day schools in Mombasa and Kakamega, as well as 6 other electoral areas, will be closed on Monday the 29th to pave way for elections that have been twice postponed to take place. Now, Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha said the affected schools will resume operations on 30th of August.
The Education Cabinet Secretary was assessing the preparedness of schools in Nairobi to implement the competence-based curriculum when he stated that learning must still continue even as voters in areas where elections were postponed go to the polls next Monday.
For those mixed schools, I'm told that there are a few schools which are both boarding and day. The same will apply. The day scholars should remain at home for that Monday, report the following day. The boarding scholars should remain in school and remain away from the polling areas.
Magoha said to minimize disruption of learning in those areas, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission can use facilities in primary and secondary schools, as well as higher learning institutions. He, however, stated that boarding schools will not be closed.
But we have also agreed that the tallying centers, which may require more than one day, we have agreed mutually that they should be taken to tertiary institutions.
The elections to be held on Monday are for the gubernatorial seat in Mombasa and Kakamega counties, member of National Assembly in Pokot South, Kitui Rural, Rongai and Kachiliba constituencies, and member of County Assembly in Nyaki West in North Imenti constituency and Kwajenga Ward in Embakasi South constituency. The elections had been postponed following errors in the ballot papers.
And we will be there on ground to bring you the proceedings as the electorate in the two counties there participate in that particular election. These particular counties have been named in the presidential petition by Azimio la Umoja, saying that, the number of counties that was postponed, election were postponed, and there was low voter turnout affected the Azimio final tally. We'll be keeping tabs on that. And talking about petitions, is that some of the presidential petitions lodged at the Supreme Court on Monday seeking to overturn President-elect William Ruto's victory could be consolidated. Gospel musician and politician Reuben Kigame are among those who want the apex court to nullify the elections, claiming the whole process leading up to the results, as declared by the chairman of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, was marred by irregularities that rendered the final outcome invalid.
What had initially looked like a contest between President-elect William Ruto and his Azimio la Umoja opponent Raila Odinga in the disputed presidential election results took another twist, with 8 other petitioners besides Raila's. All the 9 petitions filed on Monday have to be dispensed within the 12 days allocated to the Supreme Court by the law. Gospel musician cum politician Reuben Kigame was barred from contesting for the top seat, and Busia Senator-elect cum politician Okiya Omtata are among notable names seeking to have the court nullify the presidential outcome.
Either should be able to annul the election, go into a fresh election, or actually find into one of the prayers of Azimio, if they prove it, that the 50% plus 1 was actually never attained, we go for a rerun. So those are the two major things. The Supreme Court will want to operate with the Constitution, because the provision which they are trying to use is in the Election Act, which I think is inferior to the Constitution.
Legal experts say this eventuality could necessitate the consolidation of petitions with similar prayers in the interest of the limited time available.
The issues that have been raised by various petitions, some of them are cut across. Okay, so we expect when the courts are determining, they're going to come up with a list of issues they have to determine, and some of those issues are going to be consolidated. Okay, and 2, you are saying you've seen a bulk of documents, and I think the other side hasn't actually responded. So you are likely to see even more. We haven't seen anything on whether 14 days are sufficient. They may not be adequate, but I think they're sufficient because this country has been on an electioneering mode for years, let me say.
Kigame holds that the electoral body and its chairman Wafula Chebukati violated his political and human rights by disqualifying his application for the top seat. Kakamega Senator-elect and activist Okiya Omtata also wants the presidential results dismissed, stating that no candidate attained the 50+1 threshold as stipulated in the Constitution. Petitioner John Njoroge Kamau, on his part, is seeking the court's interpretation on whether IEBC chairman erred in excluding other commissioners in the final tally. Apart from Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party petition, other petitioners include John Njoroge Kamau, Daniel Kariuki Ngari, Julia Nyokabi Chege, Khalifa, Okiya Omtata, Youth Advocacy Africa, and Reuben Kigame.
Well, all eyes are focused at the Supreme Court across 45 counties there will be having their assumption in office, or rather their inauguration. Now, the assumption of the office of the Governor Committee in the regions are working around the clock to ensure a smooth transition process across the 45 counties. Now, the law mandates that the swearing in of the governor-elect shall occur in a public ceremony before a High Court judge. The judiciary has also issued guidelines that allow a seamless exercise, especially in counties where the outgoing governors have served their 2 terms of 10 years or have not been re-elected to office after the first term.
In Uasin Gishu County, the assumption of the office of Governor Committee says the swearing-in of Governor-elect Jonathan B. Chililim will be held at the Eldoret Sports Club. The committee's chairman, who is also the county secretary, Edwin Bett, says attendants are required to be seated by 9 a.m. and the ceremony will start at 10 a.m.
Inafaa kuwa hiyo ceremony ya swearing in inafanywa kutoka saa 4 hadi saa 8. Haifai kupita hapo. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuomba wananchi wetu wakuje. Mipango yote iko tayari, maandalizi imepangwa. Tutakuwa na jaji wa mahakama kuu ambaye atakuwa yeye ndiye atapreside over the ceremony, the swearing in bit, na kutakuwa na mambo mengine ambayo yatafanyika kuhusiana na hiyo procedure.
Separately, the county government of Kisii says every box has been ticked to ensure the swearing-in ceremony runs smoothly for the region's governor-elect, Simba Arati swearing-in ceremony. Kisii County Secretary Patrick Lumumba says they expect a record attendance at the 10,000 capacity Gusii Stadium to witness Governor-elect Simba Arati and his deputy Dr. Robert Monda take oath of office.
Kisii will be peaceful, and we are asking even the residents who are not already in Kisii to make travel arrangements to come to Kisii.
Operations are taking place countrywide to ensure the new county bosses are inaugurated as guided by the law. 45 counties elected their governors on Tuesday, August 9th, 2022 general election. Among those elected are 7 women governors: Susan Kihika in Nakuru, Gladys Wanga in Homa Bay, Cecily Mbarire in Embu, Kawira Mwangaza in Meru, Wavinya Ndeti in Machakos, Fatuma Achani in Kwale, and Anne Waiguru in Kirinyaga County. The electorate in Kakamega and Mombasa counties will elect their governors on Monday, August 29th, 2022.
Now, among the 45 governors who are going to be sworn into office, this actually happening tomorrow, is that KBC Channel 1 is going to be on ground to bring you those particular ceremonies that, remember, they're supposed to take place in a public ceremony with a presiding High Court judge. We'll be keeping tabs on that, and you can bet, as Kenya decides, KBC Channel 1 is on ground. Now, the Kenya Film Classification Board has initiated the process of redefining the role of film agents in the country in a raft of measures aimed at reforming the sector. KFCB Acting Chief Executive Officer Christopher Wambua says the agents will no longer issue licenses to content creators, but will instead be confined to providing international standard services to foreign films and television producers.
According to the Kenya Film Classification Board, the current practice of obtaining licenses through film agents inhibits market entry for aspiring creatives, thus stifling growth in the sector.
To create an enabling environment for our youth to harness the opportunities in the local creative economy, the KFCB has resolved to redefine the role of film agents in Kenya with a view to confining it to provision of international standard services to foreign film and television producers.
KFCB Acting Chief Executive Officer Christopher Wambua noted the redefinition of roles will see filmmakers obtain licenses from KFCB without having to go through a film agent.
It is our expectation that the reconfiguration of the license scope for film agents will remove barriers to entry for aspiring local filmmakers and thus create a facilitative environment for the sector to thrive in the aftermath of the debilitating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Wambua further reaffirmed the board's commitment to improving the regulatory environment in the film sector to spur the continued growth of the local creative economy.
The framework, which has already been subjected to public consultation, seeks to involve broadcasters and online streaming services in the examination and rating of audiovisual content meant to be broadcast, distributed, and exhibited on their platform.
The new guidelines also aim to create an enabling environment for the youth to harness opportunities in the creative industry.
We take a quick breather. We'll be right back.
I can keep you alive. Is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Florissa Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up here? Hello?
We've got to take some time off and laugh, 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 and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Can't settle down until me get my herbs to burn. We just can't settle down until me get my Cali to burn. You don't call anymore, 'cause I'm still thinking about you. Have you found somebody new? Turn it back as fast as you can. Roots reggae music up in your bloodstream. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Every corner, every lane, every scheme. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Yes, enough you know what me mean.
You are watching In the Headlines right here on Good Morning Kenya and KBC Channel 1, and I am Regina Manyara. Now we start off with matters health, where the government has assured Nakuru residents that a recent outbreak of swine flu in Elementaita ward has been contained and there is no cause for alarm. The Nakuru County Public Health Chief Officer Dr. Daniel Wainaina said the adequate mitigation measures have been put in place to control the spread of the virus to other areas.
Following the recent outbreak of swine flu in Elementaita ward in Nakuru County, the county government has moved in to assure area residents that all measures have been put in place to contain the situation.
The outbreak is contained. There is no cause for alarm. And as I have said, it's affecting a small group of the very young. And we've been able to put in public health measures to mitigate and to curtail this outbreak.
Nakuru County Public Health Chief Officer Dr. Daniel Wainaina says 8 children below 1 year of age are admitted with mild signs of the virus.
Most of our patients from the analysis are below 1 year. And below 1 year, you'd expect that the immunity is not very strong. And as such, and the management is just supportive management in terms of ensuring that they are able to be fed, they are kept warm, and they are given antibiotics to prevent any other concurrent infection.
Members of the public have been urged to maintain high hygiene standards and consume proper diet.
Good nutrition and good ventilation. Whenever you're in a room, ensure that is well aerated so that we prevent this. It's a droplet infection.
The flu was first reported on the 27th of July this year at Kiptangwanyi Health Center in Elementaita ward. At that time, a large number of children below 1 year presented with the flu symptoms, including high fever, difficulty in breathing, and prolonged cough. This is the second time that swine flu has hit Elementaita ward, with the first incidents reported in February of the year 2020.
An assurance by the Ministry of Health there down in Nakuru County that issue has been mitigated. Now on to matters education, where Kenyans will benefit from enhanced educational standards through the ongoing benchmarking of policies and engagements between the Ministry of Education and the Government of Finland. Speaking in Mombasa during the official opening of a 4-day international conference on enhancing education in Kenya, Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Education, Sarah Ruto underscored the critical role played by educational institutions in sustainable development.
Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Education, Sarah Ruto, noted the timelines of the conference being held under the theme Co-creation of Curriculum, Training, Policy Development and Linking Education to Industry comes at the right time when the country is undergoing various curriculum and social economic changes.
Any country is as good as the opportunity it gives its young people to be able to grow, both academically, so that they can also come and be part of the development process of the country. But you cannot talk about development without first talking about the individual development.
The CAS has, however, urged parents to embrace the transition of pupils to junior secondary under the competence-based curriculum CBC, as the Ministry of Education has put in place measures and policies to foresee a smooth and seamless transition.
In terms of prioritization, just the lab that can be used both for biology, physics, chemistry are very important. Now that we are going into CBC, there are other rooms that are also important. Like, for example, we want to introduce children to an array of pre-technical, career studies and pre-technical. So a room in which these learning can happen is important for all schools to identify. So increasing equality among schools is about giving more resources, but also sharing information.
Finnish Max Global representative to Kenya, Karita Proki, urged education stakeholders to change their teaching approach by embracing digital education from childhood and setting pilot programs to bring the desired change.
We've been cooperating with Kenyan counties in terms of bringing higher educated students to Finland to study nursing and risk management and physiotherapy and so forth, also at the vocational level. So I think this is why we are here, to enhance our cooperation and tell the story of Finland. Finnish education has been very successful, and it has been, talked in many media.
Principal Secretary, State Department of University Education and Research, Simon Abukwesi, lauded the partnership between Kenya and Finland, saying it will enhance adoption of best practices in education.
We are here to notify Kenyans that opportunities are here, and the Finnish people are very friendly and willing to support Kenyans who are thirsty for more education to go to Finland. At the same time, to learn from their best practices, especially in training implementers of CBC.
The conference is being held over 4 days in Mombasa County.
Police in Laikipia County have dismissed as false reports that an independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission returning officer Geoffrey Gitobo was murdered. Gitobo, who oversaw the elections in Gishogo constituency, Kirinyaga County, collapsed and was pronounced dead after being rushed to hospital. Details in the County News Roundup.
And police in Embu County have launched a manhunt for burglars who made away with electronics worth 105,000 shillings from a house belonging to Embu Senior Principal Magistrate Henry Nyakweba over the weekend. Nyakweba said that the thieves gained entry into his house after making a hole on the fence.
But coming back on Sunday morning at 6 a.m., she found the house broken into. This security is an issue here, especially after Kazi Mtaani is stopped. When the Kazi Mtaani is ongoing, you can't hear anything. But the it is stopped. If you take 1 week peaceful, you are lucky.
In Isiolo County, at least 20 families have been rendered homeless and property worth millions destroyed at Isiolo Market following a night fire. The inferno, which started at the market, reduced stalls to ashes and spread to the nearby informal settlement of Tumtum, where houses were razed to the ground.
Area sokoni, watu wameenda hasara kubwa sana. Manyumba ilianza kuchomeka, moto ikakuwa uncontrollable. Kama unaona hizi ma wholesale pia hizi zilikuwa na stock ya pesa mingi sana. So hapa watu wameenda hasara mamilioni ya pesa.
Elsewhere, Mandera County Commissioner Onesmus Kiatha has urged residents to cooperate with security agents in a bid to maintain peace in the area. Kiatha said that with cooperation of locals, chiefs can play a key role in stemming incidents of insecurity.
Sisi wote tujibidishe, tuhakikishe kwamba sisi wote tumehakikisha kwamba kuna amani ya kutosha. Tushirikiane na tuendelee kushirikiana kwa kupasha habari kwa vitengo zote za serikali ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunazingatia na kuweka amani ya kutosha.
And in Kakamega County, former employees of the Mumias Sugar Factory held peaceful demonstrations to protest alleged harassment by the management of Sarai Company. Led by Patrick Mutimba, the employees also decried poor working conditions.
Kama safety audit ingefanyika vizuri, Dickson ingangahange kufa. Tunataka government agencies wakuje wafanye audit ili watu wasiendelee kukufa.
Still in Kakamega, the region's water supply company is warning those with illegal connections of dire consequences if found culpable. The executive officer, Christabel Ashiono, said the company has incurred losses due to the actions of unscrupulous individuals.
From the counties now, we speak matters business, where Equity Group made 24.4 billion shillings in net profit during the first 6 months of this year, representing a 36% increase on 17.9 billion shillings posted during a similar period last year. The profit was mainly driven by 29% growth in interest income and non-funded income, as at 99.9% of all lenders' customer transactions happened outside the branch network.
Equity Group's profit was driven by a 29% growth in interest income to 55 billion shillings, attributed to an increase in loans, which stood at 650.6 billion shillings. Regional equity subsidiaries also contributed 28% of the group's net profit, with the firm's group CEO, James Mwangi, noting that regional subsidiaries such as Rwanda and Uganda were posting high returns.
Equity Bank last year closed by being the biggest bank in Kenya, the second largest bank in Rwanda, and DRC, number 5 in Uganda. So we are seeing that we have now become a very strong regional bank.
Equity DRC's cost-to-income ratio reduced to 64 from 75, with Mwangi targeting to lower 8 further down to 60.
We have seen that it's now half the size of Kenya. It has a balance sheet of over 400 billion shillings. It's contributing 20% of the entire profit of the group.
The entire group targets to reduce the cost-to-income ratio to 40 in 3 years. The lender is yet to fully effect the risk-based loan pricing model so as to allow businesses to recover from COVID and geopolitical disruptions. He says the maximum interest rate the bank is charging is 13%, but under the risk-based pricing model, the rate would have been 18%.
And we did this deliberately to accommodate and to support Kenyans to come out of COVID. We think this will be an extended period because of the current microeconomic environment where inflation has hit very hard and businesses need support.
He noted that out of 171.4 billion shillings COVID restructured loan book, 46.6 billion shillings has fully been repaid, with only 2.7 billion shillings showing restraint, while a stock of 8.1 billion shillings is marked as non-performing.
Now, system outages coupled with poor customer service are the major challenges facing the adoption of internet banking in Kenya. The Deloitte 2022 Kenya Banking Sentiment Index further says that almost 6 out of every 10 bank customers prefer mobile banking, up from 5 in 2020. The Deloitte study ranks Absa Bank top with 12.7% in responding to customer concerns, while Cooperative comes in second with 2.6%.
The Deloitte report corresponds with the 2021 Kenya Bankers Association Customer Experience Survey that says customers preferred banking apps followed by mobile banking. In the 2022 Kenya Banking Sentiment Index by Deloitte, customers have taken to social media channels to engage with their service providers. The study shows that on average, only 53% of priority conversations received a public response, meaning almost half of customer requests went unanswered. The study also established that system outages or app downtime and a poor level of responsiveness to consumer queries and complaints pose a significant risk to the banking industry. Data EQ's Managing Director Melanie Milherb said in the case of multiple transacting channels failing simultaneously, consumers are left feeling helpless and frustrated. Overall, in the survey, Absa Bank led in regard to responses to customer concerns with a score of 12.7%, followed by Cooperative Bank with 2.6%. These were the only two banks to achieve positive scores, with the average net sentiment for the industry sitting at negative 7.6%.
Kenya is set to start exporting avocados to Malaysia as a delegation from the Asian nation is finalizing a pest risk analysis. The delegation visited the Kakuzi firm and facilities as Kenya seeks to increase its avocado market share in the global market.
Malaysia is set to become Kenya's latest avocado export destination, as a delegation from the Asian market is currently carrying out a pest risk analysis on the Kenyan fruits. The Asian nation is seeking to import both Fuerte and Hass avocado varieties from Kenya by the end of this year. The Malaysian delegation is the latest yet to carry out an inspection tour on Kenyan avocado orchards and processing facilities after India and Mauritius delegations carried out a similar analysis in the past few weeks. The development comes just weeks after Kenya started direct fresh avocado exports to China, following the certification of 15 exporters to start avocado shipments to the Far East nation. An increase in Kenya's avocado export destination saw the nation take pole position from South Africa as the leading avocado exporter in the region after exporting 44 million kilos of avocado worth 6 billion shillings from March to August this year. This, as a Jordanian delegation also carried out a tour on hot water vapor mango treatment plant at industrial area in Nairobi, as plans to start exporting mangoes to the Middle East nation are at an advanced stage. Kenya is seeking to increase its horticultural exports that saw the country earn 166 billion shillings from the sale of 682,000 tons of assorted products in 2021.
Still on matters agriculture, the Kenya Tea Development Agency is seeking 3 billion shillings from the National Treasury for subsidizing tea fertilizer for smallholder farmers. The agency says it has imported fertilizer worth 9 billion shillings for distribution to smallholder tea farmers from later this week.
Consignment of the 1.8 million metric tons of the fertilizer imported from Russia arrived on Saturday, with the Kenya Tea Development Agency seeking to start distributing it to smallholder tea farmers later this week. However, KTDA says it needs the National Treasury to release 3 billion shillings as subsidy for the fertilizer before deciding on the retail price of the farm input.
We are doing compiling the full cost, and you are aware the cost has gone a little bit higher, but we also sought the government to help us with a subsidy. When we do all the costing, by the time the fertilizer will be getting to the factory, they will be told the absolute amount it will cost per bag.
The first consignment contains 820,050 kg bag of fertilizer that is being transported via the standard gauge railway from Mombasa to Nairobi for packaging and distribution. The second batch of the fertilizer is expected in the country on the first week of next month and will contain 471,050 kg bag of fertilizer.
The other one is going to be 940,000 bags. This is 820,000 bags.
Currently, a 50 kg bag of fertilizer costs a high of 7,000 shillings in some regions after prices increased in the global market due to the Russian-Ukraine conflict.
Now into the sporting arena, the national netball team, Divas, lost the second match at the 2023 Netball World Cup qualifiers 72-31 to Malawi in Group B, a match played in Pretoria, South Africa.
The Joseph Makau Chargers' hopes to qualify in the World Cup got a hit after losing yet again in the match after a 46-30 loss to Zambia yesterday. Today, Kenya lost 72-31 to Malawi and play Eswatini tomorrow. Following the losses to Zambia and Malawi, Kenya will play the positional playoffs after the group stage phase. South Africa and Uganda have already qualified for next year's Netball World Cup in Cape Town. Uganda opted out of the qualifiers in favor of test matches against England. The top two teams from the tournament, excluding South Africa, who automatically qualify as the host, will make the grade for next year's World Cup.
Now back home, long-time co-driver Baldev Chagar Ravi Soni will be among the star attractions on the race weekend of September 2nd to 3rd when the 6th round of the Kenya National Rally Championship heads to Olenaishu and Greystones in Nanyuki. Ravi joins the Minty Motorsport outfit set alongside Raji Singh Barji in a Skoda Fabia Rally 2, which is the newest race machine in town.
Jasneel Singh was previously navigated Raji Singh in previous KNRC rallies, will be the team manager in a move that has ensured the team is running at its absolute best. Ravi Soni is confident for a podium position in Nanyuki after his fastest drive with Bareja.
Obviously left a void and we'll be looking at a few options. And today we actually tested with somebody that worked out really well.
Nanyuki in I think a couple of weeks. Looking forward to it. I love the Nanyuki stages.
So it'll be a good first rally to be in this car with Raji. I hope that everything goes to plan.
The 2022 KNRC series has been to LB Seal, Nakuru, Eldoret and Naivasha for the ARC Equator Rally and WRC Safari Rally. Current leader Karan Patel has 4 wins under his belt, with Carl Flash Tundo winning the KNRC Safari category. The KNRC Nanyuki Rally will start and end at Greystones, which is also the venue for the service park and rally headquarters. Scrutineering shall take place on September 2nd, paving way for action on September 3rd. 3 stages, Mlima Hema, Ole Naishu and Greystones, will be repeated twice for a total competitive mileage of 153.04 kilometers. Clerk of the course Bimal Patel says the designated spectator viewing point will be centered on Greystones. The repeat run on Greystones will indeed serve as the event's power stage, where the fastest drivers will earn bonus points for the championship.
Then all roads should lead to Nanyuki the first week of September there for that particular race. That puts a cap on matters in the headlines. Remember, further details are still available on our website, www.kbc.co.ke. For now, we take a quick breather. We'll be back with the dailies. Do not go away.
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtaanza kumadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down.
Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani.
I see.
Put him down.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What? Yes. I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for
Oh no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation.
Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
Sometimes I wish I never left. Probably JJ would be at a better place right now.
And you were not really there when we needed a mother.
Kuna kitu inaitwa doto za mushana na dreams. So, jua kutofautisha.
Ukitaka kumake money on a side apart from this job, punguza mdomo.
Kunyamaza pia inakuwa ni gharama sana.
Unajua kuongea lugha ya pesa.
Hello?
I'm planning to call a board meeting.
She has already reached. Okay, let me look at the forms, then I'll get them to you via email.
How would you like working with us?
I'm not quite sure how that would work.
We are on the same side.
We're gonna need Millicent on our side.
All right, now let's take a look at what we have on our local dailies. On the front page of the Star newspaper, why Chebukati numbers don't add up. Why Chebukati numbers don't add up, according to Raila Odinga. He says that Forms 34A issued at polling stations contradict those uploaded in portal. All right, so we have got an illustration here of figures at center of Azimio case. For example, he's outlining Mombasa, County Vihiga, Bomet, Narok, Muranga, etc., etc. And the forms 34A, 34C, and the variants therein completely outlined there for you on the full page of the front page of the Star News. You can take a look at that story. Kibwana ditches Azimio, joins Kenya Kwanza. Outgoing Makwene Governor Kivutha Kibwana yesterday became the latest prominent figure in Azimio la Umoja to defect to President-elect William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza alliance. Kibwana was received by Ruto at the Deputy President's current residence in Nairobi. Last month, Kibwana admitted that there have been some quote-unquote small political differences among Azimio leaders from Ukambani. So that is there. Counties demand millions for new governors events that will be taking place tomorrow. All the governors will be sworn in different counties. Many incoming governors are set to start off on the wrong foot after revelations emerged that millions of shillings will be splashed in their swearing-in ceremonies on Thursday. Now, some counties intend to splash in excess of 20 million shillings in the event. Expect little rain this week, Met says in forecast. The weatherman says that some rain is expected at the end of this week. However, northern Kenya, which is ravaged by drought, will not benefit. A principal meteorologist at the Kenya Meteorological Services, Andrew Njogu, said that the coming rain will only reach a few places around Lake Victoria and in Rift Valley Highlands. That is a story there. Activists want Ruto's win annulled over irregularities. They say that it was wrong not to consult with 4 commissioners, and it's now said that it's actually they have been christened as Serena 4 and Bomas 3. That's what's now happening here. So the 4 have challenged President-elect William Ruto's win at Khalifa, George Osewe, Ruth Mumbi, and Grace Kamau. They said that Chebukati was wrong not to consult with the 4 commissioners who declined to honor the final results, thereby excluding them from the process. The battle still continues. Women leaders who lost election ask state for jobs. Under the Women Political Leaders Kenya, which comprises women who successfully reached the ballot to vie for elective seats, they asked to be considered for appointive positions. And now former Nairobi senatorial candidate and chairperson of the group, Pamela Ateka, said that women who fought successfully against men at the ballot are great assets. And I think I can also affirm that. Kuria asked court to throw out Raila's election petition. Of course, is one of the petitioners in a cross petition filed on Monday at the Supreme Court. Kuria said that the actions of Azimio leader Raila Odinga through his agents amounted to a breach of national security. And of course, that is in the place of the Supreme Court to decide. And some rather sad note here. Double tragedy as child in arson suicide mission dies. Kelsey succumbed to her injuries on Monday, a day after the incident. The family said that Kesley Mutheu died in hospital Monday, and she was with her mother, Elizabeth Munyalo, when they were lured by Dennis Musyoka to a trap in a suicide murder plot in their car. It's a story that has been trending for a couple of days now. Munyalo was stabbed 6 times by her estranged lover, but managed to jump out of their car as the man set himself on fire, with Mutheu trapped inside on Sunday at about 11 a.m. Young soul taken away because of relationship difference. And finally, Raila, why Chebukati's numbers don't add up. It's a full page of a story here with the different numbers and variants in his argument from different constituencies. You can take a look at that story. It's a full page splashed out here for you to take a look. Of course, that is now the main thing that will be running until 5th of September when the Supreme Court will give the final ruling. Jen.
All right, let's have a quick run through of the front page of the Daily Nation, starting with that particular story concerning the Ministry of Health. And in this particular story, the ministry denies the swine flu outbreak. This is a story that has been covered in proper detail here on page 8, where the Ministry of Health and the health authorities in Nakuru have deferred over the announcement of the swine flu outbreak in the country. Now, according to the ministry, none of the samples, that were taken to the influenza reference laboratory turned out positive for swine flu. However, what they did detect was the seasonal cold and not the swine flu strain of H1N1. And they go on to raise concerns as to why this particular announcement was made. That Dr. Amoth actually said that an outbreak of swine flu is not something that should be taken lightly, and faulted the county for making an announcement without involving the Ministry of Health. However, they did also give some background as to why it could have been this conversation went this way with the swine flu, because the H1N1 virus, commonly referred to as the swine flu, in the past, infections have happened in people who have been in contact with pigs, hence finding this particular relation. But issuing a statement, they said that there is no H1N1 or a swine flu that has been confirmed. And he went on to further say that the announcement now puts Kenya in an awkward position, because now the country has to alert the African Union as well as the World Health Organization, and yet there is no case to report. However, a letter has been written to Nakuru County authorities to put the record straight in regards to this announcement that was made. So that is that in regards to what the Ministry of Health had to say about this particular announcement. On matters education, scramble for limited junior high slots. This is a point of concern, considering there will be over 1.2 million learners who will be joining junior secondary in January of next year, who are now going to be competing with those that will be transitioning from the 844 system to also join Form 1 in the very same schools that they will be attending the studies together. Now, concern has been raised. That story has been covered here on the back page, considering there will be limited number of spaces that cannot fully accommodate this entire number of candidates and learners that will be transitioning to junior high as well as Form 1 from CBC and 844 respectively. Elsewhere, there is an interesting story here. How we plotted Uhuru's downfall. How we plotted Uhuru's downfall. This is a piece concerning Deputy President-elect Rigathi Gachagua, speaking of a meeting that transpired that led to the 2018 truce between Raila Odinga and President Uhuru Kenyatta. He goes on to give the background information and details and reveals a plot that, quote-unquote, culminated in the toppling of Kenyatta as the Mount Kenya kingpin. Quite a story right there. So covered on page 6 through to page 7 of this particular daily. And finally, the story that I believe is on most of the dailies this morning, the smoking gun in Raila's petition. Here they go on to highlight a number of issues, looking at claims of hacking the IEBC servers to alter results. They point out 56 hackers gained access to IEB servers to alter the results. They also put questions in regards to the number of people who actually turned out to vote. Did the IEBC chair alter these particular numbers? Also, the question of vote inflation. Were William Ruto's votes topped by illegally some 217,000 votes to enable him being declared as the final victor in that particular election? Questions around the verification and the tallying, and especially so involving now the other IEBC commissioners. There is also issues raised in regards to hiding the evidence, with questions around whether the results form that were put on the public portal were being manipulated, and also missing constituencies. Did IEBC announce presidential results without factoring in those from 27 constituencies? That story has also been covered here in much detail, which we will be giving you. But first, Regina.
Front page of the Standard, it's all about inside Raila's evidence, so to speak, and Raila case in numbers. This article, highlights the 140,028 missing or unexplained number of votes. This particular presidential petition is not just going to go after the votes, but also the process. Then we had the controversial percentage, 0.01. It is not about the percentage, but the number of votes it represents. Then, according to the petition, is that 49.99 is a correct percentage of votes that DP Ruto should have been assigned. Then 33,208, the number of sample voters in 8 counties that were not given 6 ballot papers. In this particular, the just concluded August 9th polls, one each electorate, each member, each person who turned up across the 46,229 polling stations was expected to be given 6 ballots. In this particular petition by Azimio Moja, One Kenya Lands, it points out that 33,208 persons, a number of people in 8 counties who are not given the full 6 ballot papers. Now, 27 is a number of constituencies whose votes were not tallied and announced at the time of the official declaration. Some of these constituencies include Nyakach as well as Lagdera. So we'll be looking at further details in regard what is contained in Raila's evidence. Now, affidavit revelations from the questioning the figures and the authenticity of Forms 34A to claiming that President-elect William Ruto failed to attain the 50% plus 1 threshold inside Raila's evidence. That's a big read on this particular daily. Matters interest of heart, especially as a parent and a guardian, is a now CS education. Professor George Magoha wants caning back in schools. Reason given by the CS there is that the return of corporal punishment in schools is meant to arrest the rising cases of indiscipline and among learners. When corporal punishment was actually, replaced, so to speak, or rather banned in 2001, and in place the Children's Act entails that we need to protect the children from abuse and violence. Now we are going back and saying that we need to have the cane back in school. There was a lot of controversy around that particular decision there to scrap off or rather ban corporal punishment. But now we are back to this particular conversation. Now, runaway discipline issues, especially in school, have been on the rise for the last 10 years plus, and maybe this is one of the issues that is informing this turnaround in thinking in as far as policy is concerned. Quoted in this particular daily is that we shall not handle children with kid gloves. It is not time for children to dictate what is supposed to be done, and we cannot give children what they want. Walking a very thin line there when it comes to matters of discipline as well as, having sanity in our learning institutions. Yeah, so that's that. Caning may be back in schools. Other than that, the pending bills headache for new governors. Remember, we're going to be having the Gubernatorial Inauguration celebrations to be televised to you live from at least across 17 thereabout counties there. In total, there are 45, but 2 are yet to have their elections, and these are going to be done on Monday. And you can bet that KBC Channel 1 for Kenya Decides is going to be keeping tabs on that. Jane?
All right. I'd like to just pick up from that particular point concerning education. That's going to definitely be something that parents will have a lot to say about caning being reintroduced. All right, now coming to the back page of the Daily Nation, next year's double intake is expected to severely stretch school resources. Now, they've gone on to give a highlight of some of the schools that will actually be experiencing the highest shortages across different counties. Now, let's start with those counties that will be facing the highest shortages. Kakamega County needed places are 93,703, Bungoma County an excess of 83,000, Nairobi an excess of 83,000 places for kids to be placed. In Nakuru an excess of 60,000 is needed, Kilifi an excess of 58,000, Migori 58,000 as well, Homa Bay 54,000, Narok 54,000, Kisumu 50,000 and Busia 45,000. And this is just what is needed, not compared to the actual numbers, because it's based on the schools that are already there. Now, counties that are facing the lowest shortages include Lamu, Isiolo, Taita Taveta, Nyeri, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Samburu, Tana River, Marsabit and Garissa, which range between 4,000 and 11,000 places needed. Now, picture that, and of course the many other counties that haven't been mentioned, and a surplus of 1.28 million learners that will need to transition to junior high for CBC learners and Form 1 for 844 learners. So this is a crisis in the waiting, considering also next year is when we are set to resume the normal academic calendar year for our students, given it was thrown off for the better part of the last 2 years. So the ministry, however, goes on to say that they are ready to accommodate every learner, given they need to ensure the 100% transition policy is still effected. There will be they of course project a shortage, but they're looking to ensure that the 1,489,144 learners are all placed in schools. So this means they would require at least 29,783 classrooms in almost every institution to ensure that all the learners are accommodated. So we still have a few months to go. It's a wait and see game at this particular point. But again, it will definitely come to a time where we get to witness this particular transition. Victor.
Githongo links Itumbi to rigging plot. Anti-graft czar says that man was part of 56 hackers exposed how Raila votes were stolen. In a 22-page affidavit, the Inuka Kenya Nisisi CEO said that he got information from a whistleblower who was introduced to him by his colleague. Now, the whistleblower alleged that Itumbi led a team of 56 hackers who are believed to have interfered with the August 9th general election. Githongo, a governance expert, claimed that the whistleblower revealed to him shocking details of how, together with others, they were involved in a scheme to interfere and compromise the IEBC electronic voter transmission system. But Itumbi, when contacted, said that actually he dismissed the allegation, saying that Githongo had created a fictional composition and is ready to meet him at the Supreme Court. That is a story that is worth reading as well. Kibwana Diches Azimio Camp joins Kenya Kwanza legal team. He will be among lawyers defending Ruto's win in petitions filed at the Supreme Court. Now, there is an interesting story here. Supreme Court verdict on Odinga petition to determine Uhuru's exit. The fate of President Uhuru Kenyatta's leaving office next month now lies with the Supreme Court as it rules on petitions challenging the election of William Ruto as his successor. Uhuru has remained tight-lipped since the declaration of Ruto as president-elect can only hand over power after the Apex Court gives its verdict on the matter. He can, however, refuse to hand over, and the swearing-in of the president-elect proceeds since this rests with the office of the Chief Justice. The final verdict is, once the final verdict is delivered, there is a statement here by the Law Society of Kenya president, that is Eric Theru, who says that the swearing-in can continue in the absence of the outgoing president. This even happened in the United States. Trump decided to fly out while, his predecessor was taking office, and life goes on.
Life goes on.
Yeah.
And actually here they go on to say that this particular elections has triggered the highest numbers of petitions ever filed against the polls agency when it comes to presidential results.
Yeah. So Biden is sitting pretty fit in the office. And that can also happen because I think this constitution actually looked at different scenarios where that can happen. Of course, I don't want to get into it because I'm not a legal expert, but we can all assume why the Constitution put it that way, that it rests with the office of the Chief Justice. In the absence of the Chief Justice, the Registrar of the Judiciary can also handle that matter. So it's all system go, either way. Okay. Wrong start as counties to spend millions for befitting inauguration, quote unquote, befitting inauguration. I'm likely to see how this thing will be. When it goes to a tune of 20 million shillings, inauguration, a function that takes not less than, or even not more than 3-4 hours. You want to splash. All right, it's good to have a party, but think about it. Because actually the Supreme Court, we have got judges across 47 judges already ready to swear all the governors, the senators, actually the governors to be sworn in. And I'm just thinking, why have a small function in your office and it's a done deal? Just thinking. So many incoming governors are set to start on the wrong footing after revelations emerge that millions of shillings will be splurged in their swearing-in ceremonies on Thursday. In what heralds the continuation of wastage of taxpayers' money in the counties, some counties intend to spend in excess of 20 million shillings in the event. Now, many counties have been on the spot over wanton wastage and misappropriation of public funds. How this is going to be tomorrow is also a story that will be worth seeing. And finally here, how Boda Boda operator, quote-unquote, stole his own bike after defaulting loan. Now, charge sheet reads that the rider gave false information to the police. So alishindwa kumaliza kulipa, then hoping the business would earn him good returns. I think it did not go his way, so he decided to, quote-unquote, steal his motorbike, but it was not on his side. Again, over to you, Regina.
Well, now just giving us a quick overview, it seems that this particular daily is totally focused on the presidential petition there. Just looking at the different angles here, there's a whole pull out that is indicating the part of evidence Azimio has presented in court. It has quoted some of the constituencies, the particular polling stations, allegations that 100, numbers range between 100, 120, 60 or 20 votes that were shifted from Raila Odinga and, allegedly given to, rather put in President-elect William Ruto's tally. For instance, we have Kiamba Kawaida Nursery School polling station. 1 out of 5, so it's alleged that 30 voters were deducted from Odinga and added to Ruto. We also have Gatundu North Kamwingi Primary School polling station, 2 out of 6, where 120 votes were deducted from Odinga and added to Ruto. This is just an article that samples some of the evidence that has already been brought forth, or rather we saw be taken up to the Supreme Court at the Milimani Locals just before deadline when it comes to the time allocated to file a presidential petition. This also firming up that IEBC has been accused of changing forms 34A and 34B uploaded on portal. Witness claims that Ruto was added 217,631 votes in form 34C, and this particular witness allegedly says that the presidential result as declared by Chebukati is inaccurate. In the next 14 days, and then we will know the way forward. And the timelines that we are looking at to get that verdict from the Apex Court is September 5th. So we have to wait. Some of the counties that have been flagged by Azimio include Mombasa, Vihiga, Kajiado, Bomet, Kakamega, Narok, Bungoma, Busia, Siaya, Kisumu County, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii,
Nyamira, Muranga, Marsabit, Trans Nzoia, as well as Diaspora, Nandi, Kericho, Nairobi, Nakuru, Makueni, Machakos, West Pokot, Embu. A total of 271,631 in their respective counties there. Certain number of votes were allegedly moved from the petitioner to the respondent there, where the petitioner here is Raila Amolo Odinga of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance, and one of the respondents happens to be President-elect William Ruto. Now, also farming up compromised servers there, an IT expert. This particular article details on how Githongo there got some documents and shared with an IT expert there, who is an IT security and cryptography expert, who says that from the analysis of the documents that were sent to him by former anti-graft Sir John Githongo, his conclusion is that the IEBC servers were accessed by persons who would delete or alter the documents sent through the servers. A day before we actually took to the polls, we had an exclusive interview run on KBC Channel 1, where the ICT commissioner in charge of matters ICT, as far as the IEBC is concerned, Justice Nyangaya, went further to also highlight that, they had noticed some attempts to hack the IEBC portal, but they managed to stem that. We are likely to see further details in regard to this particular utterances and allegations, being that this is one of the issues that has been raised in the presidential petition. Still keeping up with matters, petition and such, we take a step down memory lane and we take you way back in 1992, where Kenya had its first presidential petition. Now, this was also after the return of the multi-party politics, and it was the first time that Kenyans were directly voting in a presidential election. Now, the then president, the late Daniel Arap Moi, garnered 1.9 million of the total votes in a poll that had 7 contestants who definitely, and by virtue of fact, divided the opposition support, with the second runner-up being Kenneth Matiba with 1.4 million votes. Now, a critic of President Moi, Matiba cited massive irregularities in the conduct of the poll, ballot stuffing, outright rigging in his petition, and asked the court to nullify Moi's victory. You'd want to read about the first presidential petition there that was laid out there in 1992, just after Kenya had regained a multi-partyism. So you can take a trip down memory lane to just understand how far we have come as a judiciary and how all this has changed. Court verdicts have changed and reshaped elections. It just did not start in 1992. We have seen that all the way from 2013, what happened, 2017, and here we are in 2022, and we will know come September 5th the direction the Apex Court is going to take in regard to the petitions that are before it, where IEBC is expected to spend big on legal fees as petitions pile up. IEBC is directly funded by the Exchequer, yes. So it is your money and my money as a taxpayer that is enabling the IEBC to actually take that up. So in as far as the audit report for the financial year 2017-2018 is that the legal fees that IEBC incurred went to the tune of 859.3 million for the financial year 2017-2018. Then the commission spent 538 million in the financial year 2020-2021 in legal fees, and 611 million in the financial year 2019-2020, and 610.6 million in the financial year 2019, sorry. So quite a sum there in as far as legal fees are concerned. So before we take a break, Jane, you have more to add on what has been making headlines daily that you have.
There's an interesting piece here, away from all the politics and all the petitions. There's a research that was done by a group of researchers, and the conclusion was Kenyan entrepreneurs are told to embrace snake farming. Are we together?
Take that again.
Kenyan entrepreneurs are advised to embrace snake farming. And researchers went to work, put money into this, and came with this conclusion. And this is based on so many issues. Number one, climate change. Number two, snake bites, as per information that is contained on the World Health Organization website, and it being a neglected public health issue.
I would want to actually chime in on that, or rather add on to that. If you look at the number of deaths and amputation, the cases that have been recorded, that have been recorded in Baringo and West Pokot, over 80-70% are caused by snake bites. And we also have, depleted, we do not have a venom bank per se. And I remember, if you took home science, when you're talking about first aid, is that when it was then, if you are bitten by a snake, you need to actually get hold of that snake, whether dead or alive.
They need to identify it.
Yes, so that you can identify the snake, so that the anti-venom can be tailor-made to that particular snake that bit you.
And they actually say that snake bites are one of the most neglected public health issues, especially in tropical and subtropical countries, which are majorly based in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Now, get this, climate change is actually affecting the movement of snakes, because consequently affecting the weather patterns, affecting their environment, and pushing snakes closer to human beings. And this being a reality, entrepreneurs need to look at the whole market of snake venom and also developing antivenoms, because here they go on to give figures that a snake milker can make around 250,000 per month, and that is now extracting the venom. But now when it comes to selling the particular antivenom, some go as high as $2,000 per gram. That is 200,000 roughly Kenya shillings per gram of antivenom, and especially the rare ones, the rare snake bites. So it is something that researchers have actually sat down and said that much as there were lobby groups that were terming Professor George Wajakoya this point of his manifesto as absurd, quote unquote, the word has been used here, and retrogressive, we need to actually look into this.
But again, if you look at it, that's a scientific and specialized kind of venture. Not anyone. You cannot wake up in the morning and say that today I'm going to start. There's a lot that will have to go through that process, because if it's done, research has been done about it, and we don't have actually serious, readily available antivenom in the country.
There's actually a shortage.
There's a shortage.
Major shortage.
Yes, so scientifically, if it's well taken care of and coordinated, I think, look at it, it can be a good venture.
There could be economic benefits.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even to the hospitals across the country, because, for example, what Regina said, Baringo and the hot places down at the valley, they face a lot of such issues, because you realize to people who come from those areas, they say that you walk out, when you come back in the evening, you see like 3 or 4 of them resting in your house.
And here they just estimate 5.4 million snake bites a year. And this is just what are reported. So you can imagine, can you be reporting like I've seen 3 snakes today?
No.
You cannot.
I can't remember the last time I saw one, but yes, I can't remember.
Economically speaking, it is an idea that can be taken up. It was a research that was conducted at JKUAT.
Something can be done. Talk of economy. Regina, I'm told that Mombasa remains region's leading port as the vessels increase. Some good projections ahead for the country, right?
Indeed. If you look at, Mombasa port being a port of entry, not just for Kenya, but also for landlocked countries like Uganda. And you see, we are, building back better after COVID-19. And this was not just for East Africa, but also for the globe. So trade that had somewhat stalled. And if you look at what happened in 2020, 2021, there was even a said shortage that, containers were not coming in.
Most countries were not importing.
Imports were not coming in. But now you're even seeing more vehicles coming in. I'm sure you have seen that on the road.
Yes.
So business is quite, it's picking up, so to speak.
Kwa lugha ya mtaa wanasema bana cargo imekwama huko nje. So you'd understand. And actually there's a data which shows that the latest data shows that Mombasa is experiencing a boom in business as vessels numbers continue to increase even as the country grows through tense but peaceful election. So it says that in the next 2 weeks there'll be 38 cargo ships that will be docking at the port. And now, what do you say about, because the Resalam is also giving us a run for our money?
Now, you see, the problem is, the shilling is not doing so well against the greenback. That's that. And that's why you're seeing, there's been a cash crunch in as far as availability of dollars, especially in the run-up to the election. But this tide is bound not onto what is happening here locally, but what is happening in the United States itself, as well as, the GS and Europe, with the uncertainty around, Ukraine and Russia, so to speak. However, as the shilling is doing so bad against the dollar, we are seeing the value of the dollar going up. So this is something that we need to weather. And if I can check actually the trading of the dollar today as per this particular pullout, let's see, we were doing around 100 and let's get the right figure. The currency right now, we're doing 119 on 119, and the euro we have also it ranging at around 180 and 18. However, the sterling pound is at 141. But if you look at even how the tides are changing when it comes to cost of electricity, or rather cost of energy across the globe, fueled by OPEC production and such, we're in for, in terms of international trade, we can only wait and pray that, we remain steady, 119. But if you look at how the stock market, the Nairobi Bourse has been performing, it has held steady amid this uncertainty when it comes to where we are in a political situation. Weeks before we went to the August polls, we had an interview with the NOC chief executive there, Geoffrey Odundo, who was telling investors, especially local investors, in light of there may not have been per se investor flight at the Nairobi Bourse, but it was good. It was a good time for Kenyans, local investors eyeing to just, stock up. You buy more stocks so that after the elections, they're bound to increase their value. I hope local investors who had money on hand did actually invest in that particular line. So for now, things are looking steady. Actually, the point is we are holding steady. Are holding steady. We've not seen what we saw in 2020 or 2021, or even during an election year, 2013
especially
and
during
2017.
an election year.
Yes.
We have always witnessed a crisis down to the prices of unga.
So I think China also plays a key role, because most of our products come from China and the Asian countries. So you'd imagine with the lockdown in those major ports in those Asian countries, we were not able to get the ripple effect was so huge. So yeah, Regina, you have given us some hope finally.
Yes, we just hold steady. We just need to hold steady.
We have to, man.
Yeah, you've given us some hope.
We need to hold steady, and also we have seen a change in consumer behavior.
Oh yes.
If you have seen,
I can testify to that.
Right now, a majority of Kenyans, and this I'm talking about the middle class. The middle class is also a majority of them carry the weight of the taxpayers and revenue and business and such. There's been a paradigm shift in their consumer behavior. You'll find that now we are having mini retail shops cropping up within the estates, where people would have otherwise walked to the mall to do their shopping there at the retail outlets. They are going to the mini marts that are within the estate, where you see there's a smaller size of margarine, smaller pack of sugar, trying to make ends meet, because in as much as inflation is way up, what is coming to you at the end of the day still is equally the same. So Kenyans are actually changing how they're spending and what they're spending on.
Things are going.
Actually, I almost said that. How did you just speak my mind, Jane?
Usijali.
Sitajali. All right.
Economy.
Tutajali. Let's take a break. We are going to the next segment shortly after this. Stay with us.
bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtaanza kumadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje huu mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa?
Put him down. Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunaulizwa ni nimeingiaje humu ndani. I see. Put him down.
Akili, Akili, this is Akili.
Hey there, friends. What time is it?
What should Akili say to greet little lion?
Wow!
Can you read the word?
Oh! Don't worry, Bush Baby. You can draw it again.
Akili, Akili, this is Akili. She has a secret.
Tell us, tell us.
When the sun goes down, Akili goes to sleep, and she enters a world where all the animals speak.
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right.
I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Years are gone by since the 1982 aborted coup that had targeted to overthrow President Moi from office. Lieutenant General Lazarus Sumbeyo and his late brother Elijah Sumbeyo, then the presidential escort commander, played a critical role in securing President Moi and quelling the attempted coup.
In 1982, I was posted to the Air Force. I was then at the rank of Major. I was promoted to a Lieutenant Colonel and was in charge of personnel.
Before cockcrow on the fateful August 1st, General Lazarus received a call from his late brother Elijah Sumbeyo, who was then the presidential escort commander.
So at 5 o'clock in the morning he rang. And you know, that time there were no mobiles. We were using telephone. So I picked the phone and he said, "Are you still sleeping?" I said, "Yes, I'm still sleeping." He says, "No, don't sleep. The government has gone." I said, "Gone with who?"
General Lazarus then took off for State House immediately, together with 6 armed military soldiers.
I went to Cabernet, to the State House first, and then to Kabarak. And at Kabarak, I found Mzee very agitated.
When he got there, he immediately asked to communicate with the police headquarters, a thing that did not happen.
They say Nanyuki is not friendly. So I told Mzee, let's get out of this house. We can be bombed. He said, "No, I can I'll die in my house."
Mzee Moi refused to leave his State House aboard, but eventually convincing and relocating the president in 3 civilian cars with presidential escorts armed to the tooth.
My idea at that time was to connect with the military because they have a system of radios that used to join. We could join into any communication system. But unfortunately, one of the vehicles, the relay system, had an accident in Timboroa. And so we could not we could not relate.
The army eventually neutralized the coup and the president was taken to State House, Nairobi, where a presidential address had been planned for the President Moi to assure the country he was in charge.
Nataka niseme kwamba yale yaliyotokea leo asubuhi kwa muda mfupi iliyoletea wananchi wasiwasi mwingi sasa imeangamizwa na jeshi letu la nchi kavu na polisi.
From 1997 to 1999, Sumbeyo served as special envoy to IGAD for the Sudan peace process.
I want us to be patient. The parties have promised us that they will sign it today. I knew a little bit of what was going on. So in 1997, out of the blue, the late President Moi appoints me an ambassador and a special envoy. Not retired from the military, but given this job of carrying out mediation for the Sudanese.
General Lazaro Sumbeyo was the chief mediator of the Naivasha peace process, which sought to resolve the war between the Sudanese government and the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. In July 2002, he led the warring parties into signing the Machakos Protocol, a groundbreaking agreement on the difficult issues of self-determination for the South and separation of religion and state.
Put in a lot of nights without sleep and going to lengths to ensure that the people of that country got peace.
Lieutenant General retired Sumbeyo joined the Kenya Army in 1967 as a cadet officer.
My father had always wanted one of his sons to be in the army. Because my father himself was in the army in 1922 to 1934. And he wanted a son to feel how the army is.
Sumbeyo attended the prestigious Royal Military Academy Sandhurst and rose through the ranks to become the commander of the Kenya Army in 2000.
In 1999, I went to do my master's in international relations in Royal College of Defense Studies. When I came back to the army, I found a very different army, an army that had already deteriorated in discipline. They had lost touch with training, and so I had to think of how to revive this army.
At the time of his appointment, the armed forces was in the flux of changes initiated by the then Chief of General Forces, General Daudi Tonje.
By the time I left the army, it had trained. The army had proper equipment, had proper uniforms, and that's what the soldier is. And discipline had returned.
In addition to purpose and confidence, Sumbeyo brought another critical factor with him as army commander. He brought the army back to basics.
Soldiers were in tatters. They were not the uniform they were wearing. Were torn and of low quality. And the boots were wearing were coming off, the heels were coming off. So nobody was serious about proper equipment.
Lieutenant General Sumbeyo was, in addition to being feared, deeply respected. Hence, he was referred to as ZT or Zulu Tango, meaning zero tolerance.
You must have heard the stories about the army, because when I was in the army, I had a nickname called Zulu Tango, zero tolerance. Officers in the army can attest that I think I made a difference. There was reform, total reform in the army.
Reporting for KBC from Lavington in Nairobi County, Amnesty Imano.
Female genital mutilation is one practice, just in various parts of this country, different counties, with prevalence being in places such as Kisii, Embu, Meru, Taita Taveta, and even Kuria.
Tunataka kuheshimu mila zetu. Lakini ndio tuweze kuheshimu mila zetu, lazima pia tukae na tuseme zile mila ambazo zaumiza watoto wetu tuachane nazo, lakini zile mila ambazo ni za manufaa kwa watoto wetu tuendelee nazo.
The government has also made various strides with the notion of wanting to stop this practice by 2022.
When you instructed us with the Shebesh that the target of 2022 to have 0 cases of FGM is your plan, and we are trying to execute it, but Your Excellency, this cannot be done alone. First, let me thank the elders, because when they signed the declaration in the State House about 2 years ago, that was one of the new things that we, as an intervention, because fighting FGM requires several interventions. One of the intervention is where we brought in elders because they are the decision makers.
In this documentary, we learn about.
Nilisema nataka kukeketwa.
Alishika hiyo maneno kutoka kwa nyanya yake, akaja naye kutuambia ati yeye nataka.
Tulienda tukakeketa msichana mmoja, akamblindi. We sensitized them about the dangers of FGM.
And now, I'm in Tharaka Nithi County to find out if the government interventions are bearing fruits.
Kaire ntige tonga ananka gerero ngabana kaya akandinga mukono ntige tonga ewa kwa mware enwa mugambo ntowe.
I got an appointment with Fides Kithinji, a reformed ex-cutter who practiced FGM for decades. She underwent the cut.
Wakati nilitaidiwa nikiwa mkubwa, sababu si hakuna kampuni. Unajua hii ni kampuni yako sasa. Sasa unaona wewe ukiacha huyu akitairiwa na huyu atairiwe na huyu mwingine, wewe huwezi waachwa peke yake. Sasa unakosa kampuni. Unajua kampuni. Sasa hiyo ndio inaniwezesha nitairiwe, sababu hakuna mtu tunakaa na yeye. Nitakuwa peke yangu.
According to Fides, it was more of a ceremony than an event.
Sasa wakati huu ni wakati wa ule mtani. Ile mwenye kutairi anavaa hivi. Hata ukimwona na njia unajua yeye ni mwenye kutairi. Hata mwenye kutairiwa akiniona anajua ndio ule mtaani. Anaitwa mtaani. Sasa zamani mwenye kutairi alikuwa anaenda akiwa anaimbiwa. Anaimba. Sasa akienda pale ataingia pole na msisana naye hapa ndio mwenye kutairiwa atatokea. Na hii mlango amalisio mambo yake na mimi nitakuwa pale nje. Sasa hii inaitwa ovia mtani. Na hii ni nkio ya mtani. Hii mti inaitwa lamara. Yaani ile pimbo ya mtani. Ukienda kusukua mtani, kama mtu anikujia hapa, kama unatumano kama vile vijana. Kijana kama ule anakuja ananiambia tunataka uende ukatairie kwetu. Sasa leta ile pesa unakuja naye ili niweze kutoka. Kiniasia 1,000. Sasa nitampea hii. Ona, ataenda naye akijua mtani akienda atapelekea yule mwenye kutairiwa, mwambie ukiona hii ujua hakuna utabadilika, hata ukikataa tunakushika kwa nguvu.
Poverty made Fides to become a cutter.
Sasa nikaona wacha nione kama nikitairi nitasapata pesa. Sasa nikaanja hapo nikafuatilia wale walikuwa na barua. Wajua huku kutairi zamani ilikuwa ukienda kutairi na unaenda unapea chibu pesa. Unakupatia barua unaenda kutairi na. Sasa ukiwa unapata ile barua utaenda hivyo, utakuwa ukienda bila amuke. Asubuhi saa 12 umetairi.
Umemaliza
na unapewa kitu.
For one to qualify as a cutter, one had to cut at least 10 young ladies.
Wajua, ulikuwa unatairi kisirisiri, hakuna mtu anajua kama unatairi. Unaenda, unatairi, unakujua unatairi, unarundi. Sasa, ukirundi vile, wajua ni kama vile unapewa mtihani unapita. Sasa ukipita, ukikuwa na watu 10 wako, sasa hiyo ndio kama unafunuliwa. Unapatiana ile sakura, wanakura alafu wanakuambia sasa wewe endelea kabisa. Ni kama vile unafanya mtihani wa form 4. Kama ukapita uende university.
Later on the day, I received a call from Sarah Karimi from Kirimangare village, Kanjuki sublocation. She is one of the few women who voluntarily went for the cut.
Nilisema nataka kukeketwa. Ukeketaji ulikuwa mwingi na ilikuwa ni passion. So kama hujakeketwa hauna kampani.
Mtu anakaa for how long yarudi kwa sawa kabisa ile mpaka anaweza toka aende nje atembee aendelee na shughuli zake kwa kawaida?
Utakaa mwezi.
Na hiyo mwezi kwa nyumba ni mambo gani ambayo unafanyiwa? Kama ile kuappreciate. So umetoka from one stage to another stage.
Kiutamaduni kuna mambo mingi walikuwa wanafanya. Utaletwa watu hata kwa kuchape. Uko na kindonda na utachapwa. Utaambua kama ni mambo ya kuheshimu mama mwenye amekuwa supporter wako. Utaambua mambo ya kama unapita njiani ukutane na wazazi wako, unapaa wewe unaingia kwa kichaka, wanapita. Upusi mwingi.
Peer pressure also pushed her to go for the cut.
Wakati niko darasani nilikuwa na stress. Sababu naona wenzangu wameenda kuolewa. Kama rafiki yangu nakumbuka kuna mmoja aliolewa tu vile tu sasa tulirudi mashuleni. Yeye akakuwa tayari alikuwa na boyfriend, lakini sasa vile amepita hiyo section sasa amekuwa sawa. So akakuwa ameolewa, kuna mtoto. Bado mimi hata sijamaliza class 8. Bado naendelea na masomo. So nilikuwa naona ni stress kubwa.
Simon Jaging Kathu is a community leader in Kirimangare village.
Wanajaribu kuendelea ama kuendesha ile utamaduni wao. Hiyo kazi mimi sitaifanya. Maana niliona haina kitu ama haina faida yoyote kwangu. Na kama mtu akija kwangu kuniambia ati nataka barua, uende unishukulia barua kwa chief ama kwa assistant chief ili nipate nafasi ya kukeketa msichana wangu. Hiyo kitu mimi nakataa. Na tena hiyo kama akiendelea na hiyo kazi na nikipata huyo msichana amekeketwa, mimi napiga ripoti kwa authority, alafu majukumu nashukuliwa na serikali. Kusema kweli mimi sioni kama kuna kitu ambayo kiko muhimu sana kwa kukeketa msichana, mbali ni hasara tupu.
A few meters away, I met Grace Josephat, a reformed ex-cutter who practiced FGM for over 10 years.
Kuanzia 1979 tukaenda mpaka hata mimi akanifundisha kukeketa. Akitengenezewa pombe akikunywa akalewa, ananiambia sasa nilikufundisha saa hii ni wewe utafanya hii kazi. Tulienda tukakeketa msichana mmoja akamblindi kwa damu kwa wingi. Nikaangalia nikaona na hii ni maneno ya kufungwa. Nikafikiria, nikaanza kutetemeka. Nikaona hii maneno hii serikali ikijua tutapungwa. Mimi nikaolewa na pastor. Nikiolewa na pastor akaniambia sasa hii maneno sitakubaliana na hii maneno. Hata nikiwa mimi na keketa nilikuwa naona ni maneno sio mzuri
Government interventions to stop FGM has attracted support from non-governmental organizations. We met Faith, Regional Director, Plan International, based in Tharaka Nithi County.
A lot of progress has been achieved towards eradication of the practice, with a lot of emphasis on working with locals, mainly the role models, women and men that are in support of ending the practice, women that have progressed well in their career and have not gone through FGM, and others that have gone through FGM are career women but are against the practice and have been able to stop the practice in their own families. So those are the people that we've been working with. There are a lot of awareness campaigns that have been held at the community level. A lot of government structures have also been supported, especially strengthening the court users committees, working with the area advisory councils, training the police officers, mainly to ensure that they understand the need for issues of child protection, because FGM falls under violation of children's rights as well as a form of gender-based violence. So as much as there is that much that the organization has done in reducing the practice from 58% in 2014 to 48% as at last year, a lot more needs to be done now that comparing the prevalence in Tharaka Nithi County and the national prevalence of 21%, we are way above the national average with around 27%. A lot more needs to be done in eradicating the practice, which is quite deep-rooted. And as much as the government is committed to ending the practice in 2022, there is quite some good trial in terms of the government agencies supporting the presidential directive, but there is a lot more that needs to be done by everyone to ensure that the practice is eradicated in 2022.
Some children were actually rescued by Plan International, them that were to undergo the cut, and then they picked them. Those are the girls that they hold seminars for, they sensitize them about the dangers of FGM as a woman, as a girl, and even to the education sector. It's dangerous to them. We've held so many seminars and we've taught well about it, and for sure a large percentage is now in schools as a result of those seminars.
If you compare FGM prevalence, especially across the county, areas where the literacy levels are very high, people have gone to school, people are in church, people are not poor, the FGM levels are very low. But where the poverty levels are high, there are high levels of illiteracy, then FGM is high. So if we fight poverty, then it will definitely address issues of FGM, because parents will have, they will be financially stable. They can be able to take their children through schools. There is that level of exposure that comes up with the improved level standards of living. There is that interaction with the outside world that brings in the natural transformation from embracing the cultural practices that are retrogressive to encouraging education, to encouraging support of education and hence eradication of FGM in an area.
My visit to Tharaka Nithi County left me with hope. A hope that come 2022, FGM prevalence will be zero. A hope that girls will be given equal opportunity in the society. I will visit Tharaka again.
Despite the development of kitchenware, cookware using modern technology, the art of pottery is still gaining popularity. This week on The Process, we focus on the art of pottery.
So this is malleable clay that we've brought all the way from Kitengela to here.
First things first, malleable clay, meaning foldable, is acquired.
So we take the clay through a process, we sieve it, get some very nice slip which doesn't have any impurities like sand or any roots, and then we dry it on our ceramic beds and get very malleable clay. So we cut clay using a wire cutter.
To mold a piece, the clay is cut into the required size and then transferred to the potter's wheel.
To remove off all the air bubbles.
While at the wheel, it is wedged to remove all the air bubbles. After that, it is then put on the potter's wheel through a process called throwing, where it is then dampened to reduce friction before centering of the clay commences. Centering of the clay requires the clay to be pulled up and down.
Or center the clay by even adding water just to reduce friction. We pull up the walls, open the piece, pull up the walls, and then we get the desired shape that we want. And by doing this, the clay is centered.
Lines are then drawn on the clay to establish that the clay is centered and opened up by putting a hole at the center.
So all the lines were well centered. So right now I'm opening the piece. So I put pressure using one of my fingers. I do a hole at the center and then I pull out the clay.
It is then removed from the potter's wheel using a clean wire cutter and allowed to dry.
The bottom is not very heavy, so I'll just trim it.
Trimming then takes place so as to acquire the desired shape and weight.
Trim the pieces so that we can get the desired shape as well as the desired weight. We don't want very heavy pieces or a little bit of faulty pieces, either on the rims or even on the final piece.
The pieces then undergo a drying process by letting them sit out.
So we take the pieces through drying, and which is a very natural way of drying. So depending with the size of the piece, the smaller they are, they take a shorter time. The bigger they are, they take a longer time. So we leave them out, and at times we have to slow down the process of drying by covering them up with polythene. But that is for the very big pieces when you don't want them to develop cracks. So I'm going to arrange these pieces in our kiln.
After letting them sit out, the pieces are traversed to the electric kiln where they're fired up. After placing the pieces in the electric kiln, the pieces undergo a process known as water smoking.
I'll leave the kiln open just slightly at the top, and also the plugs will be open just to allow any moisture to come out, and that is called water smoking.
After 12 hours, the fired up pieces are removed from the kiln. After the pieces are hardened by heat, they're now referred to as ceramic or bisque. The bisqueware then undergoes glazing, which involves the use of metal oxides to paint, dip or spray the pieces. After glazing, the pieces are then returned to the electric kiln and heat up so as to achieve the final product.
Very safe metal oxides. So we either dip, we spray, or repaint the pieces. And then we get our glazed pieces like this. This is a glazed piece, which we are going now to return back to the kiln. Fire it for like 12 hours at a higher temperature of 1100 degrees Celsius, and now get the final products.
The final products are now ready for market. Jackie Wambiru, The Process.
kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawa kumadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down. Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje ndani. I see. Put him down.
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Beyond this control, Makuapa, how can you say kneeling down and lifting your hands in the air and saying, I am sorry 10 times is beyond this control?
You want fake money, utanjipata pambaya.
Wait, come in. Who told you it's fake? You know I don't deal with fake money. Then wait for your suspension letter at the principal's office.
Suspension for just saying I don't like the student leadership. FIFA! Kinyaji tuache kulia ama tuendelee.
Is the leading exporter of Black City in the world. However, due to price volatility, diversification has been embraced in the tea sector, with processors investing in orthodox, purple and green teas because of higher returns.
Before one takes a sip of golden tea, a long and tedious process is involved. But before we get to the tea making process, it is important to note that there are different types of tea. Our focus is on the making of orthodox tea, which basically refers to loose leaf tea produced using traditional methods, hence the name orthodox.
Orthodox tea is a way of processing tea. There are many ways of processing tea. But in orthodox tea, that leaf is rolled. We use a rolling machine and not a cutting machine.
In a nutshell, it involves plucking, withering, rolling, oxidation or fermentation, and drying. In Mathioya, Murang'a County, to commence the process, plucking, also referred to as tea harvesting, is done by hand, especially among smallholders, or the use of machinery is employed. In this region, hand picking is preferred to mechanization.
There are machines that will only be applicable on areas where the terrain is ideal. Otherwise, where it is very steep, we will still, of course, be working on hand picking.
Tea harvesting involves the removal of the tender growing shoots from the surface of the bush, and producers can choose between fine and coarse plucking.
For 2 leaves and a bud, and a soft one, because that will give a better quality at the factory. Now, the process of picking is to remove the shoots before it gets too long. And ideally is because when you remove the good shoots, a bud develops to become another shoot. So if you let your tea overgrow, you'll be wasting in that you cannot sell this bit here.
From the tea plantations, we head to Central Highlands Kiriti factory, where tea leaves are received at the tea collection center. Freshly harvested tea leaves are transported to the factory in open lorries to ensure aeration in order to retain the color and freshness of the leaves. Here the quality of the green leaf is checked, sampling of each bag, foreign matters are removed, and loads of 10 bags are weighed and conveyed to the withering section. The leaves then undergo the withering process, which involves spreading the leaves thinly on troughs or wire netting, which allows free access to air. There are two types of withering: open withering and closed withering. The open type of withering is the natural way of extracting moisture from the leaves. The average length of time for withering is 18 to 20 hours, where troughs are used. In modern trough withering system, 16 to 18 hours is the duration of wither with normal ambient air. In rainy season, to improve the surface moisture, heaters are used along with fans for 2 hours.
Once we spread the leaf, we open it, we blow in air from. Depending on the prevailing weather, we can use warm air or just natural air.
After achieving satisfactory wither, the leaf is ready for rolling. The machine twists the leaf, breaks it up, and expresses the juice, substrates, and enzymes.
What we do here, we separate, we open up those balls to expose the leaf further to the air.
Fermentation then takes place. Sifted leaves are spread out in thin layers on perforated aluminium trays in order to continue the oxidative process. The sifted leaves are transferred into the oxidation chamber for 5 hours. Here the leaf changes color and turns into a dark coppery tone. Typical aroma develops at this stage.
After 5 hours, we take it to the drying area for drying or reducing now the moisture. The fermentation, we control 3 things: relative humidity, we control the temperatures, and we also control the type. We set temperatures depending on the type of tea, the amount of moisture before we took it in, also depending on the ambience.
After fermentation, drying takes place. The dryer is preheated at 150 degrees Celsius. Here moisture, enzymes, and microbials are reduced.
The first intention is to arrest the enzymes or to stop the oxidation process. That is why we preheat the dryer before the tea goes to the dryer. We preheat it to 150 degrees. When the tea gets into that hot plate, the enzymes are destroyed, so you stop the oxidation process. Another thing is to destroy any microorganisms within the tea itself. We don't wash the leaf when it comes, we just start processing it. But at 150 degrees, there is no microbial that is going to survive.
Every hour, a moisture content, among other tests, are carried out. Grading is carried out on mechanically oscillated sieves, similar to those used in green leaf stage and fitted with meshes of appropriate size.
By looking at the leaf, I'll tell whether it has been well graded, whether it has been properly fired, whether it has been properly rolled. Because the cup is white, I should see the color of the liquor remaining on the cup. So that will tell me the thickness. So I'll atomize the tea within the mouth. So the reason I'll pull that like that, it is to get the flavor of the tea in the mouth. I also pull it to taste with all my taste buds.
Finished grades are then stored appropriately.
And this is how we do it. We package it, each grain in its own packet. The weight per bag vary per grain, but it's between 35 kilos to 65 kilos for our kind of teas. So we package it, and this is how now we get the tea to the market.
Reporting for The Process, I'm Jackie Wambiro.
It is commonplace to have household items, vehicles, or even homes go under the hammer. But certainly not so for aircrafts. November 17, 2021, at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
90,115, bidder number 3. Bidder number 3, 115.
It is auction day.
416.
And they are all here, ready to fly back home, literally speaking. This following a Kenya Airports Authority notice to auction 73 junk aircrafts spread across Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Moi International Airport Mombasa, Wilson Airport, and Lokichogio Airstrip. Big and small planes, all with varying wear and tear. But why would anyone want to buy a junk plane?
276. 276 for the first time. 276 for the second time.
And here comes the hour.
95 bidder number 2. 97. 197. 198.
At the end, the winners celebrate.
Mine I want to take for tutorial purposes. I would want the upcoming engineers and pilots to benefit from the same, so I'll keep it for that purpose.
And every auction provides indirect opportunities.
We are representing our client just to observe the process, to find out if there are any other airlines which would need support in terms of legal services and regulatory services.
I've been successful. We have purchased 3 of them. One jet, another one cargo, another one for local flights. The cargo one is for business, the other one for personal use. The jet one is going to be for personal use.
According to the Kenya Airports Authority, the planes are being auctioned because they are out of air service and they are occupying space that is meant for air traffic services and ground handling services, which breaches safety and efficiency of aircraft operations. Out of the 17 planes on sale at Jomo Kenyatta Airport, 13 were bought. The owners, through Gazette notice, were expected to clear any outstanding bills and reposition their aircrafts appropriately. Those being auctioned have not complied with that notice, and thus aircraft not airworthy. This isn't the first time that Kenya has tried to clear away unwanted aircraft. Flashback 2 years ago. A similar auction was held in 2019 where the Kenya Airports Authority auctioned off 7 aircraft among 12 planes abandoned by owners. 4 days ago, we followed up on one such plane and find it at Kitengela's Club 034. Speak to the club manager.
We brought up this plan so that maybe we come up with something new. At least we have something new, maybe in Kenya, or I can say East Africa. It's a restaurant.
Tell us about that.
Stroke club.
While it is unlikely that any of these aircrafts auctioned here will ever fly again, this is a bargain that the buyers are willing to take. Reporting for KBC at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Nairobi County, I'm Nisi Imano.
All right, good morning and welcome back. Now let's talk about women and politics, women who shape the political scene and leadership of this country. We are still heading there. We have got a number of them who made it to the gubernatorial seats, and as a country we still need to do more and even better. But another lady who is also making her second comeback to the National Assembly is Elsie Muhanda, who is the woman representative, or call her member of parliament, Kakamega County, and she's here with me in studio. Congratulations. Let me start with that.
Thank you very much, Victor.
And welcome to our studios.
Yes.
How was the campaigns?
First of all, I want to thank the people of Kakamega.
Yes.
For believing in me. You know, all times, Victor, they say the second time is not as easy as the first one. So I just want to thank them, and I want to tell them that I will work for them the way I worked for them. And I want to say that my campaigns were not difficult. Why I would say so is because I had done my work. So I just campaigned in a relaxed way. In fact, I'll tell you, I put on 8 kilos. And people...
During campaigns?
Yes. And you know, people lose weight.
Yes.
Because I was relaxed and I was confident, because when I came in, I'll tell you, one of the MPs who was doing the second term, I asked them, Siri ya urembo ni nini? And the MP told me, when you come in, start working from the beginning. But if you wait for the next 2-3 years, the public make their opinion.
Yes.
In the first 2 years, the public have made their opinion whether they are going to vote you or not. So I took that MP's advice and I worked for the people. So I think it wasn't so hard. So the people of Kakamega believed in me and they voted for me unanimously. I got over 300,000 votes.
That's a huge number.
Yes, and those who followed me got less than 100. They got, one got 67, another one 64.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's now back to work on a second term. I believe there's a lot of projects that you started as a woman rep in your first term, and now the people of Kakamega again have given another chance to have the reins of power in second term. Perhaps let's just go back. What are some of the hits and misses in the first term in your office?
Thank you very much. One of the hits, I took boreholes as a flagship project.
Yes.
I said I must have 60 boreholes in Kakamega County. And you know, our funding for women rep is not a huge fund. So I struggled very much and finished the 60 boreholes. I went to the Lake Victoria North. I went to the Ministry of Water. It wasn't easy because I committed, but my funding could not have finished the 60 boreholes. But fortunately, I did finish the boreholes. And you know, when you do boreholes, there are certain constituencies like Lugari where the terrain is so bad. So when you don't get it right, of course, the people are not happy that you didn't finish those boreholes. So I had to redo, and that costed quite some money. So I'm happy about the flagship project of boreholes. And equally, you know, as a woman rep, we don't get a lot of money, but our money is meant for affirmative action in the society. So one of what I'm proud of is the girl child. You know, the rate of pregnancy in Kakamega is very high.
Yeah.
So I decided that this girl has to go back to school.
Mm-hmm.
And I've managed to take back these girls to school. Some of them are even in university. So I'm happy that I'm here because I can now walk with them the journey past university.
Yeah.
So that is one of my flagship programs, which I'm very happy about. And another one is giving seed and fertilizer to the poor people. You know, Governor Oparanya has a program of Mbegu na Mbolea subsidized to the people of Kakamega.
And because Kakamega is quite a productive, you know, county, so to speak.
Yes.
Yes.
And me as Mama County, I was looking in affirmative action, the one that has that point, a small piece of land, they can't even afford that fertilizer that is subsidized and the seed. So that is one program I was very happy to see Wananchi showing me, Mama County, from this bag of seed, I harvested 5 bags of maize. So that is one of the flagship programs that I'm very, very happy about. But on a low level, I feel for the girl child because as women rep, we wanted to give sanitary to all schools.
Yeah.
But then the program was taken to Ministry of Education. So as a woman, I'm here, I want to help, but I can't help all schools. I can only help a few schools. Yet I would want every girl to go to school, not to miss school because they lack sanitary or to use crude things that for sanitary. You know, they're in the village, they take they take all sorts of things. Yeah. So I wish the girl can get sanitary. So I feel so bad. I do this program, but I can't get to all the girls.
2022 was an interesting year. When you talk about, you know, the politics that dotted the countries, it's called the transition kind of politics and campaigns. We are getting to the new regime altogether. And we've seen an upsurge of women leaders getting different positions. You must be so happy as a woman representative.
Yes, I'm very proud of what I've seen across the divide.
Yes.
You know, as a woman, I shouldn't be looking that this lady is from Kenya Kwanza or this lady is from Azimio. But I'm very happy that now we have 7 governors.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Up from 3.
Yes, up from 3. We have Gladys Wanga, and I think 2 of them are women reps because we have Gladys Wanga, Homa Bay, we have Mwangaza in Meru.
Wavinya Ndeti across the county here, Machakos.
Yes, Wavinya Ndeti.
We have Nakuru.
We have Nakuru.
Yes.
And we are happy. We have Ses, Mbarire, and the like. So we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. And I just hope that Kakamega, you know, Kakamega, in our conservativeness, we have never had a woman MP, even an MP.
And this now poses a challenge even to you.
Yes.
All right?
Yes. So I think women, we are getting into better and better place. And I want to thank you men for supporting us women.
And that is why this takes me to the next question, because the issue of affirmative action and the 2/3 gender rule, it has been stuck all through.
Yes.
I know there's a lot of bills still pending in Parliament which have not been enacted.
Yes.
So why don't you just do away with the 2/3 gender rule pending in Parliament, and then, okay, women can make it. Now you can throw yourselves in the arena and fight it with your fellow men in the political arena as well.
I think it's a bit too early because if I look at my county assembly, we have only 3 women out of the 60. And equally, I feel that me as a woman rep, this seat of women rep has helped grow women. You see now, women are growing to be governors.
Yes.
So I feel, let us continue a little bit. Yes, I think it's a bit too early.
When you talk about funding, and that is the biggest issue, even before people went for an election, the High Court ruled that the CDF fund was null and void and it was unconstitutional.
Yes.
I don't know whether it is going to be first order of business once they're sworn in. I have no idea. But what is the current figures given to the women representative?
Currently, as a woman rep, we get 7 million per constituency per year. Unlike an MP who gets 130 million and then probably gets more for roads. So MPs will end up with about 150 something if you add the money for the roads. But when the woman rep gets the 7 million, 1 million stays at the headquarters for administration, and the another million is for administrative purposes and the like. So you end up like 5 million per constituency. So like me in Kakamega County, that is about 60 million to do all your programs, to do affirmative action on education, because me as Mama County, I'm proud of I have Eagle Scholars, I have orphans I've taken back, the ones who did very well. I'm taking care of them. They got A-, they were stuck at home there from very poor families. I've taken them back to school. I feel CDF should not be scrapped. I feel affirmative action should not be scrapped. Why I say so is that if we go back to the dark days of the Moi era, Harambes were too much, and equally, this money was given according to who voted where. But now, CDF goes to everybody, whether you are in opposition or you are in government. Even these governors, I think that was a big step, because now money comes. Nobody can say that if you are in opposition, you will not get money. We have 48 distinct governments, which is a really good thing. And I think we should continue with CDF. I look at members of parliament in Kakamega County. Most of them have come back. Because of that CDF, they have built good buildings, the schools there. And equally, I admire, like in Kakamega, I admire my MP for Huisero, because he has even a feeding program for the children.
Is that Honorable Seka?
Yes.
All right.
Because you know, when you go to the village at lunchtime, children are coming from school. They have nothing to eat. You can see their stomachs, they are very hungry. But he has made sure that the children get maize and beans, at least a cup. That makes them even go to school. So I think an MP with nothing is not going to help.
But again, much as you are, drumming up support for the reintroduction of the CDF, but the Office of the Auditor General, pointed a bit of some sticky fingers in terms of the management of that fund.
Yes.
Some are being lost through corruption and, being used for unplanned projects. What should you talk about that?
I think what we should do is that we should have those funds, but then we should have close scrutiny.
Yes.
I think we should put legislation that guides the funds, because I know of cases where I've heard of even an MP taking the bursary money and using for something else, and not giving the members of the public. But you see, if you look at the good, let us always, many times we look at the bad part.
Just look at the bad side of everything.
Yes, right. But if we look at the good side, this money has really assisted. And also, if you look at us as members of parliament, on a normal day, when you wake up, at your gate, there are so many members of the public asking for school fees, so many members of the public asking for hospital bills and the like. So, when they ask for school fees and you have the CDF, at least you have resources to help your people. But without that, it's going to be very hard.
Because I would imagine that once they're sworn in, the first order of business in Parliament will be that. Because the way you correctly put it, there's a lot of projects and programs, and people have got individual issues and problems to talk about during their daily lives in the counties. But then the pending elections in the county of Kakamega and Mombasa, and 2 wards and 2 constituencies, a lot of questions were raised on why this did happen. What would you say about that?
First of all, we received that news with a lot of pain.
Yes.
And shock. And we were just saying, Chebukati, we can't breathe. Because it cannot have been a coincidence that Kakamega County where the deputy party leader of Raila Amolo Odinga comes from, and Mombasa County, where Governor Joe, who is also a deputy party leader. How could it be that these were the two counties where we could not do election? In fact, that is where we started seeing mischief in Chebukati. Because we know very well that people were paid hefty money to go and verify. How it can be that the inside is correct but the top is not correct? We already smelled a rat, and it was very painful even to members of the public, and I really feel for these governors because you know campaigning is very expensive.
Yes.
And really, if you have to continue campaigning after that and you are stopped at that time, you know, when we are having a national election, Victor, people come from Nairobi. I met most of my friends that come home to campaign and to vote. But now that denied them the chance. In fact, they were telling me, oh my God, we are not going to get permission to go back to vote. We are also not going to have resources to go back to vote. So the people of Kakamega and Mombasa have been denied a chance. And then to add insult to injury, when they had been given another date, again Chebukati just comes, and we are told there were other forces. He cannot prove that, but it was said that other forces told him, Chebukati, stop, put another date so that we can continue, you know, our monkey business, and then we set another date later, you know, trying to control us. So it was very painful for us, but I want to urge the people of Kakamega and Mombasa, let us not give up.
What was the voter turnout like during the last election, 9th of August?
There was actually voter apathy caused by this. If you compare the turnout of August 9 and 2017, Governor Oparanya's figures showed us that this time it was about 60-something%. But in 2017, the voter turnout was over 75%. So you see, this affected the voters. And that is what we were saying. It was like a calculated move by Chebukati to suppress the voter in Kakamega and to suppress the voter in Mombasa. And he managed for a bit, but he did not manage to make his candidates win. In Kakamega, Raila Amolo Odinga won clean. In Kakamega, we have 10 MPs out of 12. In Azimio, 9 are ODM and 1 is DAP. So that is 11, and me as a women rep. So we have 11. And MCS, we have 60 wards. We have gotten in Azimio 48. We have election going to happen in Mumias West, and we are confident that that one is also an Azimio zone. We are going to get another seat. So Kakamega, I will say, is an Azimio zone.
Okay. All right. Based on what you've said, clearly the people of Kakamega voted Azimio. But then the issue of primary health care, Mheshimiwa, the primary health care in Kakamega is wanting. With all the 12 sub-counties, the constituency in Kakamega County, a majority of people do not get the primary health care, even at the lowest point of the counties. What did you attribute this to?
I don't know whether we can say they don't get, because under Oparanya's government, we have community health workers, because you see, that is some community health workers are very key in primary health care, because they assist at the lower level. And I'll say Kakamega is one of the counties which has community health workers. And they have they actually earn some money from the county. So I'll say we are actually trying with that. And as you know, on the other level, we have the Kakamega Referral Hospital, which is underway. And
it has told that that's worry you.
Yes, but gladly I've heard there's an investor who is interested to take it up, which is...
Did it have to be an investor coming in, or it should be a county government affair? Because let's look at the western side, Kenya, the block itself. A majority of people would travel, pass through the office just right in front of the Kakamega office, heading to MTRH in Eldoret.
Yes. It cannot be complete just for the county. Because if you look at Eldoret referral, it was funded from the national government.
Yes.
But because we have been in opposition, we did not get funding from the national government, the way the referral was built. So we need help. And I want to thank Oparanya for that initiative.
Yes.
But he just wants a boost from the national government so that we can, and also plus the investor. So that at least our people don't have to go all the way to Eldoret. They can get that particular hub, can get services from Kakamega.
Mheshimiwa, there was some cost that the seat of the woman representative was supposed to be scrapped. I don't know, what is your take? Do you think it should still be scrapped off completely or should remain?
Personally, I look at this seat as a training for women to help the two-third agenda, and it was brought because of that. And I think it has its clause, if we follow the way it was presented. The last women reps should be elected 2027 because it had a 20-year window.
Yes.
Personally, I feel this seat has helped nurture women because out of this seat, now we have women MPs. Even now, some of my colleagues are going to be MPs. Talk about Rosa Abuyu is going to be a women MP. Even Lamu, we have Rueda. Captain Rueda has moved on to be an MP. So I feel it's a good ground. And even me as a women rep, I know it doesn't have a limit. But I think having done twice, it should also nurture me to other...
to the next
move
level.
on to the next, and I leave it for another woman so that another woman can also use it to step up. Because you know the problem with women, Victor, and politics. Most of the challenges, like in Kakamega, is traditions. But since the people of Kakamega have now seen me as a leader, I'm sure they can elect me as an MP or any other seat.
Yes.
Yes, and another problem that women have is funding. You find that women don't have land, they don't have title deeds to take loans. So you find funding is a limiting factor to women. So this one is a good playing ground for women to grow and spring up to other heights.
Okay. Do you have a supplementary budget, maybe from the revenue collection from the county? Kakamega gets one of the biggest lion's share after Nairobi, almost 19-18 billion shillings annually, if I get it right.
They get 15, but they're going to get 18.
18.
Yes.
That is an improvement. What would be your short, medium plan in terms of development as woman representative?
As in the governor's budget or mine? You know,
your
now,
budget.
My
yes,
5 million.
Before I get to the county revenue.
Yes, for me, what is important, I think people voted me back because they liked my programs. So what is key first? Short term, I must go back to the people and do public participation before I decide, because they're the ones who gave me the seat. They decide for me if they want me to continue with the seats, which they have already told me during the campaign, they want to continue. They even wish there was more money so that I can help more people. They just said that those who got, let others get. That's what they were telling me. Let everybody feel, as much as it is not so much money. So short term, I'll go back to them. And if they do approve my projects, like the seed one, like the girl child, like the orphan, which I think they will support, like helping groups, empowerment of groups. And also there is a good program that I do. You see, we have this group of people, Victor, who got D+, and who are desperate in the society. So I decided to take them to NITA so that they can be
as well.
Self-employed.
Yes.
And after that, you empower them. So one of my short term, which I'm going to do, I have a group that has graduated. So in the short run, when we get funds, I want to give them, if there is one who did tailoring, I want to give her a sewing machine.
Yeah.
If there is one who did carpentry, I want to give them tools and some small capital so that they can be self-employed. So that is one of my short term. And short term, of course, I have to continue paying fees. Like now, I've already been alerted that my children that went to university want to be chased, so I have to write notes as I wait for funding. I want to continue with the girl child. Some are in Form 2, Form 3. I want to continue with those. And also that seed program, really. Yeah.
You have an election next week.
Yes.
What should you expect from Kakamega County, to be specific?
If I was one Cleophas Malala, I would be very worried.
Why?
Why I would be worried? Fighting in a county where 48 MCAs are fresh from an election and they are Azimio. 10 MPs are Azimio and they are now going to hold their territories. They are fresh, people are happy with them. You see, me, Mama County, I got overwhelming support. I would be a very worried person, and I think it's really an uphill task for Malala. I know he's very active. He's young. He's campaigning everywhere, but it would worry me. So I do see that the election of Monday, Azimio will carry the day. Because Fernandez Baraza has a lot of backup from all these MPs, and most of them are second term. And they are all coming to the ground, and they are all campaigning for Fernandez. But Cleophas Malala has only 2 MPs to campaign for him with a couple of MCS.
Election can go either way. We've seen a couple of MPs who've been flawed by people who are, not seasoned politicians. And for example, Governor Kiretu Murungi, we all know what happened, and a couple of governors. So the same can also happen in Kakamega County.
Correct. That's why I just said I would be worried. I'm not, I would be worried as Cleophas Malala, but all is in the hands of the voters. But when you look at Kakamega County, equally, it was a bit disappointing for Kenya Kwanza. I saw members of the public complaining that why is it that Khalwale is more senior and he has been denied governorship. And on the other hand also, when I talk to the people in Kakamega, there are quite a number saying that it is good to get Khalwale as a senator. By the way, Khalwale was voted across the divide.
Yeah, the bullfight is back.
Azimio people, just like my nephew Sakaja in Nairobi was voted by everybody. So Khalwale, they say, is best placed to check a governor who is on the opposite side and who is Fernandez Baraza. But now they say if Khalwale is a senator from Kenya Kwanza and Cleo Malala is also from Kenya Kwanza, they say they're not sure that...
You've just given me a complete scenario of why they say all politics is local.
Yes.
All right. You are getting sworn in tomorrow.
Not being sworn in. We are doing orientation.
Orientation.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow and Friday.
All right. What should we expect from you? 10 seconds?
What should
expect in the next 5 years?
Oh, the people of Kakamega.
Yes.
I just want to tell the people of Kakamega County, I just thank them for voting me back. And what they expect is that this is a woman rep who is more experienced. This is a woman rep who knows how to knock doors in Nairobi, because this money is not enough. You must look for money from other people. So they should expect that me as Elsie Muhanda, 2017 to 2022, I was like sugarcane the plant, the first one. But now, 2027 to 2022 to 27, I'm like Ken, which is Ratoon.
Yes.
You know the second plant, now you are more experienced. So they should expect more action. And in the first term, I was more active on the ground, not inside Parliament, because I went to look at the vote. But now,
you're ready.
Expect me to be ready on the floor of Bunge and also Mashinani.
Mheshimiwa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. We had a very short time. That was a quick fire kind of interview with Elsie Muhanda, woman representative. Call her MP or woman representative, Kakamega County. They are going to the ballot come next week on 29th, and she said that, all right, it will be the Azimio way. Either that will happen, the voters will decide in Kakamega County. Thank you so much for coming, and promise you'll be back on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take a break. Jen will be up next with the next segment. Good morning.
Songea tukupashe na zile ambavyo vitakupa tabasamu tosha.
Hana mapenzi wala mahaba, mtoto mbaya sana huyu.
What did you just say? Sio tamthilia tu.
And why you're saying that
Ni tamthilia tosha.
Alinishika hivi. What?
Sio burudani tu, ni burudani tosha.
It is the day that the Lord has made.
Na sinema bomba.
Kabisa kama uelewi kitu inafaa uelewe.
Na mada za kusisimua. KBC Channel 1, shirika la utangazaji Kenya.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What?
Yes. I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for
Oh
it.
no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation. Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawapo adopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down.
Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani. I see. Put him down.
Welcome back. We continue with our conversation around women and leadership and politics. And right now we also have another young lady with us on set. This segment is Women in Leadership. She is Emma Akinyi Ogola. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
She was a women rep candidate in Siaya County. Big step. Before we get to that, maybe how can our viewers find you on social media?
On social media, my personal account is Emma space Q alafu Akinyi.
All right. So if they can interact with you on that platform.
Yeah.
Good stuff. But remember, we are still using the hashtag Good Morning Kenya on Twitter. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. So let's come to your journey. I mean, you are one of the youngest candidates to have participated in this just concluded elections. And you went for the women rep position. Why this particular position?
This particular position because I have passion for women, passion for developing women, bringing development to our women, young women. Yeah, there's a lot that women go through. So I felt that I was the right person to bring that development to them.
Did you get any opposition by virtue of being a young woman?
Yeah, of course there was. Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah,
In
you
what
find
form?
that most people, whenever they see you there, they just feel like, oh, this one is just a prostitute looking for clout, chasing clout, looking for fame, and yeah, basically. But that was not the case. Of course, I was for a good cause, and just to bring development to our people.
All right.
Yeah.
So when did you get on this political journey? Because looking at the women position, it is an elective position.
Yeah.
You don't just wake up and say, today I want to vie for this particular elective post. Tell us a bit about your journey in line with politics.
In line with politics, I started politics while in campus. I was at the University of Nairobi, and I was the SecGen for WASWA. WASWA is Women's Student Welfare Association. I can say that's where I started the passion for women stuff, yeah. So that's where I started, and then after university, while I was still in campus, I registered this organization that is basically for community development. It didn't work much, it didn't perform a lot. And then after that, I joined national politics. I decided to contest for women rep positions here at county.
Okay. So why, again, looking at the many elective positions, and especially for someone who is just new in the political space and trying to venture up, why this particular women rep seat as opposed to any other elective position that maybe would be a good starting point?
I evaluated all the positions, and I felt like women rep was the best one for me. Yeah, it is still the best.
Still remains to be the best.
Yeah.
Now, you were among the 7 candidates that were contesting for this particular county women member of parliament representative seat in Siaya County.
Yeah.
And you emerged 3rd position.
Yeah.
Out of 7.
Yeah.
What was the reception when you announced your candidacy in Siaya County?
The reception was good. It was good at first, and then yeah, but most people felt I was young. Some felt I was just chasing clout. I guess those are the major challenges. And then, of course, you're being called names. Whenever they see you with these male politicians, they just feel you're a prostitute. Yeah, so... Yeah, but basically the reception was good, especially amongst the youths. And most women also embraced me. They felt like I'm their daughter. They need to have, okay, basically a daughter always takes care of the mother and the whole family. Yeah, so I can say the reception was good. And next time we'll give it, next time we're going to take it.
So you still do intend to contest for this particular same seat come 2027, or should this particular seat fall vacant?
Yeah, we'll contest in 2027. Yeah.
Now, looking at your personal journey, considering it's your first attempt at women rep position, you emerged 3rd out of 7 other candidates. You had a total of 7,447 votes, and you were vying under a Maendeleo Democratic Party ticket. Why did you choose to associate yourself with this particular party?
Well, actually, at first I was in ODM. I wanted to contest with ODM because ODM is the party
dominant
back home.
Party.
Yeah, dominant party back home. So, but by the time they were doing the nominations, I didn't have the nomination fee. I wasn't prepared. And the Maendeleo Democratic Party, I have known the party for some time. I know the party leader. is my friend, so he offered me a direct nomination ticket free of charge. That's why I went for that party. Yeah, I really wanted to contest, but then I didn't have enough cash to pay for nomination fee and such stuff by that time.
So looking at Kenyan politics and just the virtue of finances being a very huge factor when it comes to campaigning and politics, what are the aspects of the Kenyan political space and Kenyan politics that you think are a challenge for many young women who are trying to get into elective politics and just the political space as a whole?
Majorly is just finance, because you find that most people are not even ready to finance you. Some feel you're just a joker. You're just like the way I said earlier, you are clout chasing, you're just looking for men, such stuff. Yeah, and then apart from that, yeah, majorly those are the main challenges.
But looking at this concerns that the electorate are saying about what they think about young women in politics, are they grounded on anything?
Not on anything. They're just insinuations. Yeah.
And what can we do to change this narrative? Because again, we argue that the youth are not very active in politics, but also for those that are attempting to get in, they seemingly seem to have a hard time just listening to your story.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but people are changing, things are changing. Like you say, I like Rift Valley people. They are they vote for someone based on the ideas and not money. But in Sia, for instance, if you don't have money to give those people, they'll just tell you to your face that we are not voting you until you give us something. So if you don't give them something, they don't vote for you, which is so bad, because at the end of the day, these people will not bring development. They'll just go there to get back their money, the money that they used during campaigns.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk a bit about women in Siaya County. Looking that you are hoping to represent them in Parliament, what are some of the challenges that you noted are a big problem in Siaya, and particularly so targeting women and even further younger women in Siaya County?
Let me start with younger women. You find that there are ladies who dropped out of school majorly because of teenage pregnancy, lack of school fees. Maybe they are orphans, so they drop out of school, go get married, then the marriage fails, they come back, they have nothing to do. So I had good strategy to curb this. First of all, we wanted to, if I got the chance, we would have introduced mentorship in high schools and primary, so that we don't encounter this teenage pregnancy. I've done the campaign before in Coast Region while I was still in campus, and it really bore fruits. And we wanted to introduce such in Siaya so that we curb the teenage pregnancy menace. Apart from that, now these women who have dropped out of school because of school fees or pregnancies, we wanted to take them to vocational training colleges, where, because you find that most of them don't have money, the family is poor, so there's nothing they can do with their life. Yeah, so we wanted to take them to vocational training colleges where they could learn, they could study things, courses like saloon, tailoring, for boys even plumbing, yeah, such courses. And then after that, we would secure jobs for them, and some of them we would give them a starting capital for their businesses. I feel that would have helped the young women. Going to the old women, are not so old but middle-aged, you find that some of them are widows. Like for me, I was brought up by a single mom, a widow, and you find that, okay, mostly the man is always the breadwinner of the family, and when the man passes, there are a lot of challenges that these widows face. Like one, you'll find that the family of the man now, they don't even want to, the land that was allocated to the man is taken away from the woman and the children. Yeah, a lot of stuff happen. Apart from that, they don't even have an income. They have orphans to take care of. So we wanted to have some docket that that is there for those widows, so that whenever such things happen, they can go report there, and then the law takes its course. And then second, we would have some empowerment money for the widows, so that they can start some small business in order to take care of the orphans. Yeah.
All right. Now, given you had all these plans set out, should have you been elected the woman rep for Siaya County, which unfortunately did not happen, do you still intend to find ways around being involved in the youth leadership and women representation in Siaya County, or it's taking a step back to reevaluate your plans, re-strategize, and wait for 2027?
I won't really wait for 2027 because I was for a good cause. I wanted to help our people. Having been brought up in such an environment, I understand the challenges. So that's why I have an organization that is basically for community development. So as at now, I'm stabilizing, I'm trying to get people who can support our organization so that we can start the projects in Siaya. The ones that we'll manage to do, we shall do them. Yeah.
And what kind of partnerships are you hoping to get with this particular organization to, again, ultimately be for the good of the residents of Siaya?
I'm hoping to get maybe donors who can give us, like, for children in schools, who can give us, because you find that there are many children who don't have school fees. So if we can pay school fees for those children who are suffering, those orphans, if we can give them some uniform, shoes, and then for the women, the plans that I had stated earlier, if we can actualize them, yeah, we can give pads to our people. We can have some community projects that I was sharing with the people during campaigns. I had some projects that I was thinking if we could introduce them, like maybe evaluating the soil, planting some crops that can do well there. Then after that, we look for market for their products, such stuff. If that one can be possible, then we'll be a notch higher.
Okay. Now, looking at generally the Kenyan political space and the place of women, over the years we have seen more and more women being elected to, or rather winning these elective positions. And just looking at the office of the governor's office, this year we have around 7 women that, were elected as governors compared to the previous years. 2017 we had 3, 2019 we had none. But now looking at these women that are in these positions of power, considerable power, how can they change the narrative around women, leadership, and politics to ensure that we are seeing these numbers grow by the year?
Yeah, I'm so happy the numbers are growing, and I'm sure in the coming years we'll even be more than men. Yeah, we are taking up the spaces. Yeah.
So what can they do to ensure that we are actually taking up those spaces? From what you think?
From what I think, just educating people, to tell them that, hey, look, even women can do this. Women can do this better than men. Yeah, and it's happening. It's happening. Yeah.
All right. Now, still also looking at the fact that you are a young person and the youth also constitute a big part of the Kenyan population. But just looking at the voter turnout, 14 million from a total registered number of 22 million, there are 8 million that did not participate in this general election. Whether they are youth or not, we are here to get the figures in regards to the specifics. But looking at this whole question of voter apathy among the general population when it comes to voting, what are your thoughts on that?
Like where I come from, there were so many people who didn't vote in 2022, basically because of the narrative that was there. People would say that if you vote this person, he won't be announced. We are the people in power. You're going nowhere, and then you find that this person who is not voting is a darling to the person you're saying you won't announce. So they'll just sit, relax, and say, no, there's no need of me voting because my person won't be announced after all, which is not good. So next time we'll try and work with the opponents, educate the people, to show them that they have to vote.
They have to vote.
Yeah.
Now, as we close this conversation, just your closing remarks to our viewers this morning, the residents of Siaya, the 7,447 that voted for you, that believed in your campaign, your manifesto, the plans that you had for them, and also just what more they can expect from you in the capacity that you are in now, given you're not in the elective space, but you still intend to fulfill some of the intentions you had for Siaya. There's your camera right there.
My last appeal to my people of Siaya, I'd really thank you for the opportunity that you gave me so that I can share with you my vision for Siaya. Thanks for the people who voted for me. Thanks too for the people who embraced me but didn't vote me. The plans that I shared with the people, we'll still actualize them even without the position. We'll use the organization. Hopefully, if we get donors, we'll use the organization to actualize the plans, and I still mean well for you. All the best to Siaya.
All right, so how can they interact with you?
My Facebook account is Emma space Q alafu space Akinyi. The one that I was using during campaign was Siaya Women Rep 2022 Emma Akinyi.
All right. Thank you so much for coming through. We do appreciate you for, just putting yourself out there, because number one, it's not easy to put yourself on a national platform from everyone to judge you and to hold you to account. So we do appreciate you for that and for making time to be with us this morning.
Thank you.
All right. So that brings us to a close of the program. Thank you so much for being with us. We do appreciate your valued company. We do this again tomorrow right here on KBC Channel 1. This has been Good Morning Kenya. My name is Jade Wamboy Kibera. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing.
What's up, party people? They call me DJ Coljax. Now be sure to catch me live on KBC Channel 1 each and every Friday, right here on KBC Channel 1 from 10:30 p.m. and each and every Saturday from 11 p.m.
You're rocking with the best in the business. It's DJ Coljax.
As I play you nothing but the best in throwback.
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up, yeah?
Allah?
We've got to take some time off and laugh, 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 and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who. Huh?
With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Naam, hii ni Mitikasi Leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo. Tunachambua kwa nini zoezi la uchaguzi katika mataifa mengi barani Afrika ni ghali mno. Baadaye tunaangazia kwa nini mvinyo kutoka Afrika Mashariki bado haujapenya soko la kimataifa na juhudi zinazowekwa kubadilisha hali hii. Kisha mkahawa unatumia teknolojia ya kuchakata mabaki ya chakula kuwa mbolea na kutoshea mimea. Tunakujia kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Twende kazi. Na shukran na karibu katika makala yanayoangazia habari za biashara, uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano. Ni Telines Mwashigadi. Je, ni kwa nini zoezi la uchaguzi katika mataifa mengi barani Afrika ni ghali mno? Kwa mfano, serikali ya Kenya inatumia dola 17 kwa kila mpigaji kura katika uchaguzi wake wa mwaka 2022. Nigeria nayo inatarajiwa kutumia dola 9 kwa kila mpigaji kura katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2023. Linganisha hii na taifa la India lenye zaidi ya watu bilioni 1.3 ambalo linatumia dola 9 kwa kila mpigaji kura katika uchaguzi wake wa mwaka 2019. Je, gharama za juu zinaletwa na nini na fedha hizi zinatumiwa kufanya nini? Mwanahabari wa BBC Mariam Abdallah anatueleza.
Uchaguzi wa Kenya mwaka 2022 utakuwa miongoni mwa uchaguzi wenye gharama kubwa zaidi duniani, na raia wa Kenya watalazimika kuilipia gharama hiyo. Lakini kwa nini gharama ni kubwa? Kuna takriban wapiga kura milioni 22 waliosajiliwa. Bajeti iliyotengwa ya zoezi zima la uchaguzi ni zaidi ya dola milioni 383. Ina maana kwamba serikali ya Kenya itatumia dola 17 kwa kila mpiga kura. Huenda unajiuliza kwa nini kiwango hiki kinaonekana kuwa cha juu? Hebu tulinganishe kidogo. Mwaka 2021 mpiga kura nchini Uganda alitengewa dola 13 kupiga kura, na nchini Zambia mpiga kura alitumia dola 5. Nigeria itatumia dola 9 kwa kila mpiga kura katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2023. India, ambayo ndio demokrasia kubwa duniani, ilitumia dola 9 kwa kila mpiga kura kwa mwaka 2019. Mnamo uchaguzi wa 2017 Uingereza ilitumia dola 4 kwa kila mpiga kura, huku Uswidi ikitumia dola 6 mwaka 2018. Mbali na Uganda na Zambia, mataifa mengine yanayolinganishwa ni tajiri zaidi ya Kenya katika ukuaji wa uchumi. Lakini ni kwa nini gharama ya uchaguzi iko juu? Sababu mojawapo ni idadi kubwa ya nafasi za kugombewa. Rais ni mmoja, magavana 47, maseneta 47, wabunge 290, wawakilishi wanawake 47, wawakilishi wa wodi yani MCA 1450. Hilo hata hivyo halielezei vya kutosha gharama hiyo ya juu, hususan ikilinganishwa na serikali nyingine za ugatuzi. Ukosefu wa miundombinu kama vile mtandao katika vituo vya kupiga kura umetajwa kuwa baadhi ya sababu za gharama hiyo ya juu. Lakini kuna kutoaminiana pia. Hili limeilazimu tume ya uchaguzi IEBC kuagiza vifaa vya upigaji kura kutoka nje ya nchi kama vile makaratasi ya kupiga kura na huduma za kiteknolojia ambazo zingeweza kupatikana nchini. Na hiyo ni shughuli yenye gharama kubwa. Ikilinganishwa na mwaka 2017, bajeti ya mwaka huu ni ya chini kwa sababu IEBC inatarajiwa kutumia miundombinu iliyowekwa katika uchaguzi uliopita. Lakini licha ya hayo yote, haijulikani iwapo gharama za uchaguzi wa siku zijazo zitatoa afueni kwa mlipa kodi wa Kenya.
Na Thailand ni muuzaji mkubwa mchele nje ya nchi, lakini ongezeko la gharama za mbolea zinafanya uzalishaji wa mpunga kuwa ngumu na kwa gharama kubwa. Malighafi za kutengeneza mbolea karibu zote zinaagizwa kutoka nje ya nchi, na sasa serikali ya Thailand imeweka bei elekezi ya mbolea. Je, hili itasaidia kukabiliana na tatizo lilopo? Peter Musembi na maelezo zaidi.
Katika mashamba yanayong'ara baada ya mvua za msimu, mkulima wa mchele Banchwai Somsuk na jirani zake wanamwaga mbolea kuhakikisha anapata mavuno mazuri. Mchele wa Thai unafahamika kwa ubora wake, na mchele mwingi unaotoka hapa Supanburi kaskazini mwa Bangkok unauzwa nje, hasa Mashariki ya Kati na Afrika. Udongo wenye rutuba nyingi unafanya ardhi tambarare katikati mwa Thailand kuwa nchi inayozalisha mchele kwa wingi duniani. Mashamba haya yanaweza kutoa mazao mara 3 kwa mwaka na kimsingi inalisha dunia. Lakini kufanya hivyo kunahitaji mbolea nyingi, na kwa sasa kwa bei zilizopaa, kilimo cha kibiashara ya nchini Thailand kinakuwa kigumu. Banchwai ameonyesha kumbukumbu zake anazofuatilia madeni yake. Anadaiwa zaidi ya dola 500,000 kutoka mwaka jana, na huku bei za mchele zikiwa za chini, mbolea bado inazidi kupanda na hana uhakika kama atarejesha angalau gharama zake baada ya mavuno ya mwaka huu. BBC ilifuatana na Banchwai anakonunua mbolea. Hii imekuwa sehemu muhimu sana inayoitwa mapinduzi ya kijani, yameimarisha uzalishaji wa chakula ukanda huu. Lakini yamekuja na gharama kote kwenye mazingira, na hususan sasa kwenye bajeti za wakulima.
Ni gharama kubwa kweli. Mwezi Aprili tuliuza 16% ya nitrogen ya kuchanganya kwenye mbolea kwa dola 16, lakini mwaka huu tunauza mara 3 zaidi ya bei hiyo.
Na gharama zinaweza kupanda zaidi. Thailand inaagiza zaidi ya 90% ya malighafi za kutengeneza mbolea, lakini serikali kimsingi inaweka bei elekezi kwenye mchele chini zaidi ya viwango vya soko la dunia, kitu ambacho watengenezaji wanasema hawawezi kuendelea hivyo kwa muda mrefu.
Serikali yetu imetutaka tushirikiane kuwasaidia wakulima. Bila shaka tunaweza kusaidia kwa muda fulani. Wanatupa bei elekezi iliyowekwa miaka 7-8 iliyopita.
Kwa hiyo unapata hasara wakati unapokuwa umeshamaliza kuuza mbolea yote.
Baadhi ya wanachama wetu wanaofuata sheria, naweza kusema hivyo,
wanapoteza pesa.
Ni hivyo, wanapoteza pesa.
Lakini ni hivyo kwa wakulima pia. Kama watatakiwa kuendelea kuzalisha kwa ziada, hiyo inafanya sehemu kubwa ya uuzaji wa mchele nje ya nchi iwe bei za mbolea lazima zishuke chini au uuzwe kwa bei ya juu. Na hiyo inaleta wasiwasi kuhusu hatima ya nchi zinazotegemea mchele kama chakula chao kikuu. Peter Musembi, BBC.
Naam, hii ni metikasili ya makala kutoka BBC takaangazia hivi punde juhudi za kusaka masoko zaidi kwa mvinyo unaozalishwa Afrika Mashariki. Tuelekee nchini Tanzania. Tanzania ni nchi ya pili katika uzalishaji wa mvinyo katika nchi zilizoko ukanda wa jangwa la Sahara barani Afrika, lakini bado halijaweza kupata soko la nje la kutosha. Ubora mdogo wa mvinyo unaozalishwa pamoja na viunganisho duni hutajwa kuwa moja ya sababu ya hali hii. Humphrey Mungoja alitembelea baadhi ya viwanda jijini Dodoma kufuatilia swala hili na ametuandalia taarifa ifuatayo.
Fahari ya Dodoma. Mkoa huu ndio mkoa pekee unaolima zabibu kwa wingi nchini Tanzania na hata Afrika Mashariki. Mavuno ni mengi, lakini changamoto kubwa ni upatikanaji wa soko la uhakika. Serikali ilifanya hamasa kubwa kuhakikisha ujenzi wa viwanda vya mvinyo na kuchakata zabibu. Mafanikio ya hamasa hiyo yameonekana. Kwa sasa viwanda ni vingi, lakini wengi wanaona ubora wa mvinyo unaozalishwa ndio changamoto kubwa.
Huku tunajifunza wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Nakuja kwako na kuambia unisaidie, najifunza kutoka kwa mwingine, hivyo hivyo tunaenda. Lakini hamna viwango au checklist kwamba nijue kabisa ili ninakujua mvinyo wangu, kwa sababu sio wa Tanzania sio wajuzi sana wa mvinyo. Ili nijue mvinyo wangu ni mzuri na angalia vigezo gani.
Tanzania ni nchi ya pili katika nchi za ukanda wa jangwa la Sahara katika uzalishaji wa mvinyo, ya kwanza ikiwa ni Afrika Kusini. Lakini uzalishaji huo kwa kiasi kikubwa unategemea zaidi soko la ndani.
Ni moja ya kiwanda cha kuzalisha mvinyo hapa Dodoma. Naambiwa kwamba kiwanda hiki kina uwezo wa kuzalisha mpaka lita milioni 2 kwa mwaka. Na kwa sasa wanategemea soko la ndani, lakini wameshaanza kutafuta masoko katika nchi za Afrika Mashariki, na malighafi nyingi zinategemewa kutoka kwa wakulima wa hapa Dodoma.
Wamiliki wa viwanda wanasema jitihada za kupanua wigo wa soko la kimataifa ni kubwa, licha ya kuwa zipo changamoto katika uzalishaji. Hivyo wanaona ipo fursa kubwa katika uwekezaji ili kuongeza thamani ya mvinyo.
Kwa hiyo ninadhani katika masuala ya lebo, katika masuala ya maboksi tunaweza tukaongeza ubora, lakini pia
viwanda vya chupa kwa mfano kama vilivyopo nchini Tanzania waweze kupanua wigo wao, kuwaongeza watengenezaji wadogo na hata wakubwa wa bidhaa tofauti kama mvinyo, kutuweka katika portfolio ya kutengenezea chupa. Kwa hiyo itaondoa ile gharama na usumbufu ambao tunaupata kwa kuagiza chupa kutoka nje ya nchi.
Wadau na bodi ya utalii walianzisha tamasha la Wine Festival kwa lengo la kuvutia wawekezaji wa soko la nje. Lilifanyika kwa misimu miwili tu. Wengi wanaona upo umuhimu mkubwa kulifanya tamasha hilo kuwa endelevu. Humphrey Mgonja, BBC, Dodoma.
Tuvuke mipaka. Mkahawa wa shamba moja huko kusini mwa Uingereza umekuwa ukitumia teknolojia kwa lengo la kupunguza kiwango kikubwa cha chakula kisichotumika ambacho hujazwa ndani ya shimo au kusafiri maili nyingi kwenda kuichakata. Badala ya kufanya hivyo, wafanyakazi wa mkahawa wa Clipper Cafe wametumia njia ya kujirejeshea chakula katika shamba ambalo mazao hutoshwa kupitia mbolea inayotokana na taka kutoka mkahawa huo. Suluma Kasim ana taslifu zaidi.
Hii ni sehemu tu ya chakula kinachobaki katika mkahawa huu ulio kusini magharibi mwa Uingereza. Hupelekwa kwenda kuchakatwa au hutiwa ndani ya shimo. Lakini sasa wamegundua njia mpya kushughulikia taka za chakula. Mashine hii hukisaga chakula na hivyo hupunguza kiwango cha chakula kisichotumika kwa 90% na badala yake kugeuzwa kuwa mbolea ambayo hurejeshwa shambani.
It's become noticeable over the years how much material goes to waste.
Kwa miaka mingi tumekuwa tukishuhudia jinsi mabaki na taka za chakula zinavyoharibika ovyo, wakati bado huwa tuna faida ya kuweza kurutubisha ardhi na kustawisha mazao ya mwaka unaofuata.
Hutumia ujoto na kibengenya ili kupunguza kiwango cha majimaji. Inatarajiwa kwamba njia hii haitaathiri mazingira.
Ni sawa kabisa kurejesha chakula katika sehemu ya chimbuko lake. Mbolea inayotoka hapa ni nzuri, nyepesi na laini sana. Kila kitu tulichokitia ndani ya mashine kimesagika vizuri kabisa. Ujoto wa mashine umeondoa kila kitu ambacho kinaweza kuleta athari. Ni rahisi kutumia. Tutaeneza kote shambani tayari kwa mazao ya mwaka huu.
Shamba na mkahawa huu ni biashara ya pamoja. Chakula kingi kinachouzwa mkahawani hapa kinatoka kwenye shamba lao. Na sasa tena mkahawa unarejesha takataka za chakula shambani. Ni kazi ya haraka. Kawaida huchukua kama saa 15 kwa kila kiwango kinachotiwa kwenye mashine.
Is a beautiful light fluffy material, all the fibers of
kila kitu tulichokitia ndani ya mashine kimesagika vizuri kabisa. Ujoto wa mashini umeondoa kila kitu ambacho kinaweza kuleta athari. Ni rahisi kutumia. Tutaeneza kote shambani tayari kwa mazao ya mwaka huu.
Naam, na mambo ndo kama haya inatarajiwa kwamba mazao haya yatarejea tena kuuzwa mkahawani. Suluma Kasim, BBC.
Mwisho mwa Metikasi hii leo. Makala kutoka BBC ni Telenus Moshigadi. Hadi wakati mwingine.
Kupata skiza tune ya mambo mema, dial *811*815#.
Mambo mema huwaendea watu wanaosubiri, ila mambo mema zaidi huwaendea watu wanaoyatafuta. Kupata mambo mema ni kufanikiwa, na kufanikiwa ni kutabasamu, kutafakari na kuhesabu mema na baraka ulizozichukulia hatua, ukazitafuta na kuzipata. Amka, tafuta ufanisi wako.
Kupata skiza tune ya mambo mema, dial *811*815#. *811*815#.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What?
Yes. I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for it.
Oh no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation. Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
Wagwan Rasta! Kumbuka kila Monday ni Iris serving you nothing but the best in reggae music.
Aisha ni yangu, washugulika na yako.
And on Tuesday, it's all about Kenyan music, bringing you the best from the 2-5 flow.
Brand new wheel, just hopped in.
And of course, to all you hip-hop heads, we've got you covered each and every Wednesday. Not forgetting, we've got some R&B on the side.
Let me a jiggle, let me see, and let me see the woman that is with me.
Now, every Thursday, tunavuka border across Africa to bring you nothing but the best for Afro Thursday.
Ready for burn up warning, someone's playing.
And on Friday, we do it live with me, Emily Mbai.
And me, DJ Koljax, on the ones and twos.
Not forgetting DJ_Lizadiva Pale Pia. Make sure you get interactive from 4:30 to 6 p.m. Hashtag KBC Club 1.
Good morning. It is Wednesday, the 24th day of August 2022. This is News Check. And today, of course, we are keeping a keen eye on what happened or what transpired in the general election. And after the August polls and the presidential results was announced by IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati on August 15th, of course, it has created some tension when it comes to how the petitions have been filed at the Apex Court and what will transpire. A lot of Kenyans are keenly following up to know exactly what will happen after the case that we will begin on Monday. But away from that, now we have shifted our focus on county governments. This is because tomorrow, in the next 24 hours, the 45 governors are expected to be sworn in. We have 8 new governor or governor-elects who were at the Senate, but they decided to move to the Council of Governors. And also we have 26 governors who are new entrants. We have 11 who are incumbent and will be seeking their final term. And we have 8 comeback governors. They were there. They were elected in 2013. Now, in 2017, they were in the political cold for 5 years. Now they are back to actually conclude that. Good morning. My name is Ben Troy Njoe, and Karo Njoroge will be a sign language interpreter. And let's begin this right here at my magic wall. And we begin with the senators who have decided into the Council of Governors. And to begin, we begin from the great county of Siaya. He's not a new face in Kenyan politics and also in matters law. James Orengo, the new Siaya county governor-elect. He was first of all elected in the Senate or to the Senate in 2013 and was re-elected in the 2017. He was declared governor-elect after garnering 220,349 votes, defeating his main contestant Nicholas Gumbo, who got just slightly over 147,000 votes. He is also enjoined. He's one of the legal minds when it comes to the Azimio One Kenya petition that was filed at the Apex Court on Monday. And as you can see, how this is exactly how they polled. Siasa having slightly over 500,000 registered voters. Others garnered just slightly over 5,000 votes, of course, as ODM stronghold. Well, also not a new face in Kenyan politics and also other Senate. He was elected as governor. In Bungoma County. He's the first governor and was, of course, in 2017. He was in the political cold, but for only a few weeks, because after that he was elected as the Senate Speaker, garnering 241,000 votes. 695 against Wycliffe Wangamati, who was the incumbent at 137,378. And you can see from the colors, the DAP Kenya, a new entrant in the political sphere, but it has caused some jitters and some political wins in that county. Let's go to Makueni County. After Kivuda Kibwana has completed his 2 terms, from the Senate, we have Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who won the senatorial seat in 2013 by-election following his death. Lawyer, politician Mutula Kilonzo. And in this year's election, he was actually one of the governors who scooped a lot of votes, having 214,000 votes. His closest contestant had 63,000, who was Patrick Musimba. We have now a new governor-elect, a county that not only Kenya is looking at, but East Africa and the world. That is the great county of Nairobi. Wow. This is the 4th Nairobi governor, Johnson Sakaja. He was elected in the year 2022, garnering 699,392 votes, beating his closest contestant, Polycarp Igade, who managed slightly over 570,000 votes. Remember, Sakaja has been first entrant into the House National Assembly when he was with the TNA, where he was the chairman only to take the Nairobi Senate seat in the year 2017 on a Jubilee ticket. Was hotly contested, but Nairobi has a new governor, Johnson Sakaja. Now, this is just be forming part of what we'll be discussing, and I will be headed back to that wall again, where we'll be looking at other governors, incumbents. Also, we have new entrants. And for the first time ever in Kenya, we now have 7 women governors in Nakuru County, attracting a lot of interest. We will be talking about that as well. I will be joined by also another governance expert, and we are also expecting somebody who has been keeping a keen eye on how county leadership has been. Yes, of course, the 47 counties have a lot to do after 2017, after 2013. You know, with the new constitutional dispensation, we now fortifying devolution. That will be forming part of our discussion today. And allow me to introduce one of my panelists this morning. He is an engineer by profession, and Engineer Wadhimba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Crispus Wadhimba, who is also a governance and leadership expert as well. Well, so far so good.
Thank you so much for having me.
And it's a good thing, because you were seeking the Senate seat and we were looking at the senators there. Yes. In Nakuru County.
Yes.
And Nakuru County has attracted a lot of interest from a lot of people because of the women leadership, something that we have never seen in the country. And Nakuru County decided that we are going to put our women in leadership pedestal that no county will ever match. Of course, maybe 2027. Your sentiments?
Well, I said here previously is that there are some things we cannot cure with the legislation. There are certain things, for example, the issue of affirmative action may not be cured by putting laws in place, but the only way we can cure them is by changing the mindset of the people. So I believe Nakuru has set the pace in terms of showing that we can trust women with not just one position, but many positions across the board. There are over 13 senior positions, which is governor, senator, women rep, and around 11 sub-counties, which are 11 MPs. So we are looking at 14 key positions, which are now occupied by women. So half of them is women. And I believe Nakuru has demonstrated that it has the courage to bring on board women and give them the powers to govern the county, the powers to check the county, the powers to affirm the position of women in terms of the member of National Assembly. And we hope this will have a trickle-down effect in terms of how we perceive governance within the county, because even in the private sector, you find there are some businesses where certain positions are reserved for women because they demonstrate trust. They demonstrate the willingness to make sure that if you give a woman resources, you give the community. That's what they say. Ukipatia mama umepatia boma yote. But sometimes if you give men, some of it doesn't come back home. It goes to other places. So I think the women have an opportunity right now to be able to affirm that it is okay. It's courageous for any community, any constituency, any county, anywhere to trust with women in terms of power and resources. So I believe we have an opportunity to be able also to give them chance and work with them together.
Engineer, looking at the 2022 succession politics, a lot has been focused on the presidential and other seats. That is a women member of the women rep, and of course the Senate, the MPs. But now focus is shifting to the counties. After the swearing in, we will be looking for, because we will be having a governor and a deputy, we'll be looking for the third in line or the third in command,
which is the county speaker.
The county speaker. That is also something that is going to attract a lot of traction, and that will be the first entry for the new county government.
Personally, I've expressed my interest. I'm running for Speaker, Nakuru County Assembly. And I know we have several other people who have expressed their interest. And I believe for us now, Nakuru, this is an opportunity for the men to not only be given the chance, but to also be able to demonstrate that they have the agenda at heart for the members of the County Assembly. Because here you're not just selling your manifesto to the people of Nakuru County or any county for that matter. You are selling your agenda to the member of the County Assembly, who is going to be the one voting for you, who is going to decide if you are the right person to hold that office for them. And the county speaker is a very important office, given that if the governor is not in place or the deputy governor is not in place, this is the one person who is supposed to step in terms of providing leadership in the county. So therefore the choices that the county assembly members will make is a very important choice, and it has to be somebody who is as equal as the other two officers above that. There's somebody who has the right qualifications, he has the right temperament, he has the right competence, he has the right emotional intelligence required to serve that office, he has the right understanding of what is required to perform that work, and he's somebody who is ready to work with the members of the county assembly and also be their representative in terms of engagement with the executive and other stakeholders within the county. And importantly, somebody who needs to really put the interests of the county assembly members first, because those are his or her first employers. These are the people who have given him the work, and therefore he should be able to be someone who is ready to serve them, who is committed to support them, and who is ready to make sure that the interests of those members of county assembly are taken care of and not those of the executive.
Yes, indeed, and because Kenyans will be seeking a lot of services from the counties, and they will feel much impact from county governments as opposed to the national government. We will now be having, at the Council of Governors, we'll be having 30 new entrants or 30 new governors in the council.
Yes.
How is the mandate of the Council of Governors expected to pan out?
Well, the exciting part of this Council of Governors right now will also have people who have served in the Senate joining the Council of Governors. And therefore, I expect the discussions within the Council of Governors to be well informed in the fact that most of these senators have served in the Senate, have been able to pass laws that are supposed to help the governors in terms of the execution of their mandate, and therefore they'll come with that institutional knowledge that they have cultivated while in the Senate to be able to enrich the conversation within the Council of Governors. Remember, we have had 10 years of devolved governments. And one thing that has been very consistent is that most of the governors are always asking for money. They never discuss issues about own source revenues, accountability for own source revenues. They've never discussed about revenue generation. What are the alternative ways of raising money to support the counties? Yet, a lot of these senators who are coming and becoming governors, they already know where the opportunities are. And therefore, I see a change of direction on how the two governments, the national government and the county governments, will engage in not only just saying we want a share of the national cake, but they'll also come with the alternative ways of allowing the county governments to raise funds and be able to deliver the services on time. Because the challenges we are having is that we have a budget which is set out every year, but a lot of those resources come very late. So if medicine comes 2-3 months late, the person who is supposed to benefit from that medicine is already dead. If water comes, if a water project comes half complete, it does not help the community, and therefore we need to we need a set of we need a change of mindset within the Council of Governors where they can find alternative ways of raising money, and that money can be guaranteed, for example, by the national government, or they can find alternative ways of raising resources to deliver on the promise other than just waiting for the national government to provide them. And there are many opportunities.
Yes, and we will be touching on own source revenue.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis what is given by the government a little bit later. But something came up when the government who have already completed their 2 terms, case in point, the outgoing was in Gishu governor. We also had Kivuda Kibwana from Makueni, now seeking the Senate seat, of which a lot of people have talked about that is conflict of interest. How can you be oversighting what you've already done? It's like marking your own exam.
Well, I don't see as such as conflict of interest. Remember, the governments within the new constitutions are only 10 years old. And therefore, we have not had, say, for example, a governor who will go to Senate and be able to enrich the conversations within the Senate. The same way I've said here is that there now are senators who are joining the Council of Governors, and they will be able to enrich the conversations within the Council of Governors. The same thing we also need. There are certain challenges that the governors have gone through that they need to bring those learnings, those lessons they have learned while serving as governors to the Senate, so that the Senate can be able to make better laws that are more responsive, as opposed to just laws that are put there and they are not able to meet the needs that the people require. I also believe it is good for those governors to come to the Senate and also improve on the working relationships between the senators, the governors, and also the county assemblies, because a lot of the challenges we have is that the relationship between these independent offices does not work very well, and therefore derails the progress of development in some of these areas. For example, we had the first term of Susan Keheka when she was a speaker, and we had Governor Kinothia. Remember there was a time the county assembly, there were fracas there because the relationship was not doing very well. Then we have the most recent one of Lee and Cairo. We've seen how it was worked. I think it is good that now these three offices are looked at carefully, and the people who hold those offices are able to work together. They respect each other's role. And how can that be? By making sure that giving opportunity to governors to serve in Senate, for governors to senators to serve in gubernatorial, being governors, and even county assembly speakers to come and serve in Senate and be governors and various offices, so that you can learn. So it's important that people are we have crisscrossing opportunities where people can be able to learn and be able to improve this process. Our devolved governments will become better maybe 20 years or 10 years from now. So there's always what we call continuous improvement. With the new learnings that we get. And the only learning we can get, the best learning is from experience. Yes.
And still on the county speaker, of course, is the third in command. Of course, the National Assembly as well is going to attract a lot of traction. In county governments, we've seen an ending wars when it comes to the county assembly and the county executive. And largely has been blamed because of, they talk about some interest. Sometimes you have to talk to your MCAs. And the speaker is always seen as either the good or the bad, the bad link when it comes to the county executive and the county assembly. But we've seen these wars and ending wars. We had several counties. The first one, I think, was Embu way back in 2013. And we've seen even Nakuru as well. We've seen, is it Nyandarua?
Nyandarua, even
as well.
Kisumu, there was a problem.
Remember Makueni? Remember Machakos in the first? But incidentally, that governance seems to have a little bit changed, because in 2013 to 2017, we had several wrangles, but in 2017, 2022, they were there, but not as pronounced as in 2013. What could have been the change?
Now, remember, when we first had the county assemblies formed in 2013, then we have the governors and we had the senators, and we had the national government in place. This was the first set of leaders to take these offices. So I believe there was a misunderstanding in terms of the expectations of each office. The MCAs thought in some areas they had some superior role as compared to that of the governor, as compared to that of the Senate, and therefore they felt they can be able to use that power they have to really coerce the governors to certain things. Then when we came to the second term, the governors were ready. They knew these people, the MCAs, if you're not very careful with them, they might finish you. And therefore, some of the governors decided, instead of dealing with 20, 30 MCAs or 50 MCAs, maybe let me deal with a speaker to manage them. Then the MCAs will realize, oh, we are being micromanaged by a speaker because he's in bed with the governor. So let's remove them. So this continuous shift of power is what formed the many conflicts that you see. What we need to now look forward in this third term of county governments is a scenario where the governors, the county speaker, the county assembly members, the senators respect and perform their respective roles without trying to infringe on the other. For example, the MCAs who are coming on board, they know very well that their work is oversight, representation, and legislation within the county. The senator knows very well that he or she has a responsibility to legislate within the Senate, to provide some oversight and be able to also represent the county. Those are shared responsibilities between the MCAs and the senator, because at the end of the day, they are checking the governor. And therefore, the office of the county speaker has to have what we call Solomonic wisdom in terms of how you manage the interests of the MCAs and the interest of the governor, because you still want all these people to perform. You are the only person who is not elected by the people. You are the only person who is elected by MCAs, and these MCAs, remember, all of them have been elected by people, and the governor has been elected by the same people. And these people who have elected these people expect certain services from these people. Yet, if you look at the role of the MCA, he may not have direct control on resources or resources that come to his ward or her ward, but the governor has a direct influence on those resources. The only way the MCA may have influence is by encouraging his people to participate in what we call public participation forums for budget making process and the making of the county integrated development plan, so that the expectation of the people within that ward is aligned with the plan of the CIDP, or is aligned with the manifesto of the governor, is aligned with the plan of the executive of the county. But the MCA may not have the resources to mobilize his people, and that's when the county speaker comes in empowering the MCA to make sure that the voice of the people who have elected him or her is heard in the making of the budget, in the implementation of the county development plan, in the agenda for the governor. So that is one important role the speaker is supposed to perform, making sure that he's able to marshal and provide the resources on the support to the MCA to be able to perform that role of oversight, representation, and legislation. Number two, the speaker also needs to know that it's important to support the governor in making sure that the laws that are made within the county assembly are able to help him or her deliver on the manifesto, because the manifesto that the governor has and the promises the MCAs have made, they need to be aligned. So if one of them is not aligned, the whole county will suffer. And therefore, encourage the MCAs to make those laws that will help the government. And where those laws are probably, for example, in conflict with the expectation of the people. For example, if you're bringing a law to increase the cost of permits, yet the MCAs promised the business community within their county that we will make sure that these permits are costless, you must find a way of mediating. And that's where the committees come in, where the committees can also listen to the executive and be able to ironite those issues and find a compromise. Because we need to stop this business of just believing that once you come into government as a governor, the only way to raise money is to charge more, to increase the cost of permits. And yet the same promises you made was not to increase the cost of permits, is to find alternative ways. So therefore, if there are ways where the county assembly can also facilitate the governors to be able to find alternative ways of raising money, or seal the loopholes within the county government, contributing to leakages for on-source revenues, then that is their responsibility. So there needs to be a lot of dialogue. You understand?
Yes, and I still want to pick your mind on the same, because looking at before we wait for the 9 presidential petitions to be determined by the Apex Court, we have seen President-elect William Ruto fortify his squad so that he may have numbers at the National Assembly, so that he may actualize his plans, his agenda. And that is likely to play out. Is that likely to play out in counties where the governor plays a hand in the speaker who is elected? And what precedent does that send? Is that quite democracy? Because if at all you are going to be muscling numbers so that you may have your agenda passed, is that quite democracy?
Well, I want to believe that the MCAs can rise above that and exercise their independence at this point. Kenya Kwanza has 750 MCAs across the country. There are over 1,450 MCAs elected in the whole country. Therefore, Kenya Kwanza definitely, by any measure, has an upper hand in majority of the county assemblies. What I want to send is a word of caution to the MCAs. The only office that you have right now that can stand between you and party politics gone bad, or the governor gone wrong, is a county assembly speaker. That is the office where you can be able to safeguard your interests, and the interest you are safeguarding is you will be measured by the people 5 years later on the performance of you as an MCA, not on the performance of the party. We have had 10 years of county governments. The first one was with TNA, URP, and then there was CORD, which had ODM and the others. We have had now Jubilee, and then we had NASA, which has ODM and the others. Everybody who has gone to an election in the past 10 years, you've not been measured on the basis of a party. You've been measured on the basis of your performance as an elected official seeking for re-election. Today in Nakuru County, out of 55 MCAs who were elected in 2017, only 10 were re-elected. Yet majority of them were elected with a Jubilee ticket. If they went into bed with the Jubilee county speaker, or they went into bed with a speaker who gave them money and did not perform as per their expectation, they have only themselves to blame, as why out of 55, only 10 were able to be elected. So this is the only time they have right now, is that once they are sworn in as MCAs, the office of the county speaker should be their own, should be one person that they are able to own, not because money was changing hands, not because the party has coerced them to elect a certain person, not because they slept on the job when it comes to electing. They need to interrogate every candidate who is going to present himself for the office of the speaker in terms of the personality of that person, in terms of the character of that person, in terms of the competence of that person, and in terms of the expectations that person has for them and what they expect from him, so that there is no conflict where if this person believes he's coming to serve a party, yet he's supposed to come and serve the MCAs. Because a county assembly speaker, the main responsibility is to steward the county assembly in terms of the performance of its role as an assembly, in terms of supporting the MCAs to perform their role. And therefore, it's not an issue of party business. This is an individual you are sending, that even when the parties have failed, when the governor has failed, when the deputy governor is not available, this is the one person who will steer the county for whatever period it will be before the next election is held.
So, Engineer, you're saying that Kenyans should be very careful on who they elect, because the MCA you elect will ensure that you have the third in command.
Yes.
So if at all you don't exercise caution when electing those leaders, they might end up messing everything at the top.
Yes.
And still on the same, we have seen every election cycle, a lot of speakers are either thrown out or they get other roles. And same with governors. We are having 8 governors who are coming to complete their second term.
Yes.
And the incumbents, we have only 11 governors who
are re-elected.
How is that likely to pan out? And it was quite a challenge to keep those seats, looking based on the numbers that we saw, looking at those governors who were seeking to retain their seats and the votes they got vis-a-vis the 26 new entrants. The 26 mastered a lot of votes as opposed to those who are trying to keep their seats.
What I'll tell you is this. Number one, at play in this election, there was a wave in terms of certain regions where a certain political formation took the regions by storm. So we cannot shy away from that. But number two, also we need to realize that a lot of the governors who are kicked out is because more and more as we move forward, Kenyans are becoming aware that the only institution that can be able to respond faster to your needs is that of the county government. And the county government, the closest connection we have with the county government is your MCA. And if that MCA does not have a working relationship with the county government, so you as a people, you lose. So therefore, the large number of new governors coming on board is a reflection of how those who are there have failed in terms of delivery of promises to the people.
Engineer, in the same statement, you still talked about the party politics that play out. We could have some very good governors who now have exited office because of the wave, the political wave that was there. What exactly they do? There are some governors who have done quite well.
Let me tell you.
But unfortunately, they're out because of their party that
one thing we need to understand, that the office of governor is a managerial office. This is a person you're giving resources to manage, okay? And therefore, a lot of times is that a politician may not be the best person to manage resources, because politicians, they are people who just they use words most of the time to share a promise, but when it comes to delivering the real promise, they stumble a lot. And therefore, that's why you're seeing the party wave, because it's all about party politics. They were able to take office even when they may not be the best candidates. You understand? Because it was all about politics. Right now, we have lost some very good governors. That one I'll tell you, it's for a fact. We have lost some very good governors who had made some good plans, and if those plans are lost because we have a new person, we will lose a lot. But it's my hope that within the county assemblies, we also have some good MCAs. We have some good senators.
Yes.
We have a good county speaker who will be elected, who will check so that this government doesn't go wrong.
We are hoping that after the swearing in tomorrow, they will just make sure that they do exactly as they said. We are talking about 11 incumbents, and maybe we can have a look at some of the governors who
retained
their seats. We begin in Kisumu County, where Peter Anyang' Nyong got over 319,000 votes. Remember, he is now, after swearing in tomorrow, he will be serving his second term. And just a small brief of the professor, he was vying on an Orange Democratic Party ticket. Again, we've talked about how the politics, the dynamics of politics are actually playing out when it comes to such seats. And others were, of course, in the race was former Governor Jack Ruguma, who came in second after amassing just slightly over 100,000 votes. Another governor who was re-elected, we go to Nandi County, Stephen Sang. He will be sworn in tomorrow. Looking at the votes, 237. Stephen Sang Stephen Sang, let's go to Nyamira, where Amos Nyaribo got 82,000 votes, pitting Walter Nyambati and others as well. And as you can see from the colors themselves, it just explains a lot of how party politics played out in this general election when it came to these apex seats. And from there, we can see some of the profile from that county, Amos Nyaribo. He took the mantle to lead the county after the death of the first governor, the late John Ngarama, in the year 2020. So actually, this is the first time that he was at the ballot. Another lucky governor happens to be former Internal Security CS Joseph Olelenku from Kajiado County, who was voted in after amassing 117,600. And another thing here, look at these numbers. That is why I'm talking about the governors had a hard time to keep their seats. 117, 111. That shows you how even some governors, despite being from mostly predominant parties, had a hard time to keep that seat. As I had said, he was a former Interior Cabinet Secretary. Another county governor who was able to retain her seat. We talked about women leaders and especially women governors. Now in Kirinyaga, the incumbent was able to retain the seat, Anne Waiguru, with 113 against Purity Ngirichi, 105. Again, looking at the numbers of these governors who are able to retain the seats, 113 against 105 is quite a battle. And again, party politics also have been able to play out. As you can see, she's defending her seat. She is one of the governors who has held a CS seat. From there, we head to the gubernatorial race in Vihiga, where we have Wilberforce Otichilo, who garnered 82,000 votes against Moses Akaranga, who garnered 42,000 votes. And when you come to the Western region, a lot of party politics played out between ODM, ANC, Ford Kenya, and new entrants DAP Kenya, which has really made some inroads if you basically gauge it by the duration that it has been there. Another governor who was able to retain the seat was the Rakanidi governor, Muthomi Njoki, who was able to garner 91,000 votes against his closest rival, Erastus Njoka, who happened to be the former VC of Chuka University. And perhaps we can have just a look at a brief history. He ran for governor in 2017 on a Jubilee ticket. This time round, he is governor on a UDA ticket. And another governor who was able to retain his seat was Bomet Governor Hilary Barchok, after garnering 158,000 votes, 798 against Isaac Ruto, 137,323. Again, the incumbents had a hard time in retaining the seats. This is another governor who was sworn in after the demise of the first Bomet governor, Joyce Laboso, in the year 2019, and he has been able to retain that seat on a UDA platform. And those are just some of the governors that were able to retain their seats, just to show how competitive it was, and they're 11 in number. Remember, tomorrow 45 governors will be sworn in between 10 a.m. by law, between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And you can be sure that we will be keeping a keen eye. We are sending our troops there to ensure that we have been able to cover the 47 counties. If at all, we will be able to cover all the 47 counties, because the swearing in will be taking place at the same time. In case you just joined us, this is News Check. We are looking at the state of the nation. Of course, the eyes and focus has been on the presidential election and results and the petitions that were filed on Monday. But now focus is shifting to county governments, where we are expecting now to be fully operational. We have governors-elect, but from tomorrow we have 45 governors who will be sworn in. And you're asking why not 47? Remember, Kakamega and Mombasa are yet to go to the ballot. And now we are fortifying our bench. And thank you so much, Kevin Osindo, for making the time. He is the Executive Director of County Governance Watch. They have been keeping a keen eye since devolution, and since we started using the 2010 Constitution after electing our President Uhuru and his deputy Ruto. Perhaps to throw you in the deep end.
Yes.
We are having a lot of new governments tomorrow, but we still can't forget where we've come from.
Sure.
A scorecard on where we are now, 10 years into devolution.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. And the scorecard, if you look at performance of counties, and the reason as to why Kenyans asked for devolved form of governments, if we are to look at, for example, service delivery, I would give county governments a score of about 7 out of 10, so that's 70%. If we are to look at the cost of corruption in counties and compared to 2013, I think the 2017 governors didn't do very well in terms of proper stewardship of resources of the citizens. We saw a lot of corruption now transiting into the second generation of our county governments in 2017 compared to 2013. And maybe that was based on the fact that we were testing devolution. So governors didn't know, for instance, the degree of resources that were coming, what citizens expected. If you look at on-source revenue perspectives or counties, I would give the 2017 governors maybe an 8 over 10, because a lot of governors were able to look at the resources that are inbuilt within their counties, and the failures of national government, particularly Treasury, to disburse resources to counties on time. So governors were being a little bit innovative and creative to look at how to ensure that that services are going on, and that citizens don't ask a lot of questions. I remember that this was also a third generation government, so we were transiting into another very strongly heated election, the 2022 elections, and a number of governors, around 22 of them, wanted to make comebacks. At least, luckily enough, we have seen 8 of them coming back, and 11 incumbents. You've just gone through the list, and so the varieties of the scorecard is different. But I think most counties, and this is not just about governors, it also has to do with county assemblies. I'm glad that my colleague was, when I came in, he was talking about county assemblies. We also look at their ability to make laws, because that is really the reason as to why county assemblies...
Actually, that was my next question. After giving the county executive its scorecard, in terms of legislation and oversight, the county assemblies, how have they done?
Very poorly. Because we have done a little bit of work in terms of laws that have been made by the county assemblies, and not many assemblies have done very well in terms of generating laws. So that, for example, a simple law that like public participation, which is a law that is anchored in Article 100 of the Constitution, and you look at County Governments Act also, the fact that public participation is the core of county governments. Why did county assemblies in 2013 fail to enact a very simple law to be able to enable and enhance public participation? So 2017 MCAs also did not do very well in terms of giving life to that public participation law. So as a County Governance Watch and the Council of Governors, we helped them, of course, through the Kenya Law Reform Commission as well. We helped counties to come up with a public participation law with the expectation that they would pick it up and run with it. But you remember that what we see happening even today is a few people still being called and put in WhatsApp groups, and they are told, tomorrow we are doing the budget, so we expect you to come and do. You raise your hand. When they ask how many of us accept, you say aye. How many of us object? The nays. Then ultimately the law is passed or the budgets are passed, but the details around why citizens are supposed to be participating is not a very key model of what indicator the MCAs are looking at. So we are hoping that moving on, they'll be able to do a little bit better in terms of strengthening public participation engagements, strengthening intergovernmental and interdepartmental engagements, so that if you look at committees within the county assemblies, the struggles, not just for resources, but the desire to have a lot of money in their pockets, so that if they are passing budget for agriculture, for example, they look at what gets back to us other than how the citizens or the farmers through the agriculture budget are going to benefit. The same would go to water, the same would go to elements like health. For example, why haven't we seen MCAs pushing the national government to fully devolve the health services? You know, a lot of it still is vested in the national government, and so that means that even money is still being held there. So we haven't seen MCAs coming out even through the health committees to be able to push that counties actually undertake their mandates fully.
And Engineer, it's a good thing that Osido has brought about the issue of public participation that was more or less unheard of before the 2010 Constitution came into effect. But unfortunately, even now, not even many people know that the laws that are passed by the MCAs, first of all, have to be debated in a public forum. I've attended one, but unfortunately, there were no youths, and there were some few Aziz, and very few people. People do not know that we elect the MCAs to represent us, not to talk on our behalf per se, but to represent our interest. But unfortunately, when it comes for the time that you are given by law for public participation, even many people either do not know or do not even attend. And unfortunately, if anything is to go by, as Kevin has talked about, the county assembly performed quite poorly in that.
Well, I'll just say this is a Kenyan problem, where Kenyans are very good in participating in an election. They are very good in going to public rallies where they have been facilitated. They are very good in going to church crusades. And they are ready to go even if there was an accident. Most of them would rush and without being motivated. But on a very important thing like budget preparation at the county assembly, they don't want to show up. Even in the National Assembly, there are laws that require public participation, and people don't show up. We had the BBI that went through, and you could see the public participation was managed. In one way.
And actually, the court observed that.
Yes, it was
something that was debated at the Apex Court.
For me, I was one time with that way Alliance, and we were doing the Punguza Mizigo bill. And you would really try and get people to come and listen to you, and you don't get. So Kenyans need to start changing, knowing that we are not in the old constitution dispensation. We are in a new constitution dispensation where the people are the supreme. And what you've done, you've delegated powers to the elected leaders. But you've not delegated all the powers. There is one power that has been reserved to you, which you can exercise through a process called public participation. And it's a very important process. Because I remember when I was running for Senate, one of the residents told me, I'm a chairman of a resident association. And when we were preparing these proposals to the MCA, we agreed that they will do a certain road. But when we came to looking at the fine print of the budget and what has been appropriated, this road did not have money. It was another road which is near his home. Yet we had agreed that this road here is more important to us because it is serving a church, serving a school, serving all these things. It's much better than going to near his home where it is only serving probably him and a few people. So the issue of public participation, the Kenyans have to be more engaged in it. And I think I want to challenge the media. The same way you've spent a lot of time promoting Tanga, Bibia, and all these things for the last 4 years. Can you now shift now, over the next 4 years, spend a lot of time in engaging Kenyans in understanding governance and this question of governance? Because a lot of the problems we're discussing here are not things that can be cured by law. We cannot make so many laws to cure this problem. We can only cure these issues by informing people and having informed people making decisions. Because without information, we cannot cure this problem.
And still on the same, because if at all you will be elected as Speaker, you will have a hard time because public participation is not quite as robust. So you'll be having more or less like a new role. And looking at at Wananchi, a lot of them don't watch television but listen to radio stations. And I believe it would be a good partnership for assemblies. They can pass a budget for perhaps.
And that's what I wanted to say. That's my agenda, is that if I get the speakership position in Nakuru County, one of the things that I want to really help the MCAs is in terms of messaging the work they do, in terms of the community understanding that a certain law that the MCA is proposing is important to them. And this is what is important about. And the only way you can do that is at making sure that we appropriate some resources to facilitate the process of public participation, oversight, and making the work of the MCA easier. Even for the senators, they also need to be given some resources so that when it comes to oversight, they have people within the ground, in the sub-counties, who can tell them, Bwana Senator, in the budget you allocated this county, we had proposed the following, but we are not seeing it happening. If there is a road you had said we shall be done, it has been done, but after the rains came, it has gone. Because a lot of these senators don't have the money even to go and know what is happening. So we need to appropriate some resources to help and invest in competent people to provide oversight. We have a lot of civil society doing oversight, but that oversight does not help because it is not anchored in law. It can only come to a media house like this, and that's it. But if we have an oversight responsibility anchored in law, so that if a report comes from us in my sub-county, from a senator's office, it is a document that can hold any governor to account. If there's an oversight report coming from an MCA's office with his small team that he has been provided resources with, he can hold the governor to account, and the county assembly can hold the government to account at that point. And the speaker can be measured that he has been able to steward the entire county assembly in holding the county government to account, facilitated the county government with the laws that it requires to perform its function. I'll tell you, for example, there is a law that was passed by the Senate which allows county governments to be able to get resources from, say, for example, a national asset, say like the way Narok gets money from Masai Mara directly to the county government. Why would not Nakuru County get some money directly from the geothermal power and be able to ring-fence that money to go specifically to address the issue of health, roads, and education? All that requires is the law in the Senate to work with the law with the county assemblies to be able to make sure when this money is sent by Kengen or the other person generating power is able to do directly what is required, which is address issues of roads, so that when we start dealing with the road, we don't build half roads or move roads from one area to the other.
But unfortunately, we are seeing that that is not happening. Looking at a very practical example, Embu County generates about 60 or 70% of all the power.
Yes.
The Seven Forks dams, but unfortunately the people there do not know. One, they don't have water, they don't even have electricity.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. Already there is a law in Senate which is sitting there. Has it been enforced?
It's gathering dust.
You understand?
Yes.
In my own sub-county in Bahati, there is a quarry which generates close to $500 million a year, and there was a law that was in place, which is supposed to be enforced by the Minister of Mining, guaranteeing 5% of the revenues from that quarry to the people within that community. We don't need to beg money for building a healthcare facility, because that quarry can build. We don't need to beg money for building a school, because that quarry can build. The same thing in Naivasha. We have geothermal power, we have flowers, we have
tourism
five tourist locations within Nakuru County. Nakuru County generates over 6% of the GDP of the country. If we are left with only 5% of that contribution directly to us, we will not only support Nakuru County, but even the other counties around that depend on us. Nakuru is surrounded by 8 counties, which all depend with us. Baringo hospitals are not there. They all come to Nakuru. Kericho, Bomet, they all depend from the improved infrastructure in Nakuru. Nyandarua requires our market for their food. Laikipia, security issues are managed from Nakuru. Narok, Kiambu depends on our sand. What do we get from all this that we support? We need to put more money in these counties that be able to support. Nairobi the same. Nairobi is a county where if they're able to generate 100 billion of their own money, they can lend other counties. And this business of county suffering, we can have counties, economic blocks that are able to support our economic blocks.
Yeah, and Kevin, I would also want to get your sentiments on the same, on the own source revenue, because looking at many counties don't even get to half of what they're supposed to get. But unfortunately, what we witnessed in the first governments and now the second is a lot of wastages. And like engineers talking about, if at all we put some percentage to ensure that public participation is quite robust, it's something that can help Kenyans. But unfortunately, all that is not being done. But unfortunately, we still have a lot of wastages in counties.
I honestly agonize with the scenario that engineer is painting, because that really dents the image, if I could say that, of public participation in counties, which is really one of the top 3 or 6 issues that counties are grappling with. Now, what I would advise that counties like Nakuru do is, one, strengthen public participation. And how to do it is to look at organized groups. If it is in tourism, what is the Hoteliers Association of Nakuru doing against the budget? Do they organize? Do they engage with the budget committee of the assembly? Do they strengthen mechanisms that even ensure that debates on those key concerns are taking place? I can give you examples of counties that we have worked with and have seen a lot of improvement. Tana River County, for example, has a long river, almost the second largest in Eastern Central Africa, if not the world, passing through, and it is called River Tana. But if you walk into, that's about 6 years ago, 4 to 6 years ago, you walk into hotels or in people's homes, so you just go to the streets, you see women carrying their children on their backs, and they are, rolling jerrycans of water from very long strings. And what we did with Major Adado was basically to look at what is the cost of cleaning the water and tapping it or getting boozers? The long and short of the story is that when we did the International Water Day in 2019 in Tana River County, which was also attended by CS Eugene Wamalwa, who was a Devolution and ASAL's cabinet secretary. You imagine the partnership that existed between the national government, that's the Ministry of Devolution and ASALs, and the county government, to an extent that the national government committed 5 water boozers, from National Irrigation Board, which has a huge project in Hola. And the county government committed an addition of 580 million shillings into the budget of water. And today, if you walk into any hotel or any of the families in Hola, at least within the communities, you will either see tanks that have been put together, or you will not miss to see 3 different water boozers moving through the sub-counties supplying water. The same can be told of tourism in Taita Taveta, which we have also done a lot of engagements and advocacy. And the beauty of this is organizing the communities. So the question to the people of Nakuru is, can the hoteliers, because I know they have the biggest, in fact the chair of Kenya National Hoteliers Association comes from Nakuru. Why can't they be able to engage with the county assembly and the county government to present the picture of how much the county government can be able to raise through its own revenue mechanisms and schemes. Number 2 is, of course, the economic blocks. And he mentioned 8 counties that neighbor Nakuru, and all these counties really have benefits. And there is a value which each of the counties therefore add. And if you look at the Abadeas, because I think Nakuru is in Abadeas economic block, Mount Kenya and Abadeas, why can't the leadership of Mount Kenya and Abadeas sit down and ask themselves, now that all these 8 counties have a value-add mechanism, how can we be able to benefit from each other? And then they come up with their own local policies, because I'm sure that is both an executive role, and then even through the assemblies, they can put up an act.
Yes, and Kevin, allow me, because the own source revenue and how to manage that incomparable to what is received by counties from the national government. We're going to be looking at that in depth. But for now, allow me to have a break together with my sign language interpreter, Carol Njoroge. We need to have that break. But when we come back, we're still looking at counties. Remember, tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. as enshrined in law, all the governors and deputy elects will be sworn in their various respective counties, and we'll be keeping a keen eye on that. Actually, we'll be live from the counties to bring you that coverage. I'm with Crispas Wadimba, who is a principal consultant, infrastructure projects, and also a leadership and governance expert. And we have Kevin Osido, who is the executive director of County Governance Watch. And Kevin, because we started this a little bit earlier, you will tell us and the viewer what exactly County Government Watch is and how you've been able to always liaise with counties for better devolution and governance.
No problem.
Let's take that break. We'll be right back. This is KBC. Allow me also, by director, just give me 1 minute. I just sample some of your responses here on social media. Ramadan Hassan, you say so proud. Billy, you say impressive. Well to join. Then we have somebody who has brought about something quite interesting that is ailing a lot of Kenyans. Will you finally dismantle the Unga prices? Will you? I don't need to discuss such in Kenya. Maybe mention countries that he says not in Kenya, somewhere else. But we'll be delving into that and also sampling some of your responses during this live interview. This is KBC, and this is News Check.
What should Achilles say to greet little lion? Whoa! Can you read the word?
Oh! Don't worry, Bush Baby. You can draw it again.
Achilles, Achilles, this is Achilles. She has a secret. Tell us, tell us. When the sun goes down, Achilles goes to sleep, and she enters a world where all the animals speak.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What?
Yes. I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for it.
Oh no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation. Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawa kumadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down. Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani. I see. Put him down.
Birds can't settle down till me get my herbs to burn. We just can't get down until me get my collie to burn. You don't call anymore, 'cause I'm still thinking about you. Have you found somebody new? Everybody let's sing. Reverse the curse to where it's coming from. Turn it back as fast as you can. Roots reggae music up in your bloodstream. Red, gold and green. Red, gold and green. Every corner, every lane, every scheme. Red, gold and green. Red, gold and green.
Wiki hii kwenye mkulima.
Kipanda mti huwa haina stress nyingi, ikishakuwa ni ku harvest tu. Every week na harvest napata pesa, every after a week napata pesa.
Hata wewe huna budi kuanza kilimo hicho.
Ungana nasi Jumapili saa 9:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa Ondo Kamili.
For the past 2 weeks, the athletes of Major League Wrestling and the luchadors of AAA have competed in heavy-hitting fights. Oh my God! High-flying encounters, bloody brawls, Ortiz, oh my God! And title fights. As we enter week 3 of the historic first-ever Super Series, both leagues are tied at 2 wins apiece. The unstoppable Jacob Fatu of Contra. Who the hell is going to pry the championship away from the Samoan Smashing Machine?
Sometimes I wish I never left. Probably JJ would be at a better place right now.
And you were not really there when we needed a mother.
Kuna kitu inaitwa doto za mushana na dreams.
So jua kutofautisha.
Ukitaka kumake money on a side apart from this job, punguza mdomo.
Kunyamaza pia inakuwa ni gharama sana.
Unajua kuongea lugha ya pesa.
Hello?
I'm planning to call a board meeting.
She has already reached. Okay, let me look at the forms, then I'll get them to you via email.
How would you like working with us?
I'm not quite sure how that would work.
We are on the same side.
We're gonna need Millicent on our side.
Welcome back to KBC News Check, and today we are going to the counties. You do remember that in less than 24 hours, 45 governors and their deputies will take oath of office and will take their offices, and now all counties will be good to go as we wait for the presidential petitions in the Supreme Court. What happened is that IBC, as mandated by law, has already gazetted the 45 governors elect and their principal assistant, and also on the list of elections. From assuming office, the first entry will be to elect the county speaker, who will be the third in command when it comes to the counties. How that will pan out is one of the things that we are discussing. How have counties fared so far? We promulgated our constitution and we started those governments in 2013. Now we are in 2022, just about 10 years of devolution. How has the scorecard been? Of course, a lot of challenges, taking office, duplication of roles, wastages, corruption, as well as governance. That is what me and my panel, we have Ken Osido, who is the Executive Director of County Governance Watch. We have Engineer Crispus Wadiba, who is also, it's a good thing that you've mentioned that you also be seeking the county speaker seat of Nakuru. And also now we are joined by Charles Omanga, who is a leadership and governance expert and also an advocate of the High Court, to try and put things into perspective when it comes to counties, because now we are from the presidential petitions for now. Focus is now shifted to the counties and we have to check how they are. But to give you a good glimpse is that 45 governors, of course I say 2 because of Nakuru and, Kakamega and Mombasa are yet to go to the ballot, but we will do that this coming week. We have 26 governors who are first-time governors. We have 11 incumbents who had to sweat it out to pick the seat again, and we have 8 comeback governors. They were there in the year 2013. Well, 2017, they were in the political cold, but now they are back for their final term because as mandated by law, they only have to go for 2 terms. Let me bring in my panel of experts. Before we went for the break, Kevin, we were looking at the wastages that in county and trying to balance the equation, because 2013 perhaps maybe we could have excused some of the wastages because it was a new territory.
Yeah.
But by 2017, we had already gained traction.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we are seeing a lot of wastages in counties. But before you do that, just tell us exactly what County Government's Watch is and what you've been doing in terms of oversighting counties.
So County Governance Watch, as the name suggests, is a non-government organization that watches over county government. So what we do is basically to look at performance of counties in terms of the human resource elements, in terms of the budgetary elements, in terms of service delivery elements, and issues that have got to do with public participation. So how we do this is that we have a tool called the County Governance Index, which assesses performance of counties on 5 key service delivery areas: health, water, education, agriculture, and infrastructure. And so this moves us to the second thing which we do, which is called setting up the governance roundtable. So after every assessment of the counties that we do, which is done on an annual basis, so every year we do the assessment, but we have a midterm report that we release, and then we put together what is called the governance roundtable, which is a feedback mechanism, which is chaired by the county governors, and they bring in the speakers and other key, very relevant personnel. So those include the CECs of the service delivery areas, the chief officers who are like the PSS at the national level, and the various directors. So in between, we also bring in the county assembly because of the oversight issues. So if it is health, for example, we invite the health committee. If it is education, we invite the Education, Gender and Youth Social Services Committee. And so the kind of feedback that generates or emanates from this is, of course, then it sets the agenda of the county government. So if the citizens have a feeling that, for example, there is an overemphasis of infrastructure, where a lot of the budget goes into infrastructure, and what we have seen is that there has been very good reasons why that is happening, then we ask the counties to rechannel, or through the supplementary budgets, the county assembly can appropriate resources of finances that now boost the elements where citizens don't feel it. So we also do a lot of involvement in elections, and just in the last few months, since April, we have been working with the IEBC and other stakeholders to ensure that the right people are actually elected. So we are glad that in about 23 of the 47 counties, we have relations with like some of the governors, because we've been supporting them through civic education issues, voter education. We had observers in some of the counties. We also undertook vetting sessions for those who are running for office. So at least in about 23 of those 47 counties, I would proudly say that we are going to be having people that we already have a relationship with. And even as we are seated here and talking, we already having conversations with the Council of Governors and even the specific county assemblies and the county governments to undertake induction programs. So we know that the COG, for example, has been working on a manual used to induct governors, deputy governors, MCAs, and other officials of the county. So as an organization, we also come in for technical assistance and technical support. So that, in a nutshell, is more or less what County Governance Watch is about. But our primary business is to protect devolution and make the voices of the citizens count in the governance and leadership issues.
The wastages, and of course corruption, we're going to touch that, because there's quite a big thorn when it comes to county governments. There have been a lot of wastages, and as I said earlier on, by 2013 we were just try and error when it comes to the county governments, but by 2017, and now we are headed to 2022, but unfortunately we still have the wastages.
Why this is happening is for a number of reasons. But from a constitutional legal perspective, which is the first reason, we haven't seen Chapter 6 and Article 10 of the Constitution being put into effect. So we have corrupt people being elected, and they actually get voted into office by the voters. People who cannot explain the sources of their wealth. So that really dents the kind of image and even the kind of expectation that citizens have. And if you look at campaign financing aspects of this country, and that's also a legal issue, because Parliament has failed for the last 10 years to pass the campaign financing law, people cannot be able to put a cap on the amounts of monies which they use to campaign. So a lot of that is used for bribing voters, even for people whose passion is not in going to help, serve the citizens. They are just there because maybe there is quest for power, or we have the resources to be able to campaign and get elected. And then the other bit of it, of course, is also to look at the roles and functions of why are we electing a governor, is of course to ensure that services are delivered, and the MCA to oversight and to make laws and to represent us. But if you look at the unholy alliances that then play in within counties, where governors use county resources to buy or to bribe MCAs to pass certain laws or to pass certain budgets, that leads into corruption. The fourth issue is a lack of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to devolve its services to the counties. So, for example, they have, I think, 8 regional offices, but we have always made a call for them to be able to go down to the grassroots. And by that I mean having conversations or forums with the citizens. And we already spoke about organized citizen networks in the counties in our initial segment. It becomes a big opportunity for EACC, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to begin to engage directly with citizens, as opposed to having structured, very high-level conversations where only suit wearers like ourselves are the ones who are invited, but the pain of the citizens is never felt. Yeah. The fifth reason is a lack of MCAs, the county assemblies, to pass an anti-corruption law, because the constitution does not bar them to have their own localized laws in terms of what we do. And that has been a major issue that has been raised even through the County Governance Index, because we also have a session for recommendations. And citizens always say, please let us have a local law, our own way of dealing with corrupt leaders. And the question that has always been asked is, how come it's easy for a chicken thief, somebody who is feeling, a young person feeling very hungry and goes and, catches a standby chick of a neighbor, and this person gets arrested and is jailed for 6 months or 8 months or whichever amount of time. But a county officer who, appropriates resources to some dubious infrastructural budget, or does not show how much they have been able to use to buy patrols across, because in these counties you walk in and you ask yourself, in 2 months you have 12 petrol stations owned by 4 MCAs. How possible is that? Yet we know the amounts of monies that MCAs, and so people who cannot be able to. So the lack of putting in place localized laws and mechanisms through which county governments can be able to deal with corruption basically form a number of, or some of the reasons as to why we have seen corruption being quite profiled and highly devolved at the county level.
And I would also want Wakili now to dig in that why are counties not passing corruption laws? And still, while at it, looking at the president-elect, William Ruto has started marshalling numbers, Kenya Kwanza numbers, and we have heard that there are some parties who had an alliance with perhaps Azimio, and now they are jumping ship to this. Of course, the law does allow pre- and post-coalition agreements. How does this pan out? Because if at all a president or a governor will always be marshalling numbers so that he may determine who will be the speaker, and of course that some people may argue that that's not quite democratic.
I think it is a great tragedy because if you see even how our Political Parties Act was structured, I think it doesn't permit any person or individual who is taken to parliament through another political party, and then immediately after, then you start to espouse ideologies of another political party. And more importantly, if we look at the way this coalition agreement, more importantly the Azimio one, was a little bit rigid. I had an opportunity to at least get an access to it, and actually doesn't allow any member, and you saw what happened with the former governor of Machakos, had a lot of issues when he wanted now to join Kenya Kwanza, because there is a clause there that it explains the procedure of getting out of that coalition. And therefore, it is only that we have become a country where the wrong becomes the right and the right becomes the wrong. And then the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties had never made it its business to ensure that those who or individuals that actually violates those provisions are put to book. So that is why this issue of people crossing over immediately after, or trying now to explain and espouse ideologies for another political party other than the ones that took them to parliament, it is a great tragedy. Having said that, I think politics is about numbers, and then we are at a very, very critical time. Transition periods are always a very dangerous time in a political life of any nation all over the world. And therefore, when you have a sitting president that is not seeking election or re-election, or is now has finished his term, it becomes a little bit convoluted in terms of the political arrangements. So that's why we see the President-elect, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, is really trying to ensure that, because you see now the election, the way in terms of numbers, the numerical strength in both houses of parliament, it is like they are almost 50-50. So whoever tries as much to quote the other side or quote certain individual to ensure that he has the majority, and for whatever reason, the intentions is always known in terms of who to give speaker, because these coalitions, there are certain seats that were promised to certain individuals that joined either of the coalition. So I think it is something that should not really be celebrated, but we really have to put our foot down to ensure that the office of the Register of Political Parties is really empowered to ensure that they really do their mandate. So that is the only way we can cure this menace. But otherwise, if we just take it as usual.
Do Azimio have any legal remedies at the court?
They do, because now it is them to explain to those individuals that have decided and made it their business to cross before even they are sworn in to join other coalitions. The fact that the law permits post-election coalitions or alliances, whatever nature, doesn't mean that now those coalitions now overrides what the dictates of the political parties act.
Okay. Hold the thought. First of all, let's cross over to Njiro, where Education CS Professor George Magoha is just opening up a new CBC classroom. Let's first of all cross over and hear the professor.
With the completion of our CBC classrooms, quite a number of counties are at 100%, and I have officers across the nation. Like I said, Dr. Sarah Ruto is still in Mombasa. From there, she will go to Elgeyo Marakwet, where we still have a hiccup. We are at 85% plus, which means we are working against time for 15%. Most of the uncompleted classrooms are at roofing or walling level. So we are quite confident that we shall complete. We are focused mainly in the Coast region and Western region together with Nairobi. All the others are self-propelling. The Rift Valley is quite large. There are some counties there like Nandi that are doing extremely well. There are also others that are struggling, like Elgeyo Marakwet, and we are sure that we shall be able to reach our targets. But my message this morning was about a few teachers who are still sending children home. It really leaves a bitter taste in the mouth. There's a child who has been sent away from a school in Nairobi. We looked for the principal the whole of yesterday. We have looked for the principal today, and the child has only gone back to school today. I am saying this as a parent and grandparent myself. If somebody is struggling and has paid all the fees for the year and only has a balance of 30,000 shillings, and the sister is assuring you that she will continue to pay as we move along, and you feel compelled that the child must go home, then again, I'm trying not to use very strong words, but I think even in my slight words, I would say that is not proper. It is not human. We have got a lot of challenges. We are going to miss a day on Monday. Who knows whether we shall we shall miss other days. I think we shall take it very seriously as a criminal offense if, as we have directed you to look for the parents, instead you are sending the children home. It is really bad and sad to do so. And I don't know what happened. But having said so, I want to thank the greater majority of our teachers, the principals and head teachers, who have gone into some kind of working relationships with those children that are struggling. Those destitute children that got into a Elimu scholarship, I I have been advised that now the money has started going to schools. They must also not be removed from schools because that scholarship is going to go on for the next 4 years. It's a large number. We are now talking of 27,000 children across the nation. And I also want to thank the school managers for ensuring that they are there and doing everything possible. Everybody seems to be worried that, we should extend time and what have you. In my assessment, I have noticed that a large number of schools have already completed the syllabus, and all that they need to do as they revise is to apply the knowledge that they are revising, so that you don't just go through the syllabus again like a machine. And I think all will be well. Those who are so afraid that the time is going to be short, I think we wait and cross the bridge when we get there. Now, if somebody has a question that is pertaining to what I have said, say so. But if it is not pertaining, can we just accept that we are friends and we move on to the next?
Yes,
pertaining to what we have said.
Yes. You've given us so far the progress in CBC classrooms in public schools, but we know private schools have given the undertaking that they will build up to about 5,000 classrooms. So what is the status? And the last time we spoke to some of them, they said the issue of putting up a laboratory could be challenging most of them because previously they had a plan just to put up classrooms. So what is the situation so far?
That is now water under the bridge. Our colleagues in the private sector have done extremely well. First of all, you start with the urban areas, Nairobi being one of them. We have now got close to 150 primary schools that have constructed laboratories that we accept as standard. And I think, like I said, the government is not stopping by us moving on. Where we are standing from, I can now tell you, unless the parents choose otherwise, that the great majority of the children who are in private schools and their parents want them to remain in those private schools for junior secondary school will be able to do so. Because we have given out a standard laboratory that is being done, and some of them have done laboratories out of this world. You can also overdo it. Some of them have overdone it, but I don't think it's no longer an issue. They might actually surpass the original target that we gave them. The small matter would be that when you take your child there, then you have to pay for it because it is voluntary. That's why you don't see us making too much noise. Our job is to ensure that every child goes to school. But if you choose to go to a private school, first of all, check your pocket. And if you have a few coins there, then you do so. Mombasa is not doing as well, but we are focused there. We are moving with them. Why these two cities is because Nairobi usually has close to 50,000 extra children who go to private primary schools, and then they have to compete for the other public schools. Mombasa about 25 to 30,000. The other flanks are doing reasonably well. I strongly believe that the momentum we have created will continue, and that no parent who wants her child to remain in the private school for the next 2 or 3 years will be told that there is no vacancy there. First of all, it's a business, so they can expand very quickly if they want. Are we together? So I think that's what really I want to say today. In terms of what is happening on Monday, our children who will remain in school, there's so many things to do in school. You can be in small groups, even in the halls, and discuss. You can go to the fields, you can play hide and seek. There are so many things you can do. And for those who will be staying home for just one day, nobody has made you blind. You are carrying books, and if you like, you can also stay around each other and do a lot of things. So let's leave a lot of politics out of this. But you will understand that this ministry of mine cannot rest like others. I can't say, well, let me now stop working. I would be doing a great disservice to our children. So, as you see me, I think I need more encouragement than being bashed. And we will continue to do so. So you will see me until such a time that I'm handing over to Mr. or Miss X in my office. Then I can go back to my surgical clinic and continue from there. Thank you.
I have a question. Special needs institutions.
Most kindly, madam, who are you and where do you come?
My name is Laura Shatuma from the Star.
Yeah, what is the question again?
The question is, what's the status of classroom construction in special needs institutions?
Well, our special needs institutions are special, as you know, and so we are paying a little bit more attention to them. You know, we usually give, even under normal circumstances, an extra 50,000 shillings to them. So we are not unduly worried. Maybe you are worried because you have not seen me going to open classrooms there. But there are ways and means by which we take special needs, and the ways and needs by which they move from one grade to another. Those who choose to go to a school that is normal, like if you just need large prints, those will benefit from what we are doing now. But the very serious ones, like the blind ones and others, I don't think you should worry very much because we pay a lot more attention to them. Maybe what I should do now is to ensure that I take you to one of them.
Education CS Professor George Magoha, live from the Muhuri Mushiri Secondary School in Njiru sub-county, right here in the capital there. Just commissioned CBC classrooms, and I've been able to pick up a few things, and because of the interest of time, allow me to mention that he has said that the government is firmly on course to implement the junior secondary classrooms. No sending of candidates or even pupils because of fees. And we have our very own Beatrice Gatonye Ngetich, who is keenly following up there. The last minute there, the CS responding to some questions fielded by the journalists will be coming a little bit later with a comprehensive report on the same. But for now, allow me to interact with my panelists, and since we are on the education note, I would like to hear your sentiment, because you've been on the field, and how the election cycle interferes with the education calendar, because there have been suggestions that there could be petitions to stop queuing voting in schools so as not to interrupt our students and our pupils.
Well, you know, I don't see the merits of that challenge because, you know, schools are public facilities. The only challenge is that we are spending a lot of time in terms of determining an election. Mm-hmm. I think if we could have used other electronic means in terms of tallying these results, within a day or two, the whole process would be complete. But waiting for 5-7 days, it's not convenient. So I think as we progress as a country, the same way we are able to borrow billions of shillings through M-Pesa without even going to the branch or the bank, we should be able also to do our elections without having to physically be there and trust the process to be true. I think we are spending a lot of money in a process because we lack trust in our systems. So if we can cultivate a culture where we appoint people who are not politically inclined, we appoint people who are patriotic to the country and are able to give us a process that is free, fair and transparent, then we will not have to have these worries about schools being closed or not. Because there are countries where even if you want an election tomorrow, they'll do it. Because the systems are there, the processes are very clear, the people who can handle it are people who can be trusted. But this country suffers from a huge trust deficit, and that is what is costing us a lot of money. We spend close to 4,000 shillings per person in an election. Well, in other countries, they spend maybe 500, 200 shillings. Why should we do that? Just because of a one-day process. And now with this petition that is in place, we don't even see the worth, the things that are being revealed. Does it really matter to go into an election if somebody can be able to manipulate through a portal or such things? But we leave it to the Supreme Court to be able to determine and give us direction.
And it's a good thing that you've mentioned that, because Wakili, you are not done with your point on how county members, they pass bylaws, and some are quite fast, but when it comes to corruption laws, What would it take? Because perhaps they're reading the script from the national government, where one agency will flag off people because of corruption allegations, but at the end of the day, these people not only end up at the ballot, they end up in parliament, they end up in Senate, they end up in county leadership.
I think there is no deficiency in terms of how best do we ensure that the issues of anti-corruption laws are implemented at the county level. The interdependence nature of how our county governments interact with the national legislations is that there is no difference in terms of corruption. There is no corruption that is unique to Trans Nzoia County government, and there is no corruption that is unique to Bungoma County. Therefore, the only thing that is lacking is the nexus in terms of the goodwill, in terms of implementation. Because if we have regional offices, so it is only that we have made corruption to be a normal thing. So in terms of how we relate with people who are perceived or presumed to be corrupt. Therefore, in terms of the fact that even county government, the county assembly also have that legislative role, doesn't mean that now they must or they have to pass a law in whichever county to deal with corruption. Because we have Anti-Corruption, Economic and Economic Crimes Act, EACC Act. We have these laws. We have the Leadership and Integrity Act that actually is trying to give effect to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Therefore, I think the goodwill and the ability to ensure that those whom we give opportunity to serve us in whatever leadership capacity must be people of good character. And that is why I like what Usido's organization is trying to do in terms of ensuring that telling the populace that what do you look into for a leader. And therefore, at least we are trying to move forward, but we must ensure that we try to implement and live by the spirit and the letter of the law, so that the people that are perceived, or whenever there is a misapprehension that certain individual has engaged in a corrupt act, therefore the law must take its course. It is only that our very own, the general citizenry have made it their business to try to protect such individuals, so that when they are tried to put to account, then people are saying that our people are being targeted. So until such a time that we would have to live to the reality that we really have to ensure that we have a society and a group of leaders that are corrupt and are really believed in terms of the integrity as the Constitution demands. So there is no need, there is no insufficiency of laws. That law must be implemented even at the county level, and the implementation matrix does not include or entail an enactment of another law to give effect. So what we have to do is that we must have those individuals that are willing and are ready to ensure that when you are corrupt, then you must have to account for whatever action or inaction of your dealings. So that is what will really save us. But we do not really have to enact any anti-corruption law at the county level. No.
I know, Kevin, you have a say when it comes to matters corruption and how we can strengthen the institutions that we have vested power in and resources to ensure that our money is safeguarded. But I would like to pick your mind, Engineer, on the same, because actually, if at all you're going to get that seat as the speaker, you're the third in command. But we've had not only corruption in county governments, but also in county assemblies. We've even seen a lot of wastages in benchmarking. We have trips. We have so many outlets of cash as opposed to the inlets.
I think what we lack as a country is not laws that can fix the problem. What we lack is men and women who are courageous to face this problem. Remember, in South Africa, Zuma was challenged by a state prosecutor who was courageous enough to prosecute the issue of state capture and misuse of public resources by the president. And she was steadfast in terms of pursuing that matter to conclusion. But the system there was able to protect her in a way that she will not become a victim because of what she was doing. Even though Zuma had a constituency of people who supported him, she was not scared of this constituency. She was focused on finding out, did Zuma do the following issues? Was there state capture? And she was able to prove that. So what we need as a country is that if you're given an office as the boss of EACC or DCI or DTPP, or me as the county assembly speaker, am I courageous enough to follow through the issue that I'm trying to challenge? Do I have the conviction that is required to serve in that office? Because what we lack here is that, even you can see in the IEBC issue, people are saying it's because they are affiliated to a certain formation, that's why they are taking a position. Not because that we are interrogating the issues they are raising. Whether those issues have merit or not, we are not looking at that. We are looking at where do they come from? What is their second name? Who are they affiliated with? We need to move away from that kind of mindset. We move to a mindset where we have men and women we can trust. Men and women who have the courage to be able to take a position, stand by it, and move forward until to conclusion. So I think that's what we need to start investing in, and that's what we need to encourage. And now the way we can encourage is be able to recognize these men and women who are championship for trust, like what County Watch is doing, and other organizations, other personalities that are able to stand firm on a certain position.
Kevin, and looking at the institutions that we have, Wakili and Engineer have alluded to the fact that we don't even need other laws. We just need to strengthen the institutions that we have. But unfortunately, looking at before this election, agencies like NCIC, EACC, they raised the red flag and showed Kenyans and the world that these people should not be at the ballot. But unfortunately, again, not only were they in the ballot,
some of them have been elected.
A lot of them have been elected and some re-elected. But at the end of the day, they're going to be serving the counties that we want to jealously defend devolution and rid corruption. Does it concern you?
Of course it does. And part of what we have failed to do is to break down what I would call the cost of corruption. If His Excellency the President, for example, says that we lose 2 billion shillings per day, what is 2 billion shillings in a county? Okay, take it to the county level, 800 million shillings for wheelbarrows that have some unique features, you know. What would 800 million shillings do in a county like Bungoma or in a county like Lamu that only has about 140,000 people? It's that there's a lot that kind of money can be able to do. So what we have failed to do as a nation and even as organizations and institutions is to help the citizen understand that cost of corruption. That if you allow somebody to take even 100,000 shillings of money which is supposed to be given for water, then that means you will not get water for as long as how many days or how many months. So breaking down the cost of corruption, because the analysis is there. The degree of the amounts of monies that we lose is there, because if you look at the procurement process, both at national and even at county levels, including what we call the project management committees that have citizens nominated into those committees, and their primary role is to look at bill of quantities, the time spent for constructing whatever it is that the county is procuring. A lot of the compromises, people being given, you know, a chair of such a committee comes and says, you know, today the governor is very sufficiently philanthropic, and he has said you will not get 5,000. In fact, we'll add you 10,000. And then people forget that the huge amounts of monies we are discussing is not commensurate to the 15,000 or the additional 10,000. And through people now are told, no, the meeting for next week is postponed because anyway, we already gave you your... So nobody wants to invest in going back to ask, by the way, why the money they gave us, where did it come from? So we have citizens who are seconded to certain committees at counties, and they are not very keen to look at the ripple effects. Number two is what we call the CBF, the County Budget and Economic Forum, which is really the most open mechanism that also invites both government and non-governmental staff, so citizens, to be part of this discussion that really deals and delves deeper into looking at the county budget. But if you look at aspects like training, a simple training like spotting corruption, you know, so when you have a figure of 100 billion, how do you break that down from budget item to budget item, and what is it supposed to achieve? So we have also not invested in training citizens who sit in certain institutions like the CBF, which is a legal and constitutional mechanism through the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, which is really the mechanism through which counties also get their monies. The other bit of it is what I would call probably dealing with conflict of interest. If you are an MCA and your role is to exercise oversight, why do you want to be roped into executive role? So you're always calling the chief officer and asking, that dam that I told people I was going to build when I was campaigning, we have to build it, and I already have even these people from China or from wherever who can come and give us a good mechanism. Why do you want to push, for certain things to be done your way? Because you know that already there is going to be interest. The last thing probably is reporting corruption. Because yes, we have these institutions, we have whistleblowers, we have people who come up and say, I suspect some dubious business going on, but the institutions are never very strong in terms of administering the responsibility. So that if you look at time that we spend to deal with corruption issues, I know BBI was thrown out of the table by the Supreme Court, but BBI had recommended 2 years for any corruption case, whether it is mega, minor, or micro, or whatever, yeah? Today, we have governors who have been elected into office and they have issues in court spanning 6 years ago. We have senators who have issues in court. We have MCAs, some of them who have issues. We have MPs who have killed people. But their issues are never dealt with. But yet, small theft cases, the police is very quick to go and grab people and pick people. So the time we spend to deal with corruption issues also needs to be revisited, which is why I was proposing that county assemblies or counties need to come up with, if we cannot be able to pass laws, because I agree with them that we have enough laws to be able to deal with them, then let's domesticate and use community radio stations to empower citizens and tell them, if you spot corruption looks like this, get a toll-free number which you can call, or an SMS which you can text and say, I went to the county government, I was asked for 200 shillings to be able to get a piece of paper which I can download or whatever. So,
yes, yeah. And they're still on the same, and we need to pick up the pace. And now, looking at the party list, of course, we will be having the same in the counties, the nomination list, and in the national government. But unfortunately, even the two major coalitions, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, they were not even able to just give the basics, what is required in law.
I think the way we run our political parties, just like private member clubs, is what really is ailing our nation. Because, political parties are the vehicles or institutions through which we get our leaders into the positions of power. But when you find the political parties by itself not really adhering and complying with the law, then that is also something that really need to be called out. Because if you look at even the party list, I think before the elections, there were questions that were raised that certain political parties did not really comply with the requirements that the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission required them to do in terms of who to nominate and how. So that non-adherence to what the law demands, and because you see now these party leaders, these leaders of these various political parties, they always take political parties as their own personal properties, and that is and it should not be, because these are political parties like an institution of governance, whereby those dictates of how governance, what good governance entails, must be manifested in these political parties in terms of how they are run, in terms of those individuals that they give an opportunity to be leaders in those political parties. So therefore, I think what we really need to do as a nation, we must have citizenry that actually put leaders to account for whatever actions or inactions that they are engaging in their day-to-day affairs of how these political parties are managed. And if failure to do so, actually we would always be lamenting, because just the way we say, we have enacted so many laws. We had the issue of 2/3 gender rules, where we are saying we really need to ensure that no any appointed elected police of more than 2/3 of the same gender. And then I'm very happy that at least this time around, actually, our women, our sisters, our daughters have really tried to go out there and actually try to battle it out. And actually, that is because we are trying, as we are moving, however nascent our democracy is, but we are trying to ensure that the political environment is not that favors the male gender in terms of the issues of violence, the issues how name calling, body shaming of this our sisters, this our mothers. So I think going forward, I think these are lessons learned. We must actually try to strive towards ensuring that we make our political parties to be those that actually portray what it should, how it should be.
And engineer,
yes,
still on the same, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes because we are running out of time. I wanted us to also to briefly touch on the equalization fund, because 34 counties in this financial year 2022-2023 been given 6 billion by the government, of which half is distributed and the other half about the county development index. Looking at some counties, a good example is Nakuru. It's quite rich, if you ask me, in terms of resources, in terms of human resource, businesses. But this fund, for the last, almost 10 years, Kevin?
Yeah.
It has not really met its target.
I think overall, we need to take, beyond watching the county governments, we need to take stock of these investments we have done in the county governments. If you look at county government as a business, we have transferred close to 3 trillion over the last 10 years. But how that 3 trillion has manifested in terms of economic growth in those counties, we need to take stock of that. Have those counties increased in terms of revenue generation? Have those counties starting to demand less from the national government because they can be able to support themselves? Give an example of Turkana. It gets a very big share of that equalization fund. But as recent as now, the issues of hunger are prevalent there. Yet that fund was supposed to address specific issues that make those people lag behind, such as food security. So we need to start taking stock of this money that we are putting in this county government. What is it doing? What is it translating into? If I say I build a market in my ward, I build 5 markets in my ward, I need to start seeing that ward increasing in terms of generation of income, because now the markets are able to bring business to the people. The people there are supposed to do business and pay permits. Meaning, if I was collecting 10,000 a day, I should be able to say I'm collecting 50,000 in this area. And therefore, I stop relying more on the national government, because I'm able to start generating money from the money that has been put in. The same goes to the equalization fund. We need to see it's reducing, because the areas where we have put in, we have started seeing some returns. And that's the conversation we need to have. And that's why I'm excited that there are some senators who have gone to be governors, because they will now start being tasked. You have been putting money in these counties. Can we now see value of money coming from the counties that you are now serving?
Kevin, your last word. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
So my last word is basically to ask citizens, as we look forward to the swearing in of governors tomorrow. The reason why this is happening is to enhance service delivery and also public participation. So let's organize ourselves to put them to task with the manifestos that they presented, coiling that with the county integrated development planning processes and the budget processes, and ensure that we hold them to account to deliver. As we wait for the Supreme Court declaration, please continue to maintain calm and peace. Thank you.
Wakili.
I think I would also just wish Kenyans peace, and as we wait for the Supreme Court decision on the presidential election. But we would also want to encourage those who have managed to get an opportunity to be elected governors that will be sworn in tomorrow, to ensure that that is another government in itself. So let us put them to account and ensure that whatever promises and whatever development that are prioritized in terms of county integrated development development plan, they ensure that that is implemented and achieved.
Thank you so much, my director, for some few minutes.
Okay. For me, it's just to congratulate every person who has been elected. I was in a race, but I
unfortunately, you didn't mention about the party list, because at the end of the day,
yes,
it's the same thing in the county.
For example, like in Nakuru, UDA had 39 MCAs. The rest were taken by Jubilee, ODM, and Independents. So I'm expecting that the party numbers may influence the issue of speakership. But I'm also trusting that the MCAs who have been elected will interrogate everybody in their own capacity, not the capacity of the party, because parties have held us captive for many years, and we have seen parties die out with every election. And therefore, we need to start investing in parties that have an ideology that can transcend one government to the other, which is something that is still not there. But I'm hoping that some of us, if we are given the opportunity, we can be able to enrich and come up with the political parties that are able to be there between when we are here and beyond us. But in terms of my last word is to request the MCAs in Nakuru, please give us all an opportunity to discuss with you. We are going to come and lobby, but look at the person who is best fit to serve the people of Nakuru in the event that you have, say, no governor, no deputy governor, and the speaker is supposed to stand in there. Number two, look at the person who can be able to protect the interests of the county assembly and make the work of the assembly and that of the county executive much, much better than it has been the past leadership. For me, I'm best placed, and I trust people will be able to vote for me.
Osido, I would like also you to just weigh in on that issue of party list, because at the end of the day, it has been mentioned that it's just a way of rewarding cronies and friends, and sometimes they talk about other deeper things than just friendship.
Some of those deeper things you don't want to mention are girlfriends and boyfriends.
Yes.
It is the wrong framework. It's quite an unfortunate mechanism that we have. There is a reason why people are asked to join political parties, and that asking needs to be one that adds value. And so for those who sit at the decision-making platforms of political parties, let's move towards the levels of asking ourselves, what value does Kevin Osido bring when he's seated here? What value does the engineer or Wakili present when they come in as members of political parties? Otherwise, the failures that we have seen with past county assemblies and also even the 12th parliament are going to follow us in the sense that there will be no value. Look at the degree of laws which they make, and the fact that people also get nominated to parties. There is a reason why you get nominated, to be able to represent a special interest group or the weak in the society. If you are a person who does not meet those categories, the onus is also on you to just say, no, sir, Mr. Party Leader or Madam Party Leader, I think so-and-so is better placed. And so the party is not deficient of people who can actually sit in and represent. I'm actually happy with the IEBC to the extent that they rejected. There's almost 78 parties because they sent the wrong names. And so even as we talk about accountability, let the members of those political parties and by and large Kenyan citizens and voters also interrogate those parties and ask themselves, what value do these people who are nominated through the party lists actually bring to the table?
There's something that I can mention, and you all mentioned, is that the elected women.
Yeah.
We have now changed as a country. We have 7 elected women, and if my director gives me 2 minutes, I can peruse them.
Women governors.
Women governors.
There are so many women
there are so
who have been
many,
elected, but there are 7 women governors. Yeah.
This election cycle has witnessed a paradigm shift in the way women now take part in elections, because most of the time you find that they form bulk of the voters, but unfortunately, they have very few seats, and the youth form bulk of the campaign strategies, and even used either wrongly or in the right way. But unfortunately, they don't go to the ballot, and the men who sit aside, they end up with the seat.
The challenge we have as a country is that our politics is driven by money. So most of the time you find women don't have the money, the youth don't have the money, and therefore the men who have the money are able to manipulate the process of election. So by electing a women governor, and most exciting is the independent candidate of Meru, where she did not have the resources that the others have, but she was able to pinya hapo katikati na akakuwa the governor. So I think that is an opportunity to demonstrate that if women are given an equal platform, they can be able to win any election. And the issue of curing gender disparity through law may not be the only solution. The only way is to be able to have more and more of these women coming on board and them performing. It's very important that they perform this time so that 2027 we can be able to build on their performance. In Nakuru, we have re-elected all the women who participated in terms of being MPs. None of them was defeated, and we have added one more. You know, she has defeated one of the strongest men in Nakuru. Now we have around 7 leaders from Nakuru who are women, which is a very exciting moment. But the important thing, will they be able to perform? And I trust that if they are given the space, if they are given the support by the entire leadership, they will be able to perform.
Omanga, I would also want you to weigh in on the same.
I think I'm very, very much happy with the performance of our women, those who have been elected either as members of parliament, senate, women reps, and even the governors. Because at least we've seen in the past parliament, the last parliament, that there was at least a demonstration that actually when women are given an equal opportunity, then they offer the best leadership. So therefore, it should not be like they are being given an opportunity like we are rewarding you, but let us now, because it is a democratic space, we give them an equal platform, a level play field, whereby each and everyone must be able to demonstrate their abilities in terms of how best can they represent the interests of the people. So therefore, to me, I think it is something that is good, that it is happening during our time, and I believe that those who are given an opportunity would be able to perform and actually really demonstrate that they are equal to the task. So I will only wish them well and actually encourage others that when the next electoral cycle kicks in, they would be able also to venture into the political field so that they would be able to offer the leadership that our country demands.
Now, in 1 minute each, we are in new governments from tomorrow after the swearing in. And we are going to give them a scorecard after 5 years. You have been following keenly since we started Devolution. Give us a scorecard. And according to you, which is the first thing? We've discussed a lot of things. Which is the first thing that the incoming governors and their deputies should?
The scorecard probably is just for those the incumbents, those who've been re-elected.
And devolution as well.
Yes, exactly. We expect a little bit more, because now they know where the kind of gaps that they basically were unable to fill. It's another opportunity. There's a reason why they've been given another chance. So we'll be coming back to them and looking at a number of issues. In terms of the in-tray is quite heavy and bulky, because the first thing that you're going to deal with is the pending bills. We have over 550 million to the tunes of 2 billion that counties owe people, service providers and all that. So the first task and assignment is, of course, to deal with issues of pending bills and the intergovernmental relations. We are hoping that because depending on how the Supreme Court judgment goes, you know that the current deputy president, who is should I say supposedly elected president-elect, was a chair of the the County Budget and Economic Council of Governors, and there are many things that are pending there, including full transfer of functions of counties. We already spoke about some of them that are still domiciled at the national level. So governors need to be able to advocate through COG and other institutions like County Governance Watch to be able to ensure that the next government fully devolves those functions, and that also follows resources. The last thing, of course, is on-source revenue. We have about 110 streams for counties to be able to generate resources. They only concentrate on 2. Actually, they only have land rates, and we have seen governors advertising on newspapers and TVs, and also cess, which is paid by those small mama bogas and the bodas. But yet, if you look at what is in the assets of counties, there is more than even given the kind of resources that counties receive annually, because the projection is 174 billion per year, but yet they only get 36 billion.
Wow, sleeping giants.
Exactly.
I want to have a look at the women elected leaders, but I would want you to also a minute each as I.
Okay. For me, I'm one of those people looking forward to Susan Kehika being the first woman governor for Nakuru County. She promised to have all the health workers on a permanent and pensionable scheme. So I'm looking forward to see if she'll implement that. Nakuru is a city right now, and there are a lot of issues that she did not agree with in terms of making Nakuru a city. So now that it's a city, I'm just looking forward to how she'll be able to align herself with governing a city as opposed to what she may have wanted in terms of when she was aspiring to be a governor.
I think each and every county has their own priorities. So therefore, there is no uniformity in terms of what should be done first for those who manage to get the gubernatorial positions. Because each and every county have their own county integrated development plan that actually prioritize what are the key issues that the electorate really want to be done first in terms of priority. So I think it is only that we have to encourage our people that they must be eternally vigilant and ensure that we put to account these people that would given an opportunity to lead.
And talking of
by
these
the way, Ben,
people, yes,
for Nairobi County, the expectations are even way too much, because the county lost almost 4 years. And Governor Sakaja has...
And we have the
huge,
fourth governor.
Exactly. So he has a huge responsibility.
But the good thing is that Nairobi at least has ever had a female governor. But looking at elected women governors, there are about 7. As you can see, the men forming the bulk of leadership in counties, that is 40 governors. But the good thing is that they have all been elected. Looking at Nakuru, Susan Kehika, he is a lawyer and a politician. She became the first female governor of the 4th city. She was, first of all, she has risen ranks from being a speaker to senator and now to governor. Because of interest of time, allow me to go to the second one, who happens to be also a seasoned politician, Homa Bay County. Gladys Wanga has been the women representative of Homa Bay County since the year 2013 to 2017. And as you can see, the votes themselves, you can see that she was able to floor former Nairobi Governor Evans Kidero, who got just slightly over 150,000 votes. The great county of Embu, county number 14, Cecily Mbarire, also a seasoned politician. She was MP-elect for Runyenjes, then became nominated MP, and now she is the Embu County MP. For those two, yes, Embu County Governor. And for those two, UDA, Homa Bay, ODM. Let's go to another one, Machakos, Honorable Avinya Ndeti. She garnered 226,000 votes and became the county governor. Wow, Kwale, Honorable Fatuma Achani. She was a deputy governor of Kwale County. She has just transited for the last 10 years. Was a good student, if you ask me, guys. And she actually beat a number of seasoned politicians, Professor Hamadi Boga, Wipers, Chirao Ali Makwere. We also had Dena of Kanu. We also had Mangale of Pa, which is also making inroads in the coastal region. And apologies, this is not Kiambu, this is an error. This is Meru County. Kawira Mwangaza, also a seasoned politician. She was a women MP for that county, and she floored political titans, if you ask me, Governor Kiraitu Muronge and also Senator Mithika Linturi to emerge the victor, but she was independent. She didn't want any party politics. Kirinyaga County, of course, she's serving her second and final term. She used to be a CS, and also she was able to floor seasoned politicians and also the county women representative. Those are some of the elected women leaders. Maybe Mombasa and Kakamega, we might end up seeing a woman governor? Thank you indeed, gentlemen.
Yes. The top contenders are males.
Unfortunately. Yeah. But it's a good start. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Bentro Njue, and I have been having a host of panelists here, beginning from my immediate left, Kevin Osido, who is the Executive Director of the County Governance Watch. They have been keeping a keen eye on devolution for the past, 10 years?
Precisely.
And we have engineer Crispus Wadimba. Okay, that's a good one. He is seeking the third most powerful seat in Nakuru County. That is the county speaker. He is an engineer by profession and also a project consultant when it comes to matters engineering, right?
Yes.
And we have Wakili, advocate of the High Court and also a leadership and governance expert, Charles Omanga. We've been having a lot to talk about when it comes to court in regards to the petition. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Bentro Njue. Thank you so much for watching. Let's continue this conversation on social media. Remember, the 45 governors and their deputies being sworn in tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. as enshrined in law, and we'll be keeping a very keen eye and also lens for that, so keep it KBC. Thanks so much for watching.
Thank you.
Gentlemen,
thank you so much.
Way I can keep you alive. Is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't. Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Ni kweli. Bosi, mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawapa kumadokta.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Baadi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje huu mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down. Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani. I see. Put him down.
Herbs can't settle down till me get my herbs to burn. We just can't get down until me get my collie to burn. She don't call anymore, 'cause I'm still thinking about you. And you found somebody new. Everybody let's sing. Reverse the curse to where it's coming from. Turn it back as fast as you can. Roots reggae music up in your bloodstream. Red, gold and green. Red, gold and green. Every corner, every lane, every scheme. Red, gold and green. Red, gold and green. Yes, enough you know.
For the past 2 weeks, the athletes of Major League Wrestling and the luchadors of AAA have competed in heavy-hitting fights. Oh my God! High-flying encounters, bloody brawls, oh my God! And title fights. As we enter week 3 of the historic first ever Super Series. Both leagues are tied at 2 wins apiece. The unstoppable Jacob Bach 2 of Contra. Who the hell is going to pry the championship away from the Samoan smashing machine?
Sometimes I wish I never left. Probably J&J would be at a better place right now.
And you were not really there when we needed a mother.
Kuna kitu inaitwa doto za mushana na dreams. So, jua kutofautisha.
Ukitaka kumake money on a side apart from this job, punguza mdomo.
Kunyamaza pia inakuwa ni gharama sana.
Unajua kuongea lugha ya pesa.
Hello?
I'm planning to call a board meeting.
She has already reached. Okay, let me look at the forms, then I'll get them to you via email.
How would you like working with us?
I'm not quite sure how that would work.
We are on the same side.
We're gonna need Millicent on our side.
Wiki hii kwenye mkulima.
Kipanda mti huwa haina stress nyingi, ikishakuwa ni ku harvest tu. Every week na harvest napata pesa, every after a week napata pesa.
Hata wewe huna budi kuanza kilimo hicho.
Ungana nasi Jumapili saa 9:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 Kondo kamili.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Tulia hivyo kesho na maliza mchezo. Wacha. Wakati nikikuhitaji ulikuwa wapi? Yaani hapo patamu.
Bati ndo mtamu zaidi.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
This is one of the finest vodkas that I bought from Russia before their borders were closed.
Levi hana kazi. Alafu
Jane, I think you've had enough now. We have a visitor.
Oh, I don't pity.
Ouch.
I'll be patient enough.
You need to tell him the truth now. You're coming to lock that gate. No, Jane, no. No.
Hey, then Natio get wazi.
Jane.
Where is she?
Can I see you outside?
You are trying to snatch Jane away from my hands.
Kuna shida?
Naam, hujambo mtazamaji popote pale ulipo, karibu sana kwenye kipindi cha Tamrini. Nikitumai ya kwamba kufikia sasa siku yako inakuendea vyema na ya kwamba wiki yako vile vile inakuendea vyema mtazamaji. Leo hii hapa kwenye kipindi cha Tamrini tutakuwa tunazungumza tu kuhusiana na hali ya kisiasa humu nchini, ikizingatiwa kwamba tayari kesi zimeshawasilishwa pale katika mahakama ya upeo kupinga yale matokeo ya uchaguzi ambayo yalimtangaza na kumuidhinisha William Ruto kama rais mteule wa taifa hili. Na hivyo basi, je, hali ya kisiasa imekuwaje humu nchini? Na hivyo basi nitakuwa nazungumza naye Askofu Hudson Ndeda ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa muungano wa makanisa na vilevile wahubiri, na bali naye kuwa askofu ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Karibu sana, wasiliana nasi kwenye mitandao ya kijamii kwenye Twitter @KBC Channel 1 @Nancy Okware. Na basi moja kwa moja tukianza, karibu sana askofu kwenye studio zetu leo hii. Na tunapoanza tu kidogo, ningependa kupata tathmini yako kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo hali imekuwa humu nchini. Viongozi mbalimbali wamekuwa wakizungumza na kuwashukuru na kuwasifia Wakenya kwa kudumisha amani baada ya uchaguzi.
Asante sana kwa kunipokea katika kipindi chako hiki. Ni kweli kwamba tunaona kama demokrasia yetu inakuwa. Maana tukitazama vile Wakenya walivyopiga kura kwa amani na utulivu, na pia hapo mahali tumefikia kwamba kumekuwa na matangazo ya matokeo ya uraisi na ambayo yamepingwa na mmoja, na bado Wakenya wamedumisha amani. Hiyo inaonyesha demokrasia yetu inakuwa, na tunapongeza Wakenya kwa ajili ya hilo.
Na manake viongozi hawa wakati ambapo wamekuwa wakizungumza, wamekuwa wakisema ya kwamba ni kana kwamba ni mara ya kwanza katika historia ambapo Wakenya wanapiga kura na kurejelea maisha yao ya kawaida. Tumeona tayari watoto wamerejea shuleni, kumaanisha ya kwamba sasa hivi bado hali ni ya utulivu licha yale matokeo kuwa kuna ule mvutano.
Ndiyo, matokeo yametokea na watu wametuliwa, wamerudi kazini. Wajua, hii nchi imepoteza muda mwingi sana wa kukuza uchumi. Ukitizama hapo nyuma tumekuwa na janga la COVID ambalo limeathiri sana maisha ya Wakenya. Kumetokea vita za Ukraine ambazo zimeathiri sana na uchumi umeathirika. So watu hawana muda wa kupoteza, watu hawana muda wa kuharibu, watu wanataka kurudi kazini ili wakaweze kujenga maisha yao. Kwa hivyo ni vile tu nimeanzia hapo kwa kusema kwamba Wakenya wameonyesha ukomavu mkuu sana. Maana pamoja na uchaguzi pia tunafaa tuangalie uchumi wa nchi. Maana ukizorota, hata kama uliompenda ama uliotafuta sana atakuwa rais, bado hautafurahia maisha katika nchi.
Na tuzungumze tu kuhusiana na hali ya utulivu, manake Wakenya wakati ambapo tulikuwa tunaelekea katika kipindi cha kampeni, ni ya kwamba kulikuwa na mito mbalimbali kutoka hata viongozi wa kidini ambao walikuwa wanawasihi Wakenya kudumisha amani wakati wa uchaguzi. Lakini mara kwa mara unapata ya kwamba viongozi ndio ambao wanawagawanya Wakenya. Unahisi ya kwamba wakati huu ni kana kwamba viongozi wametulia, ama ni Wakenya wenyewe ambao wamepata ule uamuzi na kuamua kwamba hakutakuwa na mambo kama hayo tena?
Nafikiri Wakenya ndio wameamua, kwa sababu Wakenya wamefika mahali pa kuona kwamba hata wakichochewa kupigana na wanasiasa, wao ndio huumia. Wanasiasa hawaumii, watoto wao na watu wao wa karibu hawaumii. Kwa hivyo ni Wakenya ambao ndio wameamua ya kwamba wanataka hii amani. Na hii ni hatua kubwa, vile nimesema, nchi imepiga. Tutafika mahali ambapo watu watakuwa wanatafuta kura, na iwapo mtu amepoteza na ngoja wakati mwingine na hivyo. Kwa hivyo tumeanza kugundua kwamba kura sio vita, ni kutafuta uongozi. Na ni Wakenya, mimi ninaona kama ni Wakenya ambao ndio wameamua. Umeona hata wakati kulitangazwa uchaguzi kulikuwa utulivu. Kuna wale ambao walikuwa na wasiwasi labda kunaweza kukatokea mambo, lakini kukawa tu utulivu mzuri katika nchi, kwa sababu watu wamejua. Na tena kitu ingine ambayo imelete imani kubwa ni koti. Unakumbuka uchaguzi uliopita, wakati ulienda kotini na koti zikaweza kubatilisha huo uchaguzi. So Wakenya wameanza kuona kwamba wanaweza pata haki bila vita na bila kupigana. So hizo zote zimechangia mahali tupo na hiyo le amani na utulivu ambao tuko nao.
Naam, tutakuwa tunarejelea kuzungumza kuhusiana na hiyo kauli na hasa hali ilivyo baada ya zile kesi kuwasilishwa pale mahakamani, lakini sasa hivi mtazamaji, ningependa tuelekee katika kaunti ya Mombasa ambapo kunradhi, mwaniaji wa kiti cha ugavana kupitia chama cha UDA anazungumza. Hivyo basi hebu tumsikize.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuhakikishia kila mtu waliosimama na sisi ambao hawajasimama na sisi katika upande wa urais kwamba kila mtu atapata huduma sawa sawa. Zile kaunti zile mzompigia William Ruto zitapata huduma sawa sawa na zile kaunti ambazo wasikumpigia. Uhasama wa urais ama wa kisiasa hauendi chini mpaka kuathiri maendeleo ya watu. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko na hakika hata ndugu zetu kutoka maeneo ambayo ni strongholds za Raila Odinga watakubali kwamba maendeleo makubwa, infrastructure, mabarabara na mengine yalienda na kasi zaidi William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta walipokuwa katika uongozi kuliko wakati mwingine wowote. Kwa hivyo hatuna azma sisi ya kubagua mtu yoyote. Na hiyo pia ndio ujumbe tunawaletea watu wa Mombasa. Nyinyi mumeona wale ambao wametawala ama wametuongoza hapa katika miaka 10. Wamejinufaisha wenyewe, wamepotosha uchumi wetu, wametunyang'anya ardhi zetu, wamekaa wakiona mauaji ya kiholela, wametunyang'anya bandari yetu, hawajaleta huduma za afya, hali za kiuchumi na ukosefu wa ajira wa vijana umezidi. Tumeona ukosefu wa madawa hospitali na huduma zetu za hospitali kuzorota. Wameshindwa kuleta huduma za maji, wameshindwa kuleta kila jambo la kimaendeleo ambalo lilikuwa ni dharura ama ni jukumu lao kikatiba na kiserikali. Tumeona unyang'anyi, na sisi tuko na hakika sasa kwamba watu wa Mombasa watasimama kubadilisha serikali ya county kwa kumuondoa yule governor anayeondoka na project yake. Project yake nyote mmejua. Ameonyesha kwa matendo. Akicheza left acheza left, akienda Katirina aenda Katirina, wakipiga shisha wako pamoja, wakipiga Snapchat wako pamoja, wakipiga TikTok wako pamoja, wakituteza shere na madua ya urongo wako pamoja, wakienda kufunga Old Town wako pamoja, wakienda kuleta uhasama wa corona wako pamoja, wakiteza ngoma wako pamoja, wakienda rally ya ODM wako pamoja. Ati sasa atuambia yeye na yule haukuweza kumshauri mwenzako alipokuwa katika uongozi na kila wakati mko pamoja. Mukila tambi usiku mwala pamoja, mukituweka katika ma TikTok. Mukila sijui ice cream jioni mwala pamoja. Alafu mukenda boxing tizi mko pamoja. Kila kitu. Kwa hivyo hakuna ushahidi wowote kwamba huyu ndugu yetu aweza kujisimamia mwenyewe na wala hako na ule uwezekano wa kuweza kuvunja ule uhusiano na yale maslahi ya wao watu wetu katika Mombasa. La pili, msiwe na hofu yoyote. Ati sijui MCA sijui Abu Joho atamuimpeach. Mimi si impeachiki. La pili, Senate iko katika mamlaka ya UDA na Kenya Kwanza. Hapo atapiga kelele, kuna watu wanarekebisha. Lakini mimi nataka kuambia wa MCA wote, wakiwemo hao wetu wa UDA, nikiwa governor, lile jumba la MCA litakuwa na huru. You will deliver for your people. Tutaleta mjadala ndani ya bunge. Huduma yako na kazi yako itaonekana moja kwa moja. Tutakupa nafasi na nguvu ya kikatiba na kisheria ya MCA. Mimi sitokuita hata siku moja kukwambia kani defend kwamba degree yangu ni ya urongo, ama kwamba mimi sijui niko na kitu gani, ama sijui mimi nimeiba ardhi pale nenda ukapinge, kamtoe yule CC simpendi, sijui munge mkono yule CC nampenda. Nitawawacha muhakikishe institutionalize Mombasa, tuweke systems ambazo zitaserve kila mtu. Na sisi tusha clip hii familia ya Katirina huko juu. William Ruto tumemwambia kinaga ubaga kwamba sisi tunataka kurekebisha Mombasa. Najua watu wengine wanasema sijui mtu fulani anatafuta watu fulani, sijui atakwenda wataweza kushirikiana na William Ruto. Sisi tumesema tunataka mageuzi Mombasa. ndio sababu tukapata zile kura tulipata. Tukipata serikali ya county, MCA hana tena sababu ya kwenda kutukua amri autoport. Sahi ni hivi vipeni na hizi contracts za SGR ndio inawapa hii uwezo na confidence ya kuweza kumanipulate processes katika hii nchi.
Na mtazamaji, hizo ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, ambapo anayezungumza hapo ni mwaniaji wa kiti cha ugavana kupitia tiketi ya United Democratic Alliance, Hassan Omar, ambaye anazungumza tu kuhusiana na kinyang'anyiro hicho. Kumbuke ya kwamba ni kinyang'anyiro ambacho kimeahirishwa mara mbili sasa, lakini kitakuwa kinaandaliwa tarehe 29 ambayo itakuwa ni Jumatatu ijayo. Kumbuke ya kwamba shughuli hiyo iliahirishwa siku moja kabla ya uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Kakamega na hata pale Mombasa kutokana na makosa yaliyokuwa katika yale makaratasi ya kupiga kura. Lakini sasa hivi mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC Wafula Chebukati amesema kila kitu kiko tayari na ya kwamba uchaguzi huo utakuwa unaandaliwa siku ya Jumatatu pamoja na maeneo bunge mengine ambayo shughuli hiyo iliahirishwa. Na hivyo basi tutakuwa tu tunaifuatilia taarifa hiyo kwa kina na kukuletea maelezo kamili. Mtazamaji, leo hii vile vile ni kwamba mgombea urais kupitia Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga na mgombea mwenza wake Martha Karua leo hii wako katika kaunti ya Mombasa, ambapo wanakutana na viongozi kutoka katika maeneo ya mashinani, hasa wale wanaojulikana kama wale viongozi tu kutoka upande wa mashinani. Na hivyo basi mtazamaji, hebu tusikize kidogo kinachoendelea pale.
Baba, kwa hapa Mombasa County na pwani kwa jumla, sisi si watu wa kuteteleka. Sisi ni watu we cannot be intimidated. Sisi ni watu hatuwezi kununuliwa na bahasha. Sisi ni watu tuko na natural love towards this special extraordinary man Raila Amolo Odinga. Na tunakupatia ahad, we are going to walk with you, we are going to stand with you. It is not over until it is over. Asanteni sana. Wapi mikono ya Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir?
Asante sana Mama Mishi Mboko. Sasa nafasi hii naipeleka Kisauni constituency, Mheshimiwa Rashid Bezimba. Haya. Ndugu viongozi, asalamu alaykum. Bwana asifiwe. Basi mimi kwanza nimshukuru baba na mama kwa kupata nafasi ya kuwa nasi hapa. Ninajua wana kazi nyingi Nairobi, lakini wakasema wacha wapate nafasi waje tubadilishane mawazo. Nasema asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Mimi nina imani moja. Najua tuna kesi kule Supreme Court, lakini na imani kwa sababu ule ushahidi tuliopeleka, baba atatambuliwa kama rais wa 5 wa jamhuri ya. Tuna imani sisi watu wa Mombasa sote tumempa kura mingi na Kenya nzima, na nina imani ndiye mshindi na itabainika huko kotini hivi karibuni. Na kushukuru baba kwa kutangaza amani. Taifa zima limekaa na amani licha ya kuwa umenyang'anywa uongozi, lakini ukasema amani idumishwe na tumedumisha taifa zima. Asanteni sana. Niwashukuruni watu wa Mombasa kwa kutupa kura. Hapa Mombasa imeonesha, na baba alisema hapa ni ODM zone. Katika eneo bunge 6, eneo bunge 5 zote zimeenda kwa OD na madiwani wengi wametoka kwa ODM na wakaongezeka na Azimio. Sasa kumebaki kura moja. Limebaki chungwa moja ndugu zangu, ambalo ni muhimu sana. Katika eneo bunge la Kisauni, nikiwa nitakosa gavana iko shida. Katika eneo la Likoni, ikikosekana gavana itakuwa shida. Eneo bunge la Jomvu, la Changamwe na yote maeneo bunge tunahitaji Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir kuwa hapo. Wangapi wanasema tampa Abdulswamad? Lengo kubwa ni hivi sasa ndugu zangu. Hakuna wakati wa kampeni. Msitegemee sisi tutakuja tena katika maeneo yenu. Si rahisi kwamba tutamaliza eneo kaunti ya Mombasa yote kwa siku 3. Tunawategemea nyinyi viongozi mlioko hapa. Mkitoka mtusaidie, mzungumze na majirani zenu, mzungumze na ndugu na jamaa zenu. Jumatatu watoke kwa wingi wapige kura kwa Abdulswamad Sharif Nasir. Hii ni ngome ambayo hatuwezi kuiwacha. Na waomba ndugu zangu.
Na mtazamaji, kutoka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, hapo ambapo tunawashuhudia tu baadhi ya viongozi wa Azimio la Umoja wakimpigia debe mgombeaji kupitia ODM ambaye ni Abdulswamad Nasir. Kumbuka ya kwamba uchaguzi huo katika kaunti ya Mombasa na Kakamega utakuwa unaandaliwa siku ya Jumatatu, na katika hafla hiyo ni kwamba inaongozwa naye Raila Odinga ambaye ni kiongozi wa Azimio la Umoja na vilevile mgombeaji wa urais kupitia kiti hicho, na vilevile Martha Karua yuko pale, na tutakuwa tunakurejesha pale kusikiza tu kile ambacho watakuwa wanasema wakati ambapo watakuwa wanazungumza. Lakini cha mno tu ni ya kwamba wanawasihi wale wafuasi katika eneo la Mombasa kumpigia kura mgombeaji wao. Awali tumeshuhudia vilevile mgombeaji wa UDA Omar mwenyewe Hassan akizungumza tu kuhusiana na hilo swala la kampeni. Na hivyo basi mtazamaji, tunaendelea na mazungumzo yetu hapa kwenye studio, ambapo leo hii nazungumza naye Hudson Deda ambaye ni askofu na vilevile mwenyekiti wa muungano wa makanisa na wahubiri humu nchini, na bali kuwa askofu yeye vilevile ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Bwana Deda, kabla ya kupata taarifa hiyo tulikuwa tunazungumza kuhusiana na amani ambayo imeshuhudiwa humu nchini, na kidogo ningependa tuzungumze kuhusiana na mabunge ya maeneo county, serikali za county. Tunafahamu ya kwamba hapo kesho kutakuwa na ile shughuli ya kuwaapisha magavana 45. Kibarua kipi ambacho wanasubiri kukumbana nacho katika harakati zile za kuwatendea wananchi kazi?
Asante sana. Wakati mtu anapochaguliwa ni kwamba wananchi wameweka imani kwake ya kwamba alikuwa na sera zilizo nzuri na tena na uwezo wa kufanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo wale magavana ambao wamechaguliwa ambao watakuwa wanapewa mamlaka kesho, wajue ya kwamba wananchi wana matarajio makubwa kwao. Na uzuri ni kwamba mambo ya devolution imetusaidia sana ya kwamba pesa zinakwenda mashinani. Kwa hivyo hakuna gavana anayeweza kuwa na sababu ya kusema ana sababu ya kusema kukosa kufanya kazi. Matarajio ni makuu. Watu wanataka kuona kaunti zao zikiinuka, wanataka kuona hali za barabara zile za vitongoji zikiwa sawa, wanataka kuona hali za mahospitali zikiwa na madawa. Maana tuseme ukweli, serikali ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta ilifanya vyema sana katika hali ya kujenga mahospitali, lakini kitu kinachotakiwa sasa ni madawa. Mingi hazina madawa. Hizo ni baadhi ya vitu wananchi watakuwa natazama kutoka kwa governors wakaweze kufanya. Hali ya kuimarisha shule ambazo ziko chini ya county na sehemu ambazo ziko na kilimo, vitu kama hizo ndio wananchi watakuwa natarajia kwao, waone kwamba wameendeleza sehemu zao. Yes.
Na kuna hii changamoto ambayo imekuwepo ya kwamba ikiwa eneo linapata gavana mpya ama kiongozi mpya, kunayo ile miradi ambayo tayari ilikuwa imeanzishwa, miradi ambayo ilikuwa ina manufaa kwa wale wananchi ama wakazi wa eneo hilo. Kisha kiongozi mpya anapokuja, anakuja akiwa tayari naye amejipanga na miradi yake. Kauli yako ni ipi kuhusiana na hili swala la angalau kiongozi kuangalia ile miradi ambayo inakaa itamnufai mkazi na kuiendeleza?
Viongozi wote, awe ni kutokea kwa rais juu hadi chini kwa wale ambao ni MCA, ni makosa kuingia ofisini alafu kukuta miradi ambazo zilianzishwa ukaziwacha. Kwa sababu jambo la kwanza ambalo linafanya hiyo ikuwe makosa ni kufanya pesa zikapotea, zile zilikuwa zimewekwa katika hiyo mradi. Kwa hivyo wale viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa, na zaidi tunazungumzia kuhusu magavana, unapopata nafasi ya kuhudumia wananchi, kuna miradi zilianzishwa, zingine zimefika katikati, zingine zimesalia kidogo tu kumalizika. Ni vyema kumalizia hizo miradi kabla ya kuanza zingine. Uko na miaka 5 ofisini na labda miradi zingine zimebakisha ni labda miezi 2, 3 ama miezi 6 utakuwa umekamilisha. Hiyo kivyangu ninaona kwamba wale watakaofanya hivi watakuwa wameonyesha ukomavu wa kisiasa, kwa sababu si habari ya kusema kwamba ni fulani ama fulani, ni kuhudumia wananchi. Na hizo miradi ambazo zilianzishwa kwa sababu wananchi walikuwa na haja nazo, wananchi wa maeneo hizo ambao umechaguliwa. Kwa hivyo unapokosa kuendeleza hizo miradi, ni kwamba ujue utakuwa unaenda kinyume cha wananchi ambao wamekuchagua, maana walihitaji hizo miradi kupitia kwa ile gavana alikuwa. Tunatarajia tuone magavana wakiendeleza miradi za wale walikuwa ofisini ambao walitoka hapo. Yes.
Na tunapoangalia wale magavana ambao watakuwa wanaapishwa kesho ambao ni 45, kati yao kuna wanawake 7 ambao walichaguliwa. Kwa mfano kunaye Kawira Mwangaza kutoka katika eneo la Meru, kuna Wavinya Ndeti, na hata pale katika kaunti ya Nakuru tunaye Susan Kihika. Unahisije kuhusiana na hili swala la wanawake ambao tunaona wakati huu angalau wamepata ile nafasi ya uongozi hata katika vyeo vya juu katika kaunti?
Hilo ni swala ambalo kwangu mimi na pia kusikiza wananchi ni jambo la furaha, kwa sababu linaonyesha kwamba watu wamefika mahali. wa Kenya tumekomaa kiwango cha kuchagua viongozi. Hatuchagui jenda, tunachagua viongozi. Na pia linapatia mtoto msichana matumaini ya kwamba tunaposomesha watoto wasichana wana matumaini ya kukua. Umemtaja Kawira Mwangaza. Ni vyema ajue ya kwamba sababu ambao wananchi wa eneo hilo wamemchagua inaonyesha walikuwa na matumaini makubwa sana katika utendakazi wake, kwa sababu ukitazama wale ambao ameshinda vigogo wa kisiasa, kigogo kama Kiraitu na Linturi. Kwa hivyo itakuwa vyema tuone, tunataka pia kuonja uongozi wa wanawake. Na ukitazama wale wanawake wamechaguliwa, tukiangalia kama dada Wavinya Ndeti, tunaangalia kama Gladys Wanga, tunaangalia kina nani hawa Anne Waiguru na wengine. Ni viongozi ambao wamekuwepo kwa muda kisiasa. Ni viongozi ambao hawajatokea tu kutokea na kuwa governor, tumewaona wakiwa MP tu. Kwa hivyo inaonyesha wananchi wana imani ya uongozi wa wanawake, kwa sababu wengi wao wamekuwa uongozini, si ati wameanza uongozi hapo. Yeah.
Uchaguzi umekamilika katika hayo maeneo. Tukizungumza kuhusiana na hizo kaunti ya 45, Wakenya wakapiga kura kwa misingi ambayo walipigia kura. Wengine walikuwa wanapiga kura kwa kuangalia ajenda ya maendeleo ya kila kiongozi, manifesto ambayo aliwasilisha, lakini sasa hivi kibarua kimesalia kwa kutekeleza yale ambayo yameahidiwa. Changamoto hutokea wapi? Manake mara kwa mara baada ya uchaguzi unawasikia sasa Wakenya wameanza yale malalamishi, tulikuwa na imani na huyu lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika.
Moja ya shida ambazo nimeona ambayo hufanya wananchi wanaanza kuona kama kiongozi hakutimiza ni kwamba wengi wa viongozi wanapotembea kuuza sera na kuomba kura huwa wanafanya ahadi mingi zingine ambazo haziwezi zikatekelezwa. Lakini nia yao ni kupata kura ya wananchi. Hapo ndio shida hutokea. Na mara mingi unaona wanapofanya kampeni kutafuta kura wanafanya ahadi mingi, na zote ukizitizama ni vitu zitahitaji pesa nyingi sana kufanya. So ni muhimu mtu unapoenda kutafuta kiti ufanye ahadi, na ukiangalia ile budget ipo katika county uone ya kwamba zile ahadi unatoa ni zile budget pesa ambazo unapokea kutoka kwa national government, na zile wanaokota katika county zinaweza zikatekeleza. Kwa hivyo shida hutokea hapo. Na pia kuna wale tu ni wazembe, na wengine pia wanapoingia wanakosa kuziba mianya za ufisadi. Kwa hivyo inakuwa kwamba pesa ambazo zingefanya maendeleo zinaingia katika ufisadi. Basi hiyo inafanya kwamba gavana hawezi akatekeleza yale alisema. Yeah. Na
umezungumza kuhusiana na hilo swala la ahadi ambazo zinawekwa, ambazo hata mpiga kura anapozisikiza yeye mwenyewe anaona ndio zinapendeza, lakini itakuwa ni vigumu kwa haya yote kutekelezwa. Na ni nani ambaye ana lile jukumu la kuhakikisha ya kwamba kiongozi hata anapotoa zile ahadi angalau anatoa ahadi ambazo kwa kweli zinaweza kutekelezeka?
Jukumu ni letu wapiga kura kuna vitu unaweza sikiza na ukaona hili haliwezekani. So inatakiwa kuwe na vitu kama sijui kwa Kiswahili niseme vipi, civic education. Wananchi wakaweze kufundishwa, wajue. Hata wengine unakuta ni governor na anapotoa ahadi, anatoa ahadi ambazo, vitu ambazo zinafaa kutekelezwa na serikali kuu. So unaona tu ni uongo waziwazi, lakini wananchi hawana ufahamu wa kujua kwamba majukumu ya governor yanaanzia wapi na yanafikia wapi. Nafikiri hilo ndio linakosa. Hata kwa MP vile vile, MP anatoa ahadi ambazo ukiangalia hizi vitu ni vitu zinafaa kutekelezwa na serikali kuu. So wananchi wanafaa kufundishwa na kusomeshwa na kuwe na maelezo ya kujua majukumu ya kila kiongozi. Awe ni MC, majukumu yake ni magani. Awe ni MP, governor na president. Na mimi ninaweza kukuambia wazi, hata katika presidential, wale ambao walikuwa wanatafuta kiti ya uraisi, ninakuhakikishia hakuna atakayeingia aliye na uwezo wa kutekeleza hayo mambo yote waliosema. Maana hizo pesa zitatoka wapi? Wanatueleza yale watafanya na hizo pesa, lakini hawajatueleza vile watapata hizo pesa, zitatoka wapi?
Changamoto inatokea pale. Na kwa sekunde 30 tu, nafasi ya kanisa wakati huu, manake tunaona kuna hizi kesi kotini ambazo zipo kipindi hiki ambacho Wakenya wanasubiri kuna ile sintofahamu, jukumu la kanisa kwa sekunde 30.
Kanisa tutafute kuhubiri amani, na tunapotafuta kuhubiri amani ni vyema pia tujue kuna wale wako na machungu, labda wanaona ushindi wao ulichukuliwa visivyo halali. Tuwaruhusu tunapotafuta amani, na pia tutafute haki. Turuhusu wale ambao wanaumia katika mioyo waweze kutafuta haki. Furaha yangu ni kwamba sasa koti zimetuonyesha kwamba zinaweza zikapeana haki. Kwa hivyo wahubiri na kanisa tuhubiri amani, na turuhusu pia wa haki watafute haki yao. Yes.
Asante sana. Mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukizungumza naye Askofu Hudson Ndeda ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa muungano wa makanisa na wahubiri humu nchini, na vilevile yeye ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Tumeangazia tu mengi ambayo yamekuwa yakijiri, akiwemo ile kesi ambayo imewasilishwa mahakamani ambayo tunasubiri kuona matokeo yatakuwa ni yepi, na vilevile tumeangazia lile swala la kuapishwa kwa magavana 45, shughuli ambayo itakuwa inang'oananga hapo kesho. Kumbuka ya kwamba hapa KBC tumejiandaa vilivyo, wanahabari watakuwa tu maeneo mbalimbali kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hiyo inapokuwa ikiendelea tunakuletea moja kwa moja. Na kumbuka ya kwamba katika kaunti ya Mombasa, kiongozi wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga pamoja na mgombeaji mwenza wake Martha Karua wako kule, na tutakuwa tunapata taarifa hiyo wakati ambapo watakuwa wanazungumza. Lakini kwa sasa hivi mie sina la ziada ila kufika kwenye tamati ya tamrini. Taarifa zaidi utakuwa unazipata kwa mwendo wa saa 7 kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Mie naitwa Nancy Okware, mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Caroline Njoroge. Kwa heri.
Sometimes I wish I never left. Probably J&J would be at a better place right now.
And you were not really there when we needed a mother.
Kuna kitu inaitwa ndoto za mshana na dreams. So, jua kutofautisha.
Ukitaka ku make money on a side apart from this job, punguza mdomo.
Kunyamaza pia inakuwa ni gharama sana.
Unajua kuongea lugha ya pesa. I'm planning to call a board meeting.
She has already reached. Okay, let me look at the forms, then I'll get them to you via email.
How would you like working with us?
I'm not quite sure how that would work.
We are on the same side.
We're gonna need Millicent on our side.
For the past 2 weeks, the athletes of Major League Wrestling and the luchadors of AAA have competed in heavy-hitting fights. Oh my God! High-flying encounters, bloody brawls, and title fights. As we enter week 3 of the historic first ever Super Series. Both leagues are tied at 2 wins apiece. The unstoppable Jacob Bach 2 of Contra. Who the hell is going to pry the championship away from the Samoan Smashing Machine?
Wiki hii kwenye mkulima.
Kipanda mti huwa haina stress nyingi, ikishakuwa ni ku harvest tu. Every week na harvest napata pesa, every after a week napata pesa.
Hata wewe huna budi kuanza kilimo hicho.
Ungana nasi Jumapili saa 9:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa Ondo Kamili.
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Settle down until me get my herbs to burn. We just can't get go down until me get my collie to burn. She don't call anymore, 'cause I'm still thinking about you. Have you found somebody new? Shindwana malisi away. Everybody let's sing, reverse the curse to where it's coming from. Turn it back as fast as you can. Roots reggae music up in your bloodstream. Red, gold and green, red, gold and green. Every corner, every lane, every scheme. Red, gold and green, red, gold and green. Yes, enough you know what me mean.
My baby, my son.
He was stillborn, Dad.
What?
Yes.
I already told you no. No, there's nothing there for me.
What would you like? I want the same as always. Why do you keep asking when you know I want the same thing every day? I'll get it right away.
But if you like, I can stop looking for
Oh no, that's impossible.
In that case, you need to give me more money to continue the investigation.
Find something that inspires you instead of feeling sorry for yourself all the time. Why don't you help me at the hotel?
What?
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtawa kumadokta.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa?
Put him down. Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza utaniuliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani. I see. Put him down.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii ya jogging kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *758 hash.
Good morning, class.
Good morning, Mr. Kipto.
Now I want to try the composition using the word jogging.
Teacher, please give us spelling for the word jogging.
Sijasema jog ile jog ya kunyongwa. Hapana. Ninasema jogging. Na sijasema jog ile nye unasema jog ya kukimbia ya marathon. Ama ile jog ingine ile jog ya television ya kucheka. Sijasema hiyo jogging. Na maanisha jogging ya brain ile kukimbiza akili ya changamoto. That's the composition using the word jogging.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii, bonyeza *811 *758 hash *811 *758 hash.
Good afternoon. Thank you for creating time for us. This is KBC. You are in time for the Lunchtime News. A very warm welcome to the broadcast. My name is Irene Mchoma Odem. On sign language interpretation, we have Lucy Moura. It is the 24th day in the month of August 2022. A few hours to the swearing in of governors-elect across the country. We'll be bringing you coverage of these ceremonies once they kick off as early as 9 a.m. Do interact with us on all our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1. But for now, we begin from the county of Mombasa, where the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition is today pitching camp in the area. This as the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga is expected to address a grassroots delegates meeting in the area. Let's cross over and listen in.
Mimi narudi nikimalizia nikisema Chebukati, your personal interest haziwezi kushinda interest za Kenyans. Na mimi nataka nikwambie Chebukati, umekanyaga moto utaungua makucha. Na leo hesabu, tukiangalia hesabu ile variance, ukiangalia zile kura zetu ni nyingi sana, amemuibia baba. Lakini tuambiwa siku ya nyani kufa miti yote uteleza. Hawakujua baba na intelligence yake wameweka karibu polling station 5,000 zile ambazo ni fake. Tunapata kuwa president amepigiwa kura 800. Hajapigiwa governor, hajapigiwa women rep, hajapigiwa wale viongozi wengine. Hiyo inawezekana kweli? Si ni wizi wa dhahiri? Sasa mimi nasema hivi.
Well, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition presidential candidate is in the county of Mombasa. Will be crossing over live later on for more updates. This as he is meeting a section of leaders in the area. Remember, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has set the 29th of this month as the day that the electorate in Mombasa will elect their governor, and also the Kakamega County electorates will be going to the ballot on the same day to elect their next county boss. And we'll be bringing you the details as they unfold. Now, former ambassador of Kenya to South Korea, Ngovi Gitau, has commended the media for the fair and balanced coverage that saw the country remain peaceful during and after the August 9th general election. Gitau revealed that unlike in the past elections where the media took sides leading to conflicts in the county, this time round the media kept the country updated in a fair manner that built cohesion in the country. This even as he urged the members of the Fourth Estate to continue giving the public facts that will enable them form their opinion about pertinent issues, warning them against inciting violence through hate speeches and propaganda.
In terms of coverage, I think the media did very, very, very well because they kept everybody informed and they kept us updated on what's going on. I will not take you a step back. We held our elections on 9th of August. Take into account that Korea had elections on 9th of March. And surprisingly, the outcome was very close. The current Korean President Yoon won by a gap of 0.73%, 244,000 votes. And here in Kenya, we are discussing 233,000 votes. But there were no issues in Korea. You cannot rig. It is foolproof. But otherwise, the media did a good job, and I want to encourage you to continue doing a good job and keep Kenyans abreast on what is happening in the country. Do not incite violence. Do not give wrong information. Do not get involved in disinformation or propaganda or misinformation. Give people the facts and let them form their opinion.
Members of the Jubilee Party in Mombasa County have disputed reports that they have ditched the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition to support UDA gubernatorial candidate Hassan Omar. Led by the Jubilee Party Mombasa branch secretary Nelson Akwaka, the members reiterated their commitment to the party and Azimio coalition party as they vowed to campaign for ODM's Abdul Swamad Nasir as the second governor of Mombasa County.
Over the weekend, a section of Jubilee Party members in Mombasa did come to support UDA gubernatorial candidate Hassan Omar's bid to be the next area governor. But the Jubilee Party Mombasa branch secretary Nelson Akwaka now says the move was inconsequential, noting that the party chose to support the Azimio candidate as directed by the party leader.
We are in support of our party leader, who is Uhuru Kenyatta, ambao sisi kama Jubilee hatukuwa na gavana, lakini gavana wetu kulingana na party leader wetu Uhuru Kenyatta alituambia we support Azimio. Na gavana wetu ni Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasiri. Huyo ndio tunakufa na yeye na kuna mahali pengine tutasapoti.
Wale ambao wanaenda tunasikia kwamba wanaenda kutangaza kwamba Jubilee Party imedefect, imeenda kwa Sarai. Hiyo ni uongo. Hao ni wale mamols ambao tumekuwa nao katika party, wametusumbua sana kwa muda mwingi.
He urged Jubilee members and Mombasa residents to turn out in large numbers next Monday to vote for Nasir.
Na sisi zote tarehe 29 August tuko tayari kwenda kupiga kura asubuhi na mapema ili gavana wetu Sharif Nasiri aende katika bunge letu.
Elsewhere, the Njurinteke Council of Elders now say they fully support President-elect William Ruto and vowed to work with him to ensure that this country is well governed.
Naomba wote wale watafata nafasi ya kuongoza waendeshe Kenya na amani. Wakubali ukiwa president uwe baba wa taifa, usiwe baba wa mrengo fulani.
The elders also commended the newly Meru governor-elect Kawira Mwangaza.
All right, as part of the Azimio One Kenya coalition is in the county of Mombasa. Part of the Kenya Kwanza Brigade is in Nyanza. And we are now crossing over live to link up with our reporter, Achaila Simon, to give us more details on what is happening. This, as we understand, the leadership of Kenya Kwanza in the region is having a meeting with other area leaders. Achaila, good afternoon.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much, Irene Mchuma, there at Broadcasting House.
Indeed, we are in Kisumu County, and as you know, of course, this moment, of course, after the general poll, as we await what will be happening in the Supreme Court. Of course, various political leaders across the region and, of course, across the country have been realigning their political stand, of course, in line with what happened in general election. Nyanza has not been left behind, and today, of course, UDA leadership in Kisumu County and Siaya have actually been meeting, and they've just finished a meeting shortly a few minutes ago, and they've actually deliberating on how they can actually woo more supporters to come into their fold, and more importantly also try as much as they can actually have leaders from this particular region, so that then they can actually sing in unison in terms of ensuring that they are in the next government of whoever of course after the deliberation on the verdict by Supreme Court. And of course what they are saying is that they want to ensure that they have a strong outfit in this region moving forward, so that then they can actually start agitating for whatever they feel that this region deserves, not just in UDA, but of course any political outfit that will actually be taking power. So then I will just speak to a few of them who've actually been gathered here, and I'll start by talking to the Siaya UDA chairman, who will tell us what exactly they feel about the ongoing political realignment in this particular region. Odinga, naomba uanze kwa kujitambulisha majina, kisha baadaye nikuulize tu kwamba mmekuwa mkikuwa na majadiliano hapa. Hebu nieleze mnajadiliana hususan kwa nini kabisa, na tukiangalia vile watu wanaanza kuhama vyama na miungano wakishikana kwa pamoja.
Asante sana Mr. Simon. Mimi kwa majina naitwa Honorable Bernard Odinga. Mimi ndio nimekuwa chairman ya Siaya County katika party ya UDA, na tena mimi ndio nimekuwa aspirant ya UDA Rarieda constituency. Tumekuwa kwa mkutano hapa kwanza kujadiliana na viongozi wenzangu, na pia kusikim jinsi sisi pia tunatengeneza serikali yetu, kwa sababu UDA sasa ndio inaenda kutengeneza serikali. Na tunaona mambo inafanyika juu yenye sisi hatujui hapa chini, kwa sababu UDA ni boma kubwa ambayo ilikuwa na watu hapa Masinani, na tunaona pati zingine kama UDM ni wakina Nicholas Gumba walikimbia wakaenda Nairobi pale, wanapiga mapicha na hawaku tu consult kama wenye boma ya Siaya County eti wanaenda kufanya handshake kule Nairobi. Ninasema mimi kama chairman sio makosa engineer kufanya hivyo, lakini lazima ajue hiyo boma iko na watu. Pia tunasikia bwana Ranguma pia alikuwa huko. Ninataka Ranguma pia ajue hiyo boma ya UDA kuna watu. Na pia tumejadiliana kuhusu uongozi ya Kisumu County na Siaya County, na tumekubaliana sisi kama wana UDA tunaenda kufanya kazi pamoja ili coming 2027 tunataka 2027 tupate kura nyingi kabisa. Yule mtu atajibutu kusimama na sisi ataona kitu ambaye hata amini sana sana hii sehemu ya Lowland.
Odinga, acha nikuulize, umesema kwamba unaona viongozi kutoka kama kwa mfano Ranguma unasema na Nicholas Gumbo wanaenda Nairobi kujiunga. Pengine ungetaka wafuate njia ipi? Wakutane na nyinyi kwanza hapa ndio mwende nao Nairobi, ama ungetaka wafuate njia ipi?
Njia ya haki, kwa sababu wamejua tulikuwa nao Masinani hapa. Wangekutana na sisi kwanza ili tujadiliane. Tuseme sasa, okay, wacha tuongee na baba yetu ambaye ni William Ruto. Tumeongea na nyinyi, sasa wachini tuwapeleke kwa daktari ambaye ni the honorable pia the 5th president Daktari William Ruto. Na venye walijitengenezea barabara tunawaona kama cartel, kwa sababu ni hawa tu, ni hawa ndio walikuwa wakitupiga hapa ground. Ati sisi ni watu wa UDA au ni watu wa Azimio. Imekuaje tena wamefuka juu? Tunawaona kwa UDA sasa, sio kwa UDM. Unaona, ndio tunaona hii uongozi wa Kinagumbo ni kama kuna kitu nyuma yake. Na kama ni haki wamekuja UDA lazima waanze hapa.
Swali la mwisho Odinga, unaona kwamba watu hawakujitokeza wengi sana jinsi tulivyotarajia katika eneo hili kwenda kupiga kura. Hii ni kando na kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa amesimama, na pia kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanapigana sana Daktari William Ruto aweze kupata kura mingi. Kwa pengine ningeomba kujua ni swala gani lilichangia pakubwa sana watu hawakujitokeza, na tunapata kwamba county kama Homa Bay unapata takriban watu karibu 1,100 hawakujitokeza kupiga kura. Unapata Kisumu pia wengi sana hawajitokeza. Vile vile ukiangalia pia Siaya wengi hawakujitokeza. Pengine swala lilikuwa ni lipi ambalo lilichangia pakubwa sana watu hawakuweza kujitokeza?
Dipstick na system. Hawa watu wazimio walikuwa wanaambia watu tayari wamechukua. Kile kitu ambao umechukua bado unatafuta kura ya nini? Na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo ilichangia wa Kenya sana sana Wajaluo kosa kuenda kupiga kura. Hii mambo ya dipstick na system baba amechukua. Hii round hii ni yetu. Hakuna mtu mwingine. Sasa unatafuta usaidizi ya nini? Nakumbuka wakati president alikuja Kisumu, aliambia Wajaluo, hii mambo ati mmechukua muachane naye, endeni mpige kura. Unaona? Sasa hawa watu ndio wali mislead wapiga kura. Unaona? Tu binadamu Muafrika kukosa kuwa informed. Unaona? Mtu anaamuka asubuhi yeye nini aweza hata kuwatch KBC, yeye ana watch Ramogi, ana watch Radio Dunga. Unaona? Ni kama mtu ambaye anaamuka kwake anaona kondoo yake ile ya kila siku, anaona ng'ombe yake ya kila siku, aweza kujua kuna kuanga pia na ngamia. Unaona? So watu wetu wajakuwa transforming hawana. Unaona? Na ndio sababu mimi ninaomba Mungu aliye juu kutuletea huyu jamaa anaitwa Daktari William Ruto. Huyu jamaa atasaidia Wajaluo bwana. Huyu jamaa ataonyesha kiongozi, nimejua ni kiongozi ambaye atafikia paka wakina mama mboga.
Lakini lazima tuongojee uamuzi wa mahakama ya juu. Odinga, of course, Mchuma, those are just samples of the chairman of Siaya County. However, I'm going to sample the views of another person here. Kindly introduce yourself, so then of course you tell us what you think in terms of the alignment that is actually happening and moving forward in terms of the politics of the region.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Robert Ochingu Sure. Mimi ni mkaji wa Kisumu na mpiga kura wa Kisumu. Na sana sana mimi ni bwana Hasla, bwana UDA. Na kulingana na swali nimeulizwa na mwanahabari, the reason why we've met here today is ni kweli the realignment yenye tunaona, political realignment ile tunaona. It is very much unfortunate that sisi kama wale watu wadogo katika UDA wenye tumenacha UDA hapa hii violent area, we have nurtured UDA na UDA imeanza kusikika. We have registered people, we took time and registered so many people in this region wakawa wanachama wa UDA through hardship, bila support ya mtu yoyote. It is very unfortunate right now ya kwamba wale vigogo, those people who wenye wagetusaidia sai wanatu overlook, wanapanda mandege wanaenda paka Nairobi. Now it is very much unfortunate, but ni ukweli paka tuambie ukweli bwana Simon ya kwamba foundation ya UDA haijengi kwa hewa kwa mandege. Foundation ya UDA ilijengwa na watu binafsi wadogo kama sisi. It doesn't require titles like a governor or an MP. When we wanted these people wakuja tusaidia, even for kwa registration, they were nowhere to be seen. It is very much unfortunate that saizi wanakimbia wanaenda kuweka handshake huko Astra Center. Tunasema hii sio mzuri na tujawakimbiza, sisi tuliwaambia and they know us. We told them hatutatoka hii UDA. Now we are still in UDA. And we are so proud of Daktari William Samoei Ruto, our DP now, and our president incoming president. We are so much happy with him because tumempigania sana.
Fine, thank you very much, Robert. Of course, that is a valid reason that you're actually raising, that even as people go to Nairobi, they must actually consult and be in tandem with what is happening actually on the ground. Irene Michuma, of course, those are some views, a sample of views from the leaders who actually gathered here in terms of discussing the way forward for UDA in this particular region. And of course, they're saying they will do everything within their means to ensure that indeed they marshal enough support for DP going forward, so that they can also ensure that, of course, this particular region gets its fair share of government, its fair share in government, of course, moving forward. However, we will await what Supreme Court, of course, will be ruling before we can actually know exactly way forward. Back to you, Irene Michuma.
Achola, moving forward, and before I let you go, tomorrow we are having the swearing-in ceremony of a section of governors in the country. What is the mood? What are the expectations from the county of Kisumu?
Yes, the county of Kisumu is already prepared for the big event. Remember, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o will be going for his second stab. Of course, he's done quite a number of things in the first term, and the second term, of course, he will be finalizing the foundation that he actually laid in the first term. And of course, the communication that you're actually getting from the government office, the press unit, has been to the effect that this will be the continuation of what he's actually done in the last 5 years. However, we will actually be waiting keenly to see in terms of what the common mwananchi will be benefiting from this particular county government of Kisumu. Remember, there have been a number of projects that have actually been aimed at increasing or enhancing the aesthetics of Kisumu County. However, what many have felt that the local mwananchi has actually been left out. So going forward, we will actually be looking keenly to see how people will actually start benefiting from the good work that Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has actually done in the last 5 years.
Thank you, Achola. Looking forward to have you. And tomorrow you'll be the one bringing us the coverage from the county of Kisumu. Now from Kisumu, let's cross over to Isiolo. Boda riders in the region have resolved to keep off any protests or demos organized by candidates who lost in the just concluded general election. Speaking in Isiolo, the operators have advised the candidates to stick to the laid-down procedures for challenging election outcomes through the courts of law.
Speaking at the Isiolo Central Division headquarters after an officials meeting, the boda operators led by the county chairperson, Isiolo Boda Association, Moses Meriti, said the sector acknowledges those who have been elected and are ready to work with them from the MCAs all the way to the president.
Tuko tayari kufanya na wao kazi, maximum cooperation upande wetu na upande wao, ili waweze kudeliver services ambao waliweza kutuahidi kama wakaaji wa Isiolo. Regardless ya kabila ama dini, yule amechaguliwa kwa wingi wa kura ndio tunatambua kama kiongozi wetu, na tuko tayari kufanya kazi na wao.
The operators have called upon the newly elected leaders in Isiolo County to focus on delivering the promises made to the people as soon as they assume office by ensuring the prices of basic commodities such as food and fuel are reduced.
Sisi hapa bodaboda tuko na uwezo mwingi. Tuko groups kila mahali. Tuko na makampuni watu wamefungua. Hawa viongozi wasichukulie kama mwanabodaboda ni ule mtu wa kawaida tu. Tunawaomba waweze kutuempower pia, wakitupa contract 2-3 tuweze pia kuinua maisha ya mwanabodaboda.
Isiolo Boda Association spokesperson Mohamud Ahmed called upon the elected leaders to shun using boda operators to spread violence in the area and instead create a platform for youth development in the county.
Madhumuni yetu hasa kukutana hapa ni kueneza neno ambaye ni amani. Tumekutana hapa tukisema amani ni muhimu, kwa sababu kwa hii election tumekuta mambo mingi imefanyika na vijana bodaboda ambao waliweza kutumika. Wengi, kuna wale walitumika vibaya na kuna wale walitumika kwa njia nzuri. So kwa sasa hivi wenye tumekutana hapa, hii ni ishara kuonyesha kwamba sisi wote tuko tayari kufanya kazi kwa amani na tuko tayari kufanya kazi na serikali.
For Lunchtime News, I'm Wycliffe Okoth.
A section of returning officers in the just concluded general election now want the Inspector General of Police to expedite investigation into the deaths of 2 returning officers who lost their lives in line of duty. Subsequently, the returning officers have petitioned the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions to instruct the police to move in with speed and unravel the murders. They have also raised concerns over their insecurity, claims that they are being harassed by politicians who lost the election.
The security of the returning officers and the election of the officials during and after the elections. The next issue that they have is intimidation, harassment, and verbal abuse by politicians to the arose. The question that they have lingering in their mind is, why are politicians harassing them? Yet they are doing their work. They are diligently and honestly delivering the work that they've been assigned. Yet the politicians are out there to harass and make sure that they do not deliver the call that they've been given. Abduction and execution of returning officers. Like we've already pointed out that we already have a number of them that have been murdered. Some have died in very unclear circumstances, and we are calling the responsible offices to carry out the investigations and find out the causes of these killings and murders.
Police in Athi River are holding a 40-year-old man who was found in the company of his 9-year-old son driving along Mombasa Road in the morning. Traffic police officers controlling traffic along Mombasa Road noticed the minor driving a saloon car in full school uniform. The driver, Walter Msimi, was seated at the co-driver's seat, and her 7-year-old daughter, also in school uniform, was seated at the back seat.
Traffic police officers monitoring traffic along Mombasa Road noticed the minor driver in a saloon car in school uniform, but when he was flagged down, he accelerated towards the River Township. At the time of the incident, the father, Walter Musiimi, was seated at the co-driver's seat, and her 7-year-old daughter, also in school uniform, was seated in the back seat.
Police officers pursued the motor vehicle, whereby they established that the underage boy was driving his father's vehicle.
Control. I'm like his co-driver. So if anything happens, I'm there to assist.
Police pursued the vehicle, and it was impounded whilst attempting to enter a private institution in Athi River where the 2 minors school. The man was arrested and taken to Athi River police station, accompanied by the 2 minors, before they were taken to school by police officers in a police vehicle. Athi River boss Mary Njoki cautioned parents against allowing minors to drive, saying it is criminal and endangers the lives of other motorists.
Wakati unapompea mtoto gari aliendeshe, unahatarisha maisha yake mwenyewe na maisha ya wengine barabarani. Kwa hivyo ninashauri wazazi wetu wasiwaruhusu watoto wao kuendesha magari kama hawajahitimu miaka inayoruhusiwa na serikali.
The suspect will be arraigned at Mavoko Law Court in the course of the day. Samuel Kariuki, Lunchtime News.
Now, residents of Tumtum village in Isiolo County have threatened to sue the county government over negligence following the Monday night Isiolo market fire that also spread to the village, reducing at least 20 houses to ashes. The fire consumed several cereal stores, wholesale and retail shops, leading to losses worth millions of shillings. Tumtum village is adjacent to the Isiolo markets.
The affected villagers have pointed an accusing finger to the county government administration, accusing it of negligence.
Kwa sababu sio moto ilikuja hapa haikutusaidia chochote. Ilikuja na maji kama 20 lita mbili kwa sababu ilizima mali kidogo na ikeisha, na vile walienda wakurudi wakasema ndea maji mpaka nyumba zote zimeisha na hakuna mtu amesaidika na chochote.
According to Abdi Mumin, the village head of Tumtum Informal Settlement, at least 20 households were rendered homeless after the fire extended to the little village.
Jana usiku moto ilikuja ukali na ikapika baka Alfala, ukuta ya Alfala
na ikadhirika hapo yote. Mimi kuna watoto 12, tayari hakuna mahali ya kukaa. Mahostel yote imeisha, hakuna kitu imebaki. Munaona vile inakaa kutoka Westgate mpaka ukuta ya Alfara, hakuna mtu amebaki na kitu hata kidogo.
Witherford Mwirigi Murungi, a resident of Bulapesa ward where the market lies, said that members of Isiolo community will now sue the county government for negligence.
Sisi tunataka tuenda kotini, tustaki serikali ni kwa ajili imekataa kulinda wananchi wao na mali yao. Walikuwa wapi wakati mkazi inafanyika? Zimamoto iko na ikuji kurespondi kwa watu, haisaidii. Watu wanaenda hasara na pesa ya Isiolo County inaenda kusimamia zimamoto na mambo ingine.
The fire broke out at around midnight, with locals suspecting a case of arson. They have, however, called for a thorough probe to ascertain the real cause of the inferno.
Thank you for making KBC your channel of choice. We're taking a short commercial break. See you on the other side with news-making headlines in the world of business and sports. Stay with us.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Ni kweli. Bosi mtoto mimi sijamuona tangu jana.
Maana yeye ndo babake na mamake. Au mtaanza kumadopt.
Siku zote wewe ndo wampeleka shuleni. Mbona leo?
Sasa pia tutabishana kwa sababu ya hili.
Badi, hebu toka humu ndani ama ni uvunje huu mlango. Wataka kufa yeye kwa njaa? Put him down.
Smart. Nilifikiria swali la kwanza tunauliza ni nimeingiaje humu ndani.
I see.
Put him down.
The only way I can keep you alive is by taking your eyes from you to give to her.
You'll marry her in heaven?
Right. I want the whole world to know that she's my wife.
Lady Loria, I'm begging you. Please don't take me from Floretta Court. Please don't.
Even if you speak up for me, no one will believe us. Not even Genova believes.
Welcome back. You're watching the Lunchtime News. The Kilifi County government has been forced to relook into the Kilifi County Sexual Reproductive Health Law that came into force in 2016. Rising Youth Initiative Project Officer Omar Mamunye said that the county legal department and the Kilifi County Assembly failed to consider crucial issues when passing the law, such as the needs of pregnant mothers and adolescents.
For us to be intentional in addressing.
Omar Mamunye added that stakeholders moved to court to prevent the county administration from implementing the law, forcing a new county government to call for consensus meeting to iron out the thorny issues. He cited issues such as rights to abortion are some of the areas that were disregarded by the formulators of the law.
Kama maelezi ya kutosha kuhusu utunzwaji
waviaji mimba, kama mama au msichana amepata shida ambayo imelazimu avye mimba, na pia kuna swala zima la ni swala gani la afya ya kina mama limeangaziwa vipi.
The Kilifi County Executive Committee member for Health, Charles Dadu, said as a department they have realized that the law was passed without factoring critical issues touching on what is unique about the Kilifi situation.
Jambo moja ambalo tumeona pakubwa hapa Kilifi ni mambo kama changamoto ya mimba za mapema, vitu kama vile. Kwa hivyo masuala mengine ambayo yanaangaziwa katika hii sheria. Je, wasichana wadogo wana haki na wamewezeshwa kupata vifaa ambavyo vitawasaidia kukinga mimba.
He added that the county has been holding stakeholder meetings and engaging the public in collecting views so that they can make the law appeal locally.
Tuelezwe kwa kina na ofisi ile ya sheria ya jimbo letu la county, tuweze kuona kwamba waliweza kunasa zile hisia na kuzishughulikia vilivyo, ama bado kuna mapengo ambayo lazima tupige msasa.
For Lunchtime News, I am Bessa Kuria.
Environment conservationists in Malindi have raised concerns over the construction of a sewer plant near River Sabaki. Those opposed to the project say they were not consulted, that they fear the waste from the plants will be released into River Sabaki, causing pollution. The sewer plant is funded by the World Bank at a cost of 500 million shillings.
Kiplagat Kemei, the chairman of Hippocamp organization that takes care of hippopotamus population at the River Sabaki estuary, has raised concerns that the excess waste from the sewerage construction will pollute the river. He has called on the government to create a lab to test the water pH before it is released so that the river is not polluted.
We did not get an impact assessment report, and they are going to construct a sewage plant here. And we are scared that all the residues will be put in the rivers and maybe pollute the rivers, and the species that will be there will perish. And we don't have a lab to test the water. And this is what we are asking for: the government to come here, put up a small lab where we, the locals, and the people from the government will be monitoring the water pH, and whatever is put inside, is it toxic to the animals and the bird species and the fish.
In a rejoinder, the managing director of Malindi Water and Sewerage Company, Gerald Mwambire, said that all protocols were followed, including public participation conducted with the communities living around the project, and approvals by line government agencies also done. Mwambire added that Malindi does not have a single sewer line, and the disposal of waste has been a very huge challenge, and there was a need to unlock sanitation so that they can give people some dignity.
The disposal of waste has been a very big challenge in Malindi town, basically more on the fecal sludge. So as Malindi Water, we thought it was important that we go unlock the potential in sanitation in Malindi so that we give people some dignity.
To ensure proper collection of waste, Mwambire said that his firm is in the process of constructing community sewer tanks where the waste will be pulled together and collected to the main plant at Sabaki.
We intend, first of all, to start on condominium type of sewer. A place like Shella, we intend to pull lines, have one tank in Shella, put sewer tank, stabilize the waste there, then translocate it to the treatment facility. So this, in the end, we believe that within 15 years, we'll be doing like 80 kilometers of sewer lines in Malindi.
For Lunchtime News, I'm Juliet Njoroge.
Elders from the Kalenjin community in Laikipia County have hailed Kenyans for keeping and maintaining peace during and after the 9th general election. Speaking at Kapukers village in Rumuruti area, the elders say the peaceful environment is a testament of political maturity of Kenyans.
The Kalenjin elders, led by Kirwa Saina, say it was refreshing to see that Kenyans have politically come of age and are allowing very eligible voters to exercise their democratic right and maintain peace, irrespective of who ascends to various elective positions.
Na tunauliza wa Kenya, wacha tuwapatie
watu wa koti waamue vile wataangalia, lakini tunauliza wacha koti yaamue kila itaamua, kama ni kurudia, kama ni kuterminate hiyo kesi, sisi tuko tayari kungojea yote, lakini tunauliza watu wakae na wafanye kazi zao.
Lauding Kenyans for heeding the call to maintain peace, he said that they will not allow politicians to divide them along tribal or ethnic lines despite the petition before the Supreme Court.
Sisi kile tunaomba ni amani katika taifa letu, na kile tunaomba tena ni Mungu atufatie kiongozi atatuongoza kwa njia inafaa na vile tunataka.
Thank you for staying with us. Let's now talk business. Tea exports reduced 28% in the month of May as compared to the same period last year, despite increased production due to good weather. The Tea Board of Kenya says the decline in exports is due to Russian-Ukraine crisis that has reduced the spending power of new Kenyan tea markets.
The global recession occasioned by the Russian-Ukraine crisis saw Kenya tea export destination shrink to 40 markets compared to 51 during the same period last year. Year-on-year, tea export during the month of May reduced by 28% after Kenya shipped 37 million kilos worth 11.7 billion shillings compared to 51 million kilos worth 13 billion shillings last year. However, a kilo of green leaf fetched 315.28 shillings per kilo compared to 245.75 shillings per kilo in May 2021. Pakistan remained the leading export destination for Kenyan tea, with Kenya shipping 13.84 million kilos of green leaf worth 4.4 billion shillings. Shipments to Pakistan accounted for 38% of Kenya's total tea export volumes. Other key export destinations for Kenyan tea were Egypt, that imported 5.3 million kilos of Kenyan tea worth 1.6 billion shillings. The United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, Yemen, Russia and Sudan rounded off as Kenya's top tea export destination, cumulatively importing 11 million kilos of green leaf worth 3.5 billion shillings. Local tea consumption also reduced drastically in May this year, with sales reducing to 2.14 million kilos against 4.15 million kilos for the corresponding period of 2021. This was attributed to lower demand occasioned by rise in the cost of living. Despite reduced earnings, tea production increased from 45 million kilos in 2021 to 50 million kilos following the onset of the long rains in the tea growing regions. Benson Droba reporting for Lunchtime News.
Food prices are likely to rise as farmers face crop failure occasioned by harsh weather conditions. The Agricultural Employers Association has warned of an acute maize shortage as crop failure has affected produce in the maize-growing region of Nakuru due to frostbite. Farmers are now being urged to plant alternative crops that are resilient to cold, such as beans, to make up for the losses.
March, delayed by weeks this year, raising anxiety among farmers across the country. The situation is now being aggravated further by an extended bout of frost that has affected maize crops across Nakuru County, spelling doom for consumers and farmers alike.
Huwa hiyo tunayoita frost huchoma sana kule nyanda za chini ambako baridi ikitoka milimani ikishaanguka kule chini ndio huwa inachoma.
Huwa ilipokosa kukawa pia na baridi, jua likawa kali, kwa hivyo tegemeo letu wakati tulipokuwa tunategemea pia kukawa na wadudu ambao walivamia, tukawa ya kwamba chakula chetu kimeharibika.
Farmers have now been urged to uproot the failed maize and focus on resilient alternatives.
Maharagwe ambayo ningewaambia wapande, kuna maharagwe aina ya Chelalang, kuna Wairimo, kuna aina ya Nyota na kuna ingine ambayo tunaita Yellow Bean. ambayo labda wakipanda wakati huu itanyeshewa na mvua huu mdogo na watapata mazao ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia, kwa sababu mahindi pahali imefika haiwezi kuwasaidia.
To reduce losses, extension officers are advising the farmers to turn the frosted maize crops into animal feeds or manure. The frost has affected parts of Naivasha, Gilgil and Elementaita, adding to the seasonal challenges including drought, the fall armyworms and delayed rains.
Ilifanya tulipanda tu ikafika miezi 2 baridi ikaanguka, so ikachomeka. Sasa kutoka hapa ikasimama,
kwa sababu hali kwa kawaida si nzuri vile tunavyoiona.
Hibak Said for Lunchtime News.
Kenya Airways is hoping for a government bailout of 36 billion shillings to remain in the skies and hopefully stop making losses in 2 years. The airline CEO, Alan Kilavuka, is scouting for financiers and is in talks with the government for the bailout that would be used to restructure and strengthen its balance sheet. Kilavuka made the remarks when he announced that Kenya Airways made a net loss of 9.8 billion shillings during the first 6 months of this year, which he blames on high fuel prices, rising operational costs and a weak shilling. He says the carrier's operations have been negatively affected by repatriation of $1.6 billion, of which $1 billion are yet to be repatriated from African countries such as Nigeria and Ethiopia. Total passengers increased 85% to 1.61 million passengers, which was, however, 33% lower than the pandemic period in 2019. This, in addition to cargo tonnage increased by 39%, lifted the airline's revenue to 48.1 billion shillings, representing 76%.
Of negotiation and discussion with the IMF and with the Kenyan government, with National Treasury, it was agreed that there would be a certain amount of money sent to Kenya Airways, financing Kenya Airways over the next 2 years, but subject to certain milestones. And those milestones were, as Alan has said, is to reduce cost, to restructure our debt so that at the end of the 2-year period, which is in 2024, that would become to break even and then go into profitability. That process is underway.
We have been able to achieve so far is about a 19% reduction in cost overall going forward. So rental reduction in cost. Now that comes with the condition that we make certain what we call completion payments. In other words, pay the arrears that we owe to the lessors. Now we obviously at the moment don't have the money, so we will be waiting for disbursements from National Treasury so that we can make those completion payments.
Fuel is a key factor from a negative perspective. That's why it's in red by 11.1 billion, followed by DOCs. DOCs are operational related and overheads, resulting in a loss of 9.8 billion. You can see the trend from 2020. We are reducing the loss.
Well, let's cross over to the county of Mombasa. My colleague Michael Mwandiga is with the Azimio la Umoja Brigade. Currently, the Azimio la Umoja running mate candidate Martha Karua is addressing delegates meeting in the area. Let's cross over and listen in.
Tungekuwa na makosa kaunti zingine, tungekuwa na kaunti 27. Wacheni Jumatatu tufuatilie haki yetu, tupate Mombasa na Kakamega tuwe na 24 wakiwa na 21. Ionyeshe wazi ya kwamba walio wengi wako nyuma ya baba. Tumekubaliana? Na ujue wewe ndio umeibiwa ushindi wako. Kura ni zenu, ni nyinyi mko nyuma ya nani? Kwa hivyo fanya hiyo kukasirika kwako sababu umeibiwa ikufanye uingie kwa kila nyumba kuambia watu wetu watokelezee wamchague Abdulswamad. Mimi nimefurahia, kwanza niseme asante sana. Mulitupatia 26 MCAs out of 30. na kura zilizo nyingi Mombasa mmepatia baba. Asanti sana. Hizo nguvu zenu muzitoe sasa tupate gavana. Mimi nataka kuzungumza tu kidogo juu ya umuhimu wa gavana. Mambo yote yako ya kila siku ile inakusumbua iko kwa ofisi ya gavana, iko county government. Ujue ukikosea kuchagua gavana, hata tukipatiwa ushindi wetu ambao umecheleweshwa, baba akitoa amri akiwa Nairobi, wewe upate baba care. Kama ni gavana ambaye hamsikizi baba care yako itachelewa. Mipango yako yote itachelewa. Wamezoea kuita watu project. Abdulsomad ni project ya watu wa Mombasa. Ni project yenu? Ni project yenu? Wale ni project ya makateli ambayo wanapora nchi yetu. Msipomchagua gavana anafaa, ile poti yenu itakuwa na miguu, itatembea. Mkitaka kazi zenu zirudi, mambo irudi Mombasa, gavana ni Abdulsomad. Ujue Jumatatu ni haki yako unafuatilia, ni maisha yako unafuatilia. Tafadhali mtupatie gavana ataweza kutekeleza ile manifesto yetu, zile sera zetu, sera ambazo ni za kukufaidi wewe. Na usijali hata mkiletewa watu wa kusimamia uchaguzi, yani maagent wao wa kutoka mbali. Hata awe profesa awe nani, kichwa yake ni moja kama yako. Unaweza kuwa huna pesa lakini akili unazo. Tumia akili zako, ujasiri wako, linda kura zetu. Linda haki ya watu wa Mombasa. Wapatie yule gavana wanaomtaka. Na wale walibadilisha siku ndivyo watudhulumu, tuwaambie watakula huu. Tupatie kura zote Abdulsomad. Mimi nawaomba na wasihi, mnamjua mtu mwenye utu, mtu wa vitendo, kiongozi wa vitendo. Tuko na imani mkimchagua Mombasa itabadilika. Mimi nataka tuelewe ya kwamba ukiona, mimi nilisema ukianza na wizi utamaliza na nini? Na kama wizi wa kwanza ni wa kura, wizi wa kwanza ni wa uchaguzi, mabadiliko gani yule anakudhulumu anaweza kuleta kwako? Mjiulize watu wa Mombasa, kama unataka mema kwako na wakaazi wote wa Mombasa, tafadhali chagua Abdulsomad. Na hiyo ndio message tunataka mpelekee kila mtu. Hii si wakati wa kwenda kwa mikutano tena. Nyinyi viongozi nikiwaona, naona Mombasa yote ikiwa hapa. Naona viongozi wote wa pwani, naona pwani itakuwa karibu isaidie Mombasa ipate haki yako. Haki yako ndio imedhurumiwa, umenyang'anywa kuchagua gavana wakati wa uchaguzi tarehe 9. Wamechelewesha lakini inakuja Jumatatu. Mimi nawaomba, ukiingia pale kama wewe ni agenti, ingia masaa inayofaa. Usikute sanduku limefungwa. Ukikuta limefungwa, itafungwa ikiwa na kura ndani. Kuwa hapo uhakikisha.
The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition running mate Martha Karua urging the electorate in Mombasa County to vote wisely in the 29th August slated elections, the one that will see the electorates both in Kakamega and Mombasa counties electing their next governors. Now to other news, farmers in KBC County are set to benefit from subsidized farm inputs under the National Value Chain Support Program under the e-voucher system. Crop Development Principal Secretary Dr. Francis Owino says registered farmers will pay 60% of the cost of fertilizer, agrochemicals and herbicides, while the government foots the remaining 40%.
Farmers in Kisii County will now pay 60% for farm inputs under the government electronic voucher subsidy program, while the government tops up the remaining 40%. Kisii County is among 12 counties where the government is piloting the e-voucher system. Under the program, farmers will be issued with an e-voucher on their mobile phones after validation by extension officers.
Serikali inachukua asilimia 40 ama 40%, kisha mkulima anajaza ile pengo inaobaki asilimia 60 ama 60%. Pamoja na ile basal, kuna lime, powder lime, kuna agrochemicals, zile dawa za madudu, zile fungicides ama pesticides, na pia kuna mbegu, seeds.
Kisii County agricultural officials have committed to scout for market for farm produce from the area.
Tujaribu tufanye production yetu iende juu kwa sababu soko iko.
The farmers were encouraged to embrace new farming practices and technology to enhance their production.
The interventions by the program are therefore timely, and we challenge the program to reach out as many beneficiaries as possible for optimum productivity.
Nduta Mukami for Lunchtime News.
Young people looking to venture into the tech industry in Western Region can now access training following the launch of a Coding and Robotics Center in Kakamega County. The center is looking to provide alternative pathways for students to perform well in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, or if you like, STEM courses.
Currently, over 6,000 engineers are serving a population of 40 million plus Kenyans. To effectively support the growing industrial sector, the ratio of engineers to population proposed by UNESCO is approximately 1 to 2,000. Hence, there is need to develop a strategy for training engineers, developing technologies, and skilled craftsmen to suit capacity needs. Efforts to encourage technical courses have been implemented into the new competency-based curriculum rolled out by the Kenyan government. Following the initiative, a provider of digital learning solutions has unveiled a Coding and Robotics Center in Kakamega. Through STEM, which is an approach that integrates arts in the more familiar science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the number of students to be trained is set to increase. The managing director of the School World of Learning, Wycliffe Kibisu, said the center is open to students, parents, teachers, researchers, and schools that may need to add value to their learning experiences.
Through this lens, you'll be able to adjust the...
He said the robotics center will be used to deliver the mandatory skills required in the 21st century, which include critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, communication, and data analytics.
And what we're actually trying to enhance is to enhance the JAMSAT program that has actually been delivering what he calls learning using educational games. Then we are adding on another set that is actually coding and robotics, whereby we use the robots to deliver the skills that the children require, mandatory skills required in the 21st century.
The launch of this robotics center is quite critical in the area of STEM and STEAM. By STEM, we are talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And by STEAM, we now introduce in the aspect of arts, that aesthetic value, which we add to the innovations that we are now going to come up with.
Reporting for Lunchtime News, I am Teresa Mutai.
All right, before we play, let's get back to the county of Mombasa. The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga is currently speaking.
Kakamega na Mombasa ililengwa kwa sababu ya baba na Martha huyu. Maana yake walikuwa wameona kama wimbi imetanda ambayo ilikuwa hawezi kuepukika. wakatoa njama ya kujaribu kuzuia kura zetu zingine. Ni wakimaksudi wakasema tusimamishe Mombasa na Kakamega. Lakini hata ufanye nini, siku za yani ikifika, kila mtu fanye nini, hata hii itatereza tu. Tereza tu. Yule nyani ako juu ya miti kule, anafanya nyefu. Lakini huko chini tumeweka umbwa. Tata tutarusha mawe huko juu, nyani yaanguke chini na umbwa atakuwa na yeye. Sasa mimi hamuoni mimi sina huzuni, sina uoga. Hapana bwana. Hello. Mimi najua, nina hakika ya kwamba ukweli itatoka na ukweli itatendeka. Yale ambaye tumeona mimi na mama Martha huyu na macho yenu ni machafu sana, maovu, inainuka, haitakani ifanyike katika taifa kama ya Kenya hii. Lakini tulisema kitambo sana ya kwamba sisi tuna deal na wale ambao wanaitwa wale wafisadi wakubwa sana, wale wezi wakubwa ambao wanaitwa kwa Kiswahili wapwaguzi. Yale njama walipanga kitambo sana. Uliona wale ambao walishikwa kutoka ng'ambo, si mnajua hiyo njama ilitoka huko. Wale kazi yao ilikuwa ni wezi tu, lakini hata ukijaribu kufanya nini, mwishowe ukweli itatoka, na ukweli itaset the Kenyan nation free. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka Wakenya wawe na subira, Mama Martha amesema ati kwa sababu kesi iko mahakamani hatuwezi kuongea juu yake. Lakini wakianza kule, mawakili wetu utaanza kutoa ushahidi. Mtaona 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mpaka 10. Tunataka kwanza mahakama iseme ya kwamba sisi ndio tulishinda, na hiyo ni ukweli. Tulishinda, na badala ya kurudi katika uchaguzi tena tutangaze washindi, tuende tukachukue kiapo. Ati mwingine anajaribu kununua watu, ananunua wabunge, hata wale makandidati ambao walianguka, ati president elect, president chef. President elect sio mwingine ila ni nani? Nani tena? Sawa. Na hiyo tutaonyesha. Mliona ati yule mwizi mkubwa yao anaita Chebu Theater. Huyo ametangaza ati kwanza aoni hata haya wale makomishona 4 wametoka wamesema hii si haki, hii ni wizi kubwa hii. Amebaki yeye peke yake, hata wale wawili waliogopa kwenda na yeye kule kwenye microphone. Ameingia katika hiyo ukumbi peke yake, na hiyo commission iko na wanachama 6 hawako pale. Yeye ameenda pale peke yake, maana yake alikuwa ameshapewa hongo kubwa. akaenda pale kutangaza. Sasa tena yeye hataoni haya, anasema hiyo uchaguzi wa Mombasa na ya Kakamega yaendelee kama iko hapo. Tunasema hizi uchaguzi itafanywa chini ya usimamizi ya naibu wa chairman ya IEBC. Bwana Chebukati kama mshtakiwa disqualify himself, ajiondoe katika hii uchaguzi ambao unaendelea, awajifanye na wale watu ambaye hawana upendeleo. Unaona vizuri? Sasa mimi natangaza hapa, Bwana Chebukati should disqualify himself from presiding over the elections in Kakamega and Mombasa, ili haki iweze kutendeka hapa. Sasa hapa Mombasa na Kakamega ni kipima joto. Nataka wasi nyinyi kama wana Azimio na wana Jubilee na wana Chungwa na wana Wiper, nyote kutoka hapa mrudi nyumbani. Kampeni tulimaliza, iliyobaki sasa ni kuambia watu wetu wajitokeze siku ile, siku ya Jumatatu, wajitokeze wote kwa wingi, waende wapige kura kwa Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir. Hiyo ndio sababu mimi nimekuja. Kwanza nimekuja kusema poleni, pili kutia nyinyi moyo. Nataka nyinyi mkienda kile mali mmetoka, Kisauni, Nyali, Mbita, Likoni, Changamwe, Jomvu, kila mahali tutaki mtu yetu yote ilale. Hataki kwa yote ilale. Manake mnajua sasa viti 5 tayari zimepita, imebaki moja peke yake. Kwa hivyo saa nyingine watu wengine watasema ni gavana peke yake, MCM zachaguliwa, mama amechagua na senator. Hapana. Tunataka wafuasi wetu wote wasikufu moyo, wajitokeze kwa wengi zaidi. Siku hiyo ionekane ya kwamba Mombasa ni Azimio zone. Sawa? Hiyo vile vile itatia sisi, itamotisha watu wetu ambao wako mahakamani huko. Kwa hivyo hii kura mnapiga hapa, mnapiga hapa, na vile vile mnapiga kule kwetu kule mahakamani. Ionekane ya kwamba kama hawangetoa uchaguzi wa gavana Kakamega na Mombasa, ushindi wetu ungekuwa hata kubwa zaidi kuliko hapo. Tunaona vizuri? Kwa hivyo nataka nyinyi nyote mkitoka hapa mwe mbalozi ya baba. Balozi ya baba. Kile mahali mnaenda, mwambie watu wetu jitokeze. Vile Bwana Shabala alisema, kila mmoja wenu atapate watu 100. Hiyo itakuwa ni watu 300,000. Hiyo inatosha. Tosha gari. Utafanya namna hiyo? Wangapi mmekubali kufanya hiyo? Nione mkono wenu hapa. Azimio. Hawana Azimio msilale. Azimio msilale. Bado mapambano. Bado mapambano. Mama msilale. Mapambano. Vijana msilale. bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Azimio! 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 Asanteni sana.
Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga urging voters to get the ballots in favor of ODM gubernatorial candidate in the county of Mombasa. Similarly, in Kakamega County, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has set the 29th of August as the day that the electorate in both Kakamega and Mombasa counties will get to the ballot to elect their next governors. On the right side of your screen are pictures coming to you live from the Supreme Court, where the National Electoral Body is this hour taking its documents this after the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition filed a petition challenging the results of the president. They just concluded general election, one that placed Kenya Kwanza's William Ruto as the president-elect in the concluded general election. And this is what is happening this hour at the Supreme Court. My colleague Serafina Robi informs us that the commission is sent its commissioners Marjan and Boya Molu, who are this hour submitting forms 34A and 34B to the Supreme Court sub-registry. This after the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition filed a petition challenging the victory of President-elect William Ruto. We'll be bringing you details from the courts later on in our subsequent bulletins with Serafino Robi. But now let's get to sports. British number 16 Liam Brody renewed his bid to reach the US Open main draw for the first time. Well, I'm being informed that we still remain at the Supreme Court, and the pictures on the screen are coming live from the Supreme Court. This is after the Azimio la Umoja moved to court to challenge the petition of the presidential results, which were announced by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Taking you back to the August 9th general election, the country was ranked among the best that conducted a peaceful election in a while globally, and your election observer groups were among the people who gave Kenya a clean bill of health in the August 9th general election, saying it was one of the peaceful exercises conducted in recent past. And this is also one that saw democracy being exercised from all fronts, and also to ensure that leaders remain united even as the country remains united. My colleague Serafino Robi is getting notes for us from the courts as these events unfold from the Supreme Court after the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition moved to the court to seek justice, saying the elections which were conducted were not fair and transparent. But just to take you through the Supreme Court timeline for the presidential petition, when the petitions were filed in the Supreme Court on 22nd of August. Now, the respondent was later served, and what is happening right now The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is also submitting its forms 34A and 34B to the Supreme Court sub-registry, this ahead of the hearing by the 7 judges of the Supreme Court. And on the 28th of this month, we'll be expecting a rejoinder to be filed and served. And according to the court proceedings, the hearing and determination of the petition should take place 14 days from the date of filing. This means that the deadline for the hearing and determination of this petition is the 5th of September, where we're expecting the judges of the Supreme Court to make a ruling on the direction the country should take in regards to the presidential results, which were announced by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission on August 9th, where at least 12 million Kenyans took to the ballot to elect their next leaders who will take them through the next 5 years. This exercise today at the Supreme Court is also coming hours before the country witnessed the swearing in of 45 governors in their respective counties. There are those governors who have been able to defend their seats. At the same time, there are those governors who managed to get to power after the election that was being conducted on August 9th. And it was an election that saw many women coming to power. So this is coming after Kenyans tried at least to close the gap on gender issues. We have Gladys Wanga of the county of Homa Bay. We have Susan Kihika, the county of Nakuru. We have Kawira Mwangaza for Meru County, Fatuma Achani for the county of Kwale, Cecily Mbarire for the county of Embu, Wabenya Ndeti for the county of Machakos, and Anne Waiguru, the only female governor who managed to defend her seat, and she will be taking the leadership of Kirinyaga County for the second tenure, and this will be her last. According to the constitution, the governors are supposed to serve office for 2 terms, and this includes, this comes into place in 10 years, and it's one of the elections that was considered as one of the transparent. And when it comes to gender concerns, women were lauded for their bravery in going for this elective seat. So it will be very interesting right now as we'll be observing how the petition in the Supreme Court will be taking course. We will be keeping a close eye to see how events unfold right from the day that the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition moved to the courts to submit the petition challenging the victory of President-elect William Ruto, to the day that the Supreme Court judges will make a ruling in regards to the petition. But all the same, the leaders who are affected in this petition have been at the fore, urging Kenyans to be united than ever before. They would not want to see division in line of duty or even in coexistence back to the societies. They say they want Kenyans to be united and exercise tolerance, and also get back to work and continue with normal business. We have seen Education Cabinet Secretary Professor George Magoha saying that schools will not close, as much as we will be having the elections in 2 counties, one that electorates in Kakamega and Mombasa counties will be electing their next governors. The Education Cabinet Secretary, Professor George Magoha, said only public schools will close temporarily for the days that we'll be having these exercises, but then students and pupils who are in boarding schools will continue with learning this in order not to interfere with the academic system and in academic calendar that will see smooth learning exercises in varied institutions across the country. Getting you back to the Supreme Court, the pictures coming to you live on your screen are one of commissioners from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission submitting Forms 34A and Forms 34B after the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition moved to court to challenge the presidential results, which was announced by the National Electoral Body. And they said that the IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, was not fair and transparent in the exercise. And we've also seen the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, Raila Odinga, this hour, IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, to give space as counties, Kakamega and Mombasa, will be going to the ballot to elect their next governors in the August 29th elections that will see the electorate in the two counties electing their governors. This is after the August 9th general election. And this is one that is expected to raise mixed reactions. Right here on KBC Channel 1, we'll be bringing you the reactions as and when we receive them. And there we can see the commissioners who are representing the Independent and Electoral Boundaries Commission submitting the forms at the Supreme Court sub-registry. Information reaching us indicates that those are Forms 34A and Forms 34B, which are being taken to the sub-registry by Commissioners Marjan and Boya Molu, who Marjan Rajab is the IEBC CEO, and is also at the Supreme Court. But then taking you back, the documents seem to be much. However, we could not compare them to the ones that were taken to the Supreme Court by the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. 39 boxes full of documents were delivered to the Supreme Court. These as they filed their petition challenging the presidential results, which were announced by the Independent Electoral and the Boundaries Commission. On that day, we saw supporters of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition pitching camp around the Supreme Court, chanting supporting messages and also peace messages. This as they encourage their leaders to seek justice. But even as we saw this, we also witnessed the presence of the clergy who came into the Supreme Court with peace messages, urging Kenyans to remain united as the court does its work in ensuring that justice is served. It's a process that will see Kenyans be keen to understand what will be the fate of the Supreme Court. Remember, this is the third time the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate moved to court to challenge presidential results. And anytime he is challenging the presidential results, it has been for the good of the country. So whether he wins the case or not, there is an improvement on the way the electoral body conducts its election to ensure that we don't have any more complaints. And political analysts have said time and again that these processes have moved Kenya to another level. And even one of the election observer group's members said that Kenya has moved a step further when it comes to technology. I remember him once saying that Kenya has set the bar for elections in Africa. And you'd hear the leaders saying that the Kim's Kit introduction to an electoral process is one of the major milestones that Kenya has done in ensuring transparency and fairness in a given election. And this will be one of the steps that we are expecting. Whichever way it goes, we will see an improvement by the leaders at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to fasten their belt and ensure they get better ways of conducting an electoral process in the country to avoid complaints and also to enhance transparency. That is Commissioner Marjan of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, submitting and explaining to the officers at the Supreme Court Sub-Registry on the documents that they are submitting to the Supreme Court this ahead of the hearing by the Supreme Court and the determination of the case on the 5th of September, which is just days away. But before we get to that, there are a lot of activities which will be taking place in the country. Tomorrow we'll be seeing the swearing in of governors across the country. KBC Channel 1 will definitely be bringing you these live events from one county to the other, and we are glad you have made KBC your channel of choice. My colleague Serafina Roby is giving us updates from the Supreme Court, and we'll be linking up with her in a short while. But for now, those are the pictures. That is what is happening at the Supreme Court after the Independent and Electoral and Boundaries Commission this hour took to the Supreme Court to submit its documents, and those are Forms 34A and Forms 34B being taken to the Supreme Court Sub-Registry. We can see the commissioners there trying to make it clear to the officers at the Supreme Court, and we are expecting this to also give a smooth exercise at the Supreme Court. Let's listen in. The Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission at this hour submitting their documents at the Supreme Court, and this is being led by Marijan Rajab, who is the IEBC CEO and not a commissioner, as earlier mentioned. We told, don't take your viewership for granted. We'll be looking forward to having a detailed coverage later on as the day goes by. Thank you so much for your company. For more details on Just Add News and many more, do log on to www.kbc.co.ke. We are also live on all our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1. On behalf of the entire team, thank you for being part of this broadcast. My name is Irene Mchuma Odem. On sign language interpretation, we have been having Lucy Moura. Good afternoon.
To get Change Your Thinking Skizatune, dial *811*961#.
When you change the quality of your thinking, you change the quality of